Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final last lap revision. It's been a pleasure to have taught you over this last year and on YouTube over the last month or so. We've tried to have so many last lap revision videos focused on defense, focused on Israel-Palestine. That's the latest one we did just a few days back. We did one on UNESCO, on wildlife and tiger related news, which ma'am is very fond of. Sir did the sports videos. There are the videos in two parts. So if you have missed any of these topics, I would seriously advise you. We have a playlist on our YouTube page. That's Clat Possible. It has all of the last lap revision videos in one place. So if you're looking for sort of a last overall look in these last 2 days before the exam, that should be your go-to place. But today, what we've done, there were a lot of questions from all of you about, what's our list of sort of top 25 topics. So we thought we'd come up with this video. Ma'am has worked very hard on making this PPT for all of you and bringing all of these disparate pieces of news together. So today, all three of us are here, and we present for you finally the final 25 topics for your revision. Please be sure we are not saying no other topic is important. It is just that since you've asked for a final cut list, this is the list we have come up with. As you know, whenever we do GK, we relate it to all sorts of other things. This session will follow that same pattern, and you'll see all of us walking in and out of this video. So we've brought all of our sort of GK power of our GK department. All of us have our own interests and specialities within GK also. So you'll have a great coverage. So I hope you're ready. At this point, I'm sure you have notes on all of these things. But still, if you want to note something down, I hope you have your pens and papers out. And let's make a start, and let's make the next 4 hours or so as fruitful as we can. So let's begin. And so the first theme which we have is UNESCO. Now, all of you know, we have been honing in on this theme throughout the year. There have been so many disparate topics. In one of our latest mocks, we also sort of put it all together, right? There's a new Director General of UNESCO. Not just that, there have been new or proposed listings in the World Heritage Sites, in the Intangible Cultural Heritage List, in the Memory of the World Register, in the World Network of Biosphere Reserves, in the Creative Cities Network, and so on. So we are going to quickly take a look. But before we do any of that, most important, let's quickly do the basics. So UNESCO, where is it headquartered? It is headquartered in Geneva, alongside the United Nations and the FAO. Remember, UNESCO has also completed 80 years of its existence because it was established in the year 1945. Okay. Additionally, what is the date on which UNESCO is established? It is the 16th of November, which in the world we observe as the International Day of Tolerance. And in India, we observe it as the National Press Day, though not because UNESCO was established on this day. Okay. Finally, before we get into it, who is the newly elected Director General of UNESCO? He has been sworn in as well. I know there was some confusion on this. Till when is Audrey Azoulay in office? But I'm here to tell you and clarify it for once and for all that Audrey Azoulay served 2 terms as UNESCO Director General. Then recently an election was held for the next DG. Khalid El Inani from Egypt was elected, and on 15th of November he was sworn in as the Director General of UNESCO. So whatever be the question, current Director General, newly elected Director General, whatever it is, the answer will be Khalid El Inani from Egypt, who has made history by becoming the first Arab person to become Director General of UNESCO. So with that preamble, let's go ahead and take a quick look at all of the basics. So please be sure you do not get the full form wrong. Okay, I know some of you confuse educational for economic, scientific for social. It's not that. UNESCO stands for United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. Second, what is its status? It is a specialized agency. It is not an organ. Remember, it's also 80 years of the United Nations. UN has only 6 organs and most of the other things are specialized agencies. So UNICEF, UNESCO, WHO, FAO, all of these are specialized agencies of the United Nations. It broadly falls under the ECOSOC. Remember, Economic and Social Council has also been in the news this year. Why? Because of the latest president of the Economic and Social Council. So I hope, can some of you answer the question in the chat? Can I have some of you answering the question in the chat? Who is the president of the Economic and Social Council? Tell me. Okay, I think some of you have answered the question. Who is this person? Link it to the headquarters of UNESCO. Okay. So I hope you have all seen the answers given in the chat and it is clear to all of you. Yes, you are right. It is Mr. Lok Bahadur Thapa from Nepal. Okay. So this is also a news from 2025, the new president of the Economic and Social Council. Okay. Let's now move on. So UNESCO, you know the full form, you know it is a specialized agency, not an organ. It falls broadly under the Economic and Social Council. I've already told you the date and the year. Okay. And remember that India is a founding member of UNESCO. This is important. Even though it was founded before independence, India was a founding member of several international organizations, including the United Nations and UNESCO. Let's now move on. Another piece of news that you should keep in mind is that India is also currently a member of the executive board. Okay, it had been elected for the term 2021 to 2025. Okay, let's now move on. Acha, one more point on membership of UNESCO. Link it to the Israel-Palestine issue. Okay, Palestine, even though it is only an observer of the UNGA, it is still a full member of UNESCO. Okay, so please keep this link in mind between UNESCO and Palestine. Israel has been a member for a long time, but they left the organization during Trump's first term. On people leaving UNESCO, 2 countries have indicated their intention to leave UNESCO this year. Which are they? One is Nicaragua. Why did they announce this? They announced this due to the award given to La Prensa. Which award? The UNESCO Guillermo Cano World Press Freedom Prize. The other country which has announced its intention to withdraw in 2025 is the United Nations. Remember, is the United States. And United States, this will be the 3rd time that they are withdrawing from UNESCO. Okay. So these are some important points on the membership of UNESCO. Okay. Now, let's go to the next. Now, as I said, there are so many listings which are relevant this year. let's begin with the Memory of the World Register. One basic clarification. There is something called the UNESCO Memory of the World International Register, and then there is something separate, which is the Regional Register of the Asia Pacific region. Okay, this year India's 2 additions are to the International Memory of the World Register. Okay, let's now come to it. So we have done the history before together. My intention is not to get into all of it again. I'll still display the slide just so that it jogs your memory. Basically, remember, what does the Memory of the World Register preserve? It is for the preservation and listing of manuscripts. Okay, that is what is vitally important to remember. And since the Memory of the World program is about manuscripts, you must link this year's Gyan Bharatam mission, which was launched, and link it to this topic. Both of these are about protection of manuscripts. Okay, now Memory of the World program, how many entries have been added this year? 2 entries have been added. Number 1, Natya Shastra by Bharat Muni. Okay, sometimes this is also referred to as Natya Veda. Okay, but the official entry is Natya Shastra by Bharat Muni. What is it? It is a treatise on the performing arts. Okay, in fact, something very famous. In this text, you can also find a reference to the rules that anything may freely be said while somebody is performing on a stage, right? So this core principle of freedom of expression is also contained in the Natya Shastra. Okay, so Natya Shastra by Bharat Muni, he was the author, and a particular manuscript of the Bhagavad Gita, of course, written by Ved Vyas. Okay, so these are the 2 latest editions. Another point of contention has arisen over the number, but this is what you have to remember. In total now, India has 13 entries on the Memory of the World International Register. I know many sources say 14. What we have done is we have checked the official listing by UNESCO, and we have also checked it from India's nodal agency for this, which is the Indira Gandhi National Center for the Arts. Okay, and the total number is 13. The reason for this confusion was that India's union minister, while announcing all of this, ended up saying 14, and so everybody reported it as 14. But the official checked, verified number is 30. Okay, so I hope this is clear. There are many other things. Ma'am wants to add a point on this.
I don't want to add anything. Just remember that it was launched, the program was launched in 92, and the register is updated biannually, right? It does not happen annually, twice in 1 year, and the inception year is it. Okay? Because we will be covering various programs, and for all of those programs, just remember the year when it was established. All right?
Okay, so biennial. Okay, that is very important. Biennial meaning once in 2 years. Okay, so just keep this in mind. You know the details. There are many other manuscripts which are part of the Memory of the World program. Okay, out of the 13, there are 2 in which India is a joint submitter of the entry. One is Archives of NAM or Non-Aligned Movement, the first summit, and second is Archives of the Dutch East India Company. Okay, when we say Dutch, we are referring to the Kingdom of Netherlands. Okay, overall in the world there are 570 entries, from India 30. Okay, next, the World Heritage Sites, of course relevant and important. We now have the 44th World Heritage Site. What is that site? It is called the Maratha Military Landscapes of India. Okay, now when we talk about the Marathas, which dynasties are we talking about? Primarily Shivaji, Sambhaji, and so on and so forth. So Maratha military landscapes. What is important here? How many in number? 12. Which states are they in? Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. 11 in Maharashtra, 1 in Tamil Nadu. Which is the one in Tamil Nadu? The Ginji Fort. Okay, we'll see this in the future slides as well, but this is a core aspect which you have to keep in mind. Okay, 12 forts built between 17th and 19th centuries. Okay, so this is the 44th site. As you can see on this slide, there are 11 forts in Maharashtra: Salhar, Shivneri, Lohgad, Khanderi, Raigad, Rajgad, Pratapgad, Suvarnadurg, Panhala, Vijayadurg and Sindhudurg, and in Tamil Nadu, the Ginji Fort. I know you are going to ask if you need to remember all of these names. No. The one which is in Tamil Nadu, remember, because it's in a separate state, but you should be familiar with how these names are, just in case you get a question, which of the following is not one of the four. Okay. So, okay. Next, location. What kind of site is it? It is a cultural heritage site. Now, you all know when we talk about World Heritage Sites, they can either be cultural or natural, or they can be mixed. So, out of India's 44 World Heritage Sites, how many are cultural? 36. How many natural? 7. And 1 is mixed. What is this one mixed site? This is Kanchenjunga or Khangchenjunga. Okay, that's how it is written in the, or that's how it's pronounced in the local language. Okay, so World Heritage Sites, very important. By the way, you remember the date we discussed, 16th November. That is the date on which the Convention on World Heritage Sites was also adopted. All right. Now, so this is India's latest site.
For all of these names, naturally the names are not so important, but just remember Vijayadurg, because this year on the National Army Day, 15th of January, the Fort William, which is India's Eastern Army Command in Kolkata, that has been renamed to Vijayadurg this year, and they've taken the name from this year only. All right, we just want to trying to de-anglicize India's various names, etc., that the government is doing. Okay, one this thing, and sir mentioned about the mixed site Kanchenjunga. Just keep in mind that Kanchenjunga has been categorized. IUCN released a list where IUCN categorized Kanchenjunga's preservation status in the good category. Okay, that is all with these two that you have to keep in mind.
Okay, so what is that meeting where all these decisions are taken? The organization which decides what is to be included as a World Heritage Site, it is done by the World Heritage Committee. Okay, and every year the World Heritage Committee holds a session where they decide the next World Heritage Sites. A few years back, the World Heritage Committee meeting had happened in India as well, which is the time when the Moidams of Ahom dynasty were designated as a World Heritage Site. Okay, this year the World Heritage Committee meeting happened in Paris, which is the headquarters of UNESCO. Okay, so I hope this is absolutely clear. Let's now come to it. In terms of World Heritage Sites, what is the core phrase you should remember? The core phrase is site should have outstanding universal value. Okay, of what type? Cultural, natural, or mixed. Okay, now this convention is from 1972. I told you the date on which it was adopted is also 16th of November, same as establishment of Press Council of India and the establishment of UNESCO. Okay, now there has been again some doubts from all of you about the ranking, so we have clarified. India has in total 44 World Heritage Sites. This means that we have the 6th most number of World Heritage Sites. Okay, 6th most. In the top 6, 2 are from Asia, 4 are from Europe. Okay, at number 1 is of course Italy. Okay, at number 1 is Italy, then you have China, Germany, France, Spain, and finally 6th is India. In terms of what? In terms of the total number of World Heritage Sites. China, of course, has more than us. So in the Asia Pacific region, we are number 2. Okay, Italy is the top with about 60 plus sites. 61, I believe, is the number. Okay, so I hope this ranking is now clear to all of you. You know the criteria. Okay, let's now come to the next. Now, in the World Heritage Sites program, you know now the name of the convention concerning the protection of world cultural and natural heritage. Please remember, do not confuse this with intangible cultural heritage. Many of you have faced this confusion. This is different. There is a separate convention and list for World Heritage Sites and a separate convention and list for intangible cultural heritage of humanity, which is where intangible things are listed like festivals, dance forms, etc. Okay, so just keep that in mind. The criteria I have already mentioned to you. Now, there's a whole bunch of criteria like factors which must be met before a site will be listed. So there are 10 criteria. 1 to 6 are cultural, 7 to 10 are natural, and then mixed has integration of both sets of criteria. Okay, the core is that at least one criteria should be met before any site can be listed on the World Heritage Sites list. Now, in terms of India's sites, just remember the first sites to be listed were 4: 2 forts, 2 caves. Red Fort, Agra Fort.
Taj Mahal.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Not Red Fort. It is Agra Fort and Taj Mahal. So 2 from Agra and then 2 caves. Which ones? Ajanta Caves and Ellora. Okay, so 2 caves and 2 sites from Agra. Agra Fort, Taj Mahal, Ajanta Caves, Ellora. Okay, so those were the first from India. There is one World Heritage Site inside which a high court of this country is located. So that's a legal connection you should know about. Which high court are we talking about? The Punjab and Haryana High Court in the city of Chandigarh. In which site is it located? This is the broad site is called the Architectural Works of Le Corbusier. Okay, one of these monuments is in Chandigarh, which is called the Capitol Complex. Okay, the Punjab and Haryana High Court in Chandigarh is located inside that Capitol Complex, which is one of the monuments in the site, Architectural Works of Le Corbusier. In India, in cultural sites, only one site is a transnational site, meaning it's located across several countries, and this is the same one, Architectural Works of Le Corbusier. Okay, ma'am just wants to add
one more thing, like whenever sites are included in the World Heritage Program, it is not necessary that they stay there infinitely. All right, there have been 3 sites globally which have been delisted. All right, so you get included, you have to maintain the upkeep of that particular site. If you do not, then you can be delisted also. So just remember the names of the 3 sites which have been delisted. One is Arabian Oryx Sanctuary. All right, Oryx Sanctuary. It is in Oman. It is in Oman. The second is Dresden Elbe Valley. All right, it is from Germany. Elbe Valley from Germany. And one is Liverpool in Manchester, UK. Okay, these are the 3 sites which have been delisted. Manchester, UK. All right. Okay. Over to you, sir.
All right. So things are usually delisted for not maintaining the preservation status. Additionally, suppose the site gets destroyed, that is also a reason for it not to be listed. Remember, this is different from list of World Heritage in danger. Okay, delisting is removing it altogether. World Heritage in danger is you are still on the list, but there are concerns about your conservation status. Currently from India, no World Heritage Site is said to be in danger. In the past, there have been, but ultimately the preservation status was improved and they remain on the World Heritage list. Okay. So we've done the program, the basics of this, the agencies involved. Okay. So the World Heritage Committee decides, we've already told you, India is currently a member of the World Heritage Committee, but the term was 21 to 25. Okay. So please keep that in mind. There are several advisory bodies for cultural sites. The advisory body is ICOMOS, the International Council for Monuments and Sites. Okay. This you must link very importantly. This year is 60 years of ICOMOS. This is something that finds mention even in the theme of World Heritage Day this year. Okay, so let me just tell you that quickly. So when is the World Heritage Day? Can somebody tell me? Tell me quickly, when is World Heritage Day? I'm waiting for your responses. Okay, yes, somebody has answered. So you say it's the 18th of April. That's right. Okay. So remember, World Heritage Day used to be called the International Day for Monuments and Sites. Okay. So ICOMOS is one of those separate bodies which has been working for the preservation of cultural sites forever. So this year completes 60 years of ICOMOS, and World Heritage Day's theme this year was protecting heritage against disasters and conflicts. 60 years of ICOMOS action. Okay, so just keep this theme in mind. Then for natural sites, the advisory body is IUCN, the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Headquartered where? Headquartered in Gland, Switzerland, right? And remember, we have told you the secretariat, the headquarters of IUCN also serves as the secretariat of the Ramsar Convention on wetlands of international importance. Okay, so link those things. IUCN is also important. We have done it in many videos. Link it to the Kenton R. Miller Award given to an Indian this year. Who is that? Can somebody answer? Who is the winner of the Kenton R. Miller Award this year? Quickly. She is the field director of the Kaziranga National Park. Who am I talking about? The first Indian to win the Kenton R. Miller Award for protected areas management. Yes, you are right. It is Dr. Sonali Ghosh. Okay. So the IUCN topic is important, as is Ramsar this year. Okay. Let's now move on. There is another body called ICCROM, which does training activities related to conservation and preservation. In India, the nodal agency is the ASI, the Archaeological Survey of India, which is a pre-independent body, heavily involved even in uncovering Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, as well as a lot of work throughout the country. Now, the last thing mentioned here is the tentative list. Please do not be confused. The list of World Heritage Sites is the list of sites which are confirmed as part of the World Heritage Sites list. Whereas the tentative list is simply nominations by the country awaiting final decision about inclusion. Okay. So right now, how many total sites are considered part of the tentative list? The total is 69. Okay, so there were 62 at the beginning of the year. 7 new sites have been added to the tentative list. Okay, so please keep that in mind. The process is laid out here. We have discussed it before. We won't get into it. The breakup we have already done. Okay, so that's it about World Heritage Sites. Next, we have the Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve, which was added as, tell me the number, as the dash listing on the Man and Biosphere Reserve, World Network of Biosphere Reserves. What is that number? How many total biosphere reserves on the World Network of Biosphere Reserves? Good. Yes. So many of you have stated 13, and that is of course the right answer. So from India, the Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve in Himachal Pradesh has been added to the World Network of Biosphere Reserves. This is under the Man and the Biosphere program. Okay, so this year the World Congress of Biosphere Reserves was held in Hangzhou, China. This is where the decision was taken. Okay, so I hope this is crystal clear. So in total, we now have 13. Overall in the world, there are 784. Okay, so I hope this is absolutely clear. I would want you to know what all falls in this Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve. So this point is important. What are the things inside the Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve? The Pin Valley National Park, Chandratal, Sarchu, and Kibar Wildlife Sanctuary. Okay, these are the places which fall within the Cold Desert Biosphere Reserve. Okay, remember, Man and Biosphere Reserve sites is different from total biosphere reserves under the Indian list, like National Biosphere Reserve. Some of the listings will be common. We have clarified many times which ones are the largest, smallest in each list. So please refer to those notes. Okay, moving on, the Man and Biosphere program gets launched in 1971. Okay, till now 13 in India. That's all that is relevant here. Now, in India's Biosphere program, which was launched in 1986, we have 18 Biosphere Reserves. Okay, before we move on from this topic, let me connect two different things to you, which we did in our earlier wildlife video, right? Sundarbans area expanding, right? So it's now become the second largest and the latest tiger reserve. We will be covering that soon, but I just wanted to flag it for you. Okay, so this is just a map. We don't have to get into all of it. Right. Now, in the tentative list, remember we mentioned that there are 69 total in the tentative list. This year, 7 new have been added. So 7 sites get added this year to the tentative list from India. Okay, you see the number 69. It's a good mix of cultural, natural, as well as mixed sites. So let's quickly see the names. These are the 7. The Deccan Traps at Panchagani and Mahabaleshwar, the Geological Heritage of St. Mary's Island Cluster, the Meghalayan Age Caves, the Naga Hill Ophiolite, the Iramati Dibalu Red Sand Hills in Andhra Pradesh, the Natural Heritage of Tirumala Hills, and finally the Varakala Cliffs of Kerala. A lot of sites actually from South India and Northeast India. Okay, these are the new additions to the tentative list in 2025 from India. We've already covered Mr. Khalid El Inani from Egypt as the new Director General, elected, approved by the Council, and sworn in before your exam. Okay, I've already told you the important record he's created. He will be the first Arab Director General. Okay, so this is important. The term is for 4 years. The previous person, ex-Director General, is Audrey Azoulay of France, who served 2 successive terms. And this person is now the 12th Director General of UNESCO. Okay, all right, perfect. So I hope this is absolutely clear. Next, we come to the Creative Cities Network. I think ma'am is the greatest foodie of all of us, and I would like to invite her to cover this topic. She is quite a food aficionado and loves eating all of the delights offered in Lucknow.
All right. Now for this, again, all the inception years for everything that we've previously covered. This also you need to remember that when was the program established. The basic purpose of the program is to give recognition to various cities globally along 7 different categories. All right, so there are seven categories like folk art, architecture, gastronomy, music, literature. All right, so this year, under the UNESCO's Creative Cities Network, we got a new addition from India as the 9th edition under the Creative Cities Network program, and the second in the category of gastronomy. All right, and this decision was taken at the 43rd UNESCO General Conference, which took place in November in Samarkand, Uzbekistan. And it was in this very conference that Khaled Al-Anani was also elected as the new Director General of UNESCO. Okay. So it categorizes cities into 7 creative fields. Please remember the number 7, and if you all can remember the categories, then also well and good. Gastronomy, literature, music, film design, art and crafts, and media arts. All right, these are Indian cities that have been recognized. The first one to get recognition was Jaipur under crafts and folk arts in 2015, and the very same year we also got recognition for Varanasi in the music category, then Chennai for music, Mumbai film, Hyderabad gastronomy. This is a little important because this was the first from India. All right, Hyderabad was the first from India to get recognition under the gastronomy category, and then Lucknow is the second one. Okay. Srinagar for crafts and folk arts again, Kozhikode for literature, Gwalior music, and Lucknow again for gastronomy. All right. During this very conference, there was also the launch or establishment of this UNESCO Virtual Museum of Stolen Artifacts. All right. This wouldn't have become relevant if we did not have an Indian entry. So just keep in mind that this has been launched, and it is a virtual museum that they've tried to create a virtual library of all AI generated objects which have been stolen basically from the colonizing countries from their various colonized countries. All right. So this, I think, has about more than 200 artifacts that have been included in it. And as and when those artifacts are returned back to their original countries, then it will be deleted from this particular program, from this particular virtual museum. All right. So it showcases around 241 from 46 countries. They're all AI generated objects. India has Nataraj and the Brahma sculpture. Okay, just keep in mind these two names. All right. Now coming to the second most important topic that we are anticipating as a probable question in the exam this year is Ramsar. Now, why is Ramsar a probable question? Is because India this year has gotten 9 new Ramsar sites. All right, we have 9 new Ramsar sites this year, and also this year the triennial Ramsar COP was also held in Zimbabwe, Africa. Okay. All right. Before obviously beginning, the entire current affairs for Ramsar began from in 2025 began from the 2nd of February itself, which is seen as World Wetlands Day. Now, why do we observe 2nd of February as World Wetlands Day? Because on 2nd of February 1971, the Ramsar Convention was signed. All right. 3 new sites have been added in Bihar: the Gokul Jalashay, Udaipur Jheel, and Gogabeel Lake. All right. Gogabeel has been your latest site, the 9th one, which was added in November itself. All right. So with these 3 additions, now our total number is 94. And remember that Ramsar Convention works under UNESCO. Gogabeel. Gogabeel is an oxbow lake. Oxbow lakes are basically created when the rivers, they meander too much. All right. Meandering means that when the rivers, they have a very snake-like or S-shaped flowing course. All right. So what happens is that when these rivers are flowing this way and they basically have very, very strong currents, so sometimes because of their strong currents, they start removing this mid land in between, and they start creating a direct connection to the other meanders, which results in creating a lake of this detached side. This is known as an oxbow lake. Buxar is the same Buxar that was mentioned in the 1964 Battle of Buxar. All right. Battle of Buxar was fought between the British and Nawab Mir Qasim in Bengal. And during this war, and why is this war significant, is because this war finally laid the grounds of the British Empire in India. Okay, happened in 1964 in October. All right, about the Ramsar Convention, it was signed in 1971, came into force 4 years later, 1975. Like UNESCO, which has around 10 criteria for Ramsar, there are 1 to 9, a total of 9 criteria that have been listed, and the site has to meet any one of them to be classified as a Ramsar site. All right, India ratified the convention in 1982. Remember this. All right, and since then we've had regular inclusions. And from actually 2011 till 2025, in the last 15 years, we've had 67 inclusions into the wetlands. All right. This year,
just one addition. Just one addition. You must remember, even in Ramsar sites, there is a provision for wetlands in danger. Okay, and what is that list called? There is a particular name for that list. What is that? It is the Montreux record. Okay, I don't know how exactly to pronounce this. Montreaux, Montreux record or Montreux record. This is the list of wetlands in danger. So you don't need to know much about what is in this listing, but it is important to know that the list of wetlands in danger is called the Montreux record. Back to you, ma'am.
All right. Now, India signed it in, ratified it in 1982, and since then we've had inclusions into this from India. Highest number of Ramsar sites in India are in Tamil Nadu with 20, second highest in UP with 10 sites. A total number of 9 sites have been added this year, and other sites this year have been Udva Lake in Jharkhand and Khichio Parli in Sikkim. These two are significantly important because Udva and Khichio Parli, they have been the first sites from these two states. All right. Then we had Sarakotai Bird Sanctuary in Tamil Nadu, Tirthangal also in Tamil Nadu, and Kinchan and Minar in Rajasthan. The other 3 in Bihar are covered in the previous slide. So total we have 9 additions this year. Okay. This we've already done. Just one thing, highest number of Ramsar sites in the world are in United Kingdom, followed by Mexico. Also, for the first time, 2 cities from India have been included in the Wetland City, World Wetland City Program, also known as Wetland City Accreditations. And in this, the 2 cities being Indore and Udaipur. There was a third city also that was to be included. That was one of the cities in amongst the 3 of them, which was Bhopal, but it did not get included. We have Indore and Udaipur. And once a city gets a World Wetland City accreditation, it stays there for 6 years. All right, the duration is 6 years, and actually the day is 2nd of February.
So one more important thing to keep in mind: while the highest number of Ramsar sites are in UK, the highest by area, right? Which country has the most area under wetland Ramsar protection? That is Brazil. Okay, so remember both of these records. Highest number of Ramsar sites is the UK. Highest area under Ramsar Convention protection is Brazil. Okay, all right. Finally, we have here the World Wetlands Day, the 2nd of February, which is the date of adoption of the Ramsar Convention in the city of Ramsar in Iran in the year 1971. Okay, so this is significant. You will note that World Wetlands Day is something that has previously been asked in Clat. Okay, so do not write these things off.
Okay. Then why also was it important this year was because of the 15th Ramsar COP that was held this year, and it is a triennial event. All right, triennial meaning that it occurs once in 3 years. The conference is held once in 3 years. That's why it's important. The conference was also themed protecting wetlands for our common future, and this was also the theme for World Wetlands Day this year. All right. So in this, where was it held? It was held in Zimbabwe, in Victoria Falls, and this was the 15th one. 13 resolutions were adopted, and the 5th strategic plan was also adopted here. What you need to keep in mind is the number of resolutions adopted, 13. Some of them are as follows. You don't need to remember the what were the resolutions. Just the number is important. And also the 5th strategic plan, which dates for the next 10 years, which is for 10 years from 2025 till 2034, which has 4 goals and 18 targets. All right. So these goals being reverse wetland loss and degradation, achieve wise use of wetlands through policy making, inclusive participation, conserve and manage wetlands for international importance, and enhance the implementation of this particular convention. What was India's role here? Was India also adopted a resolution, put forth a resolution on promoting sustainable lifestyles for wise use of wetlands. Why is this sustainable lifestyle important? Is because of the LIFE initiative of India, which is Lifestyle for Environment, which India had also brought in during COP26 of UNFCCC held in Glasgow in 2021. Okay. All right. Then coming to the next topic is naturally UNFCCC, but before that, Satyam sir would give you certain other pointers from Ramsar that you need to keep in mind.
Okay, just remember one thing, that the first Ramsar site in the world was the Coburg Peninsula, which is in Australia, and this was in 1975. Coburg Peninsula in Australia, right? The second thing that you need to know is that India's first site was before India became a member of the Ramsar Convention, and this was in 1981. Ma'am has already mentioned that was Chilka Lake and Kaledeo, right? The next thing is that as part of the Montreux Record in 1990, what was added were Chilka Lake and Kaledeo again, because these were the sites which had to be protected, and therefore, I mean, they were disturbed by human activity, right? Loktak Lake was added in 1993. Later, Chilka Lake was removed because of better conservation practices. Also, the headquarters of Ramsar is in Gland, which is the same place where you have the International Union for Conservation of Nature. All right. So just keep these broad points in mind. Yeah. I will notice that the biggest Ramsar site in India is Sundarbans, and the smallest is the Loktak Lake, which is in Manipur. All right. Just smallest is Renuka Wetland. I'm sorry, Loktak is in Montreux Record. So Renuka Wetland is the smallest, which is in Himachal Pradesh, and the largest is the Sundarban.
All right. Then UNFCCC is important this year, and also we had the latest UNFCCC COP, which was held in Brazil, Belém. So just covering the basics of it, that it was held in Brazil, Belém, and this was the 30th COP. Last one was 29 held in Baku, Azerbaijan, which also is important because of something that I'll take up in the following slides. And this particular COP, COP 30, is considered as the implementation COP. Why the implementation COP? Because it has basically finally asked for the countries, for all the parties to UNFCCC to start effectively implementing their NDCs, that is nationally determined contributions, and also these nationally determined contributions which came in place through the Paris COP 15 in 2021. In Paris COP, they had asked the member countries to firstly outline their nationally determined contributions, and then also to keep on regularly updating them. So in this particular COP, India also has not till now submitted its updated nationally determined contributions. So this implementation COP is whatever NDCs that everybody has targeted, they have to start implementing those NDCs, not only their NDCs, but also the finance that was basically called for as the climate fund, which includes contributions from member countries and more specifically from developed countries. They have to be included. All right. Okay. COP29 was held in Baku, and from Baku to Belém, that is one next year, they had set this entire roadmap, which came to be known as Baku to Belém roadmap, which is 1.3 trillion. Okay. And what is this 1.3 trillion? This is 1.3 trillion total contribution that has to be made by the member countries to bring about better alleviation of climate change. All right. Okay. So it works on 5R action fronts: replenishing, rebalancing, rechanneling, revamping, reshaping. 5R yaad rakhna, $1.3 trillion by 2035 yaad. Okay. All right. Key focus areas is climate finance and equity, which builds on Baku to Belém roadmap initiated in 2019, seeks to mobilize $1.3 trillion annually by 2035 to alleviate the ill effects of climate change. This also called for tropical forest forever facilities. Naturally, this conference was held in Brazil, which has the Amazon forest, which are the world's largest tropical evergreen forest. So this was supposed to be undertaken by default, if you think of it. And India has also agreed to participate in the tropical forest forever facility, because even we have tropical forests. All right. Okay. All right. Then collective action and inclusion. Please remember, for this collective action and inclusion, Brazil has introduced this term mutirão. All right. So mutirão means collective effort to inspire global unity and climate change. Okay. So these are the 3 most important things that you have to keep in mind. Otherwise, it naturally proposes its entire agenda along 6 key areas. So energy, forest, ocean, biodiversity conservation, transformation of food system, urban infrastructure resilience, water security, human and social development. Okay. Now, why is your Baku COP29 very important? Is because of this very authority. All right. So in COP29, which was held last year, related to the Paris COP15 held in 2021, in this particular COP, they had talked for establishing NDCs for each countries and NDA. All right. Now, NDCs are nationally determined contributions. Nationally determined in the sense that each and every country has to determine their own contributions towards combating climate change. Okay. So India also outlined 3. One was to make a major carbon sequestration initiative of 2.5 to 3 billion tons. Then we also had to outsource, not outsource, but to do away with our dependence on fossil fuels for energy generation by generating 50% of our total energy capacity from renewable sources by 2030. And one was to reduce our total emissions as per our GDP to below 1.5. Okay. Now, the second NDC, that is generating energy sources, generating energy from renewable sources of energy, approximately 50% by 2030. This particular NDC we have met in 2025 itself. Okay. So one is NDC that every country has to outline. India also outlined its own, and other countries have also outlined their own. NDCs have to be updated regularly. In COP30, the countries had to submit their updated NDCs. India till now has not submitted its updated NDC. In December, India will submit it. Okay. All right. And then this very COP also talks about establishment of NDA, which is National Designated Authority, which was to monitor these NDCs. All right. So it was mentioned there, it was not made legally binding. In COP29, establishment of NDA has been made binding under Article 6. Okay, under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, it has been made binding, and India has established its National Designated Authority in August itself. Okay, So under which ministry? You need to remember, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change announced the national designated authority, the Minister for Environment, Climate and Forest, Environment, Forest and Climate Change is Bhupender Yadav. Bhupender Yadav is important otherwise also because of IBCA, which we'll do consecutively. Okay, so NDA has been established under that. Now the minister is not the head of this authority. It is the secretary to the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Secretary is a civil servant and the secretary being the head is an ex officio post. Okay, all right. About this authority, it has been established under the Paris Agreement, COP 21 of 2015 under Article 6. Article 6 was made legally binding under Baku COP 29 in Azerbaijan. All right. Okay, it is mandatory and this NDA will be a 21-member committee headed by the Secretary of the Environment Ministry, and it will also include officials from Ministries of External Affairs, Steel, Renewable Energy and Niti Aayog. Please remember these other ministries. Okay. Okay. Then coming to the fourth topic, which is elections. All right. Now, elections are important this year for a lot of reasons. First being, and the most controversial one obviously, is the SIR, which began in Bihar and now is consecutively being undertaken in different states in the country. So for that one reason. And the second reason being the Vice President. The Vice President of India resigned midterm, and then we've also had the new Vice President as CP Radhakrishnan being re-elected. Second reason for elections being important. The third reason being that this year we got the new Chief Election Commissioner for India, also for the Election Commission of India, which is Gyanesh Kumar. So we got a new appointee, which is important. And the fourth reason being the National Voters' Day. And then obviously we have the elections which have been recently concluded in Bihar. So for all of these reasons, elections and the authority which undertakes elections in the country are important. Okay. Okay. Then coming to the static bit of it initially is the Election Commission of India. Now the Election Commission of India is an autonomous constitutional body. Autonomous being that it is an independent body. Independent being that it is supposed to be not under the influence of the executive and the legislature. Why? Because it is this body which has been given this entire duty to undertake elections to the Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and basically uphold the entire democratic structure of the country, which seeks to ensure free and fair elections. If the body is not made independent, there can be instances that the body has been under the influence of the executive, the members of the executive or the legislature. All right. On paper, at least, it is supposed to be a free and fair body. And constitutional, because it has been provided for in the constitution itself. So Article 324 of the Constitution calls for or provides for that the conduct, superintendence and management of elections will be undertaken by the Election Commission of India. All right, by an Election Commission for India. So by default, Article 324 provides for creation of an Election Commission of India. Okay. Then this particular Election Commission was established on 25th of January 1950. And because of its entire establishment on 25th of January, every year on 25th of January, we celebrate the National Voters' Day. Okay. We celebrate it as National Voters' Day, and this celebration of National Voters' Day has been undertaken in India since 2011. So remember, since 2011, 25th of January, every year we celebrate as National Voters' Day. All right. The theme for this year is nothing like voting, I vote for sure. Nothing like voting, I vote for sure. Okay. Then the Secretariat of the Commission, or basically the head office, is located in New Delhi. The Election Commission of India undertakes elections to 6 bodies, to a total of 6 bodies Please remember Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, the Legislative Assembly, the Legislative Council, President and Vice President. Okay. Then constitutional provisions. It has been mentioned in part 15 of the Constitution from Article 324 to Article 329. Now, since its establishment in 1950 from 1950 till 1989, the Election Commission of India was a single member body. A single member body meaning that we only had one chief election commissioner and no two other election commissioners in the country. All right, it was this particular member which was considered as the only sole authority of the Election Commission of India. All right, then in 1988 we had the 61st Constitution Amendment Act. This particular amendment is important because this is the only amendment which is associated with related to elections and basically voting. Okay, so Article the 61st Constitution Amendment Act of 1988 is significant because it reduced the voting age in India from 21 to 18 years. Previously, everybody who was 21 years of age could vote. Now, everybody who's 18 is eligible to vote. Now, because this particular change, the number of voters in the country naturally increased, which increased the workload of the Election Commission of India. So temporarily, to manage this extra workload, the Election Commission of India was made a multi-member body. Okay, a multi-member body meaning a 3-member body as we have today. And this multi-member body structure of Election Commission of India was only for 1 year, from 1989 to 1990, temporarily. Then after 1990, the multi-member structure was abolished and it was permanently made a 3-member body in 1993, and since 1993 till today it is a multi-member body. Okay. Now, the president who undertakes the appointment, the President of India makes the appointment of the Chief Election Commissioner and the Election Commissioners of India, and a change in this appointment method has been made. Now, initially, till now, the President made this particular appointment, and previously also the President only made this appointment, but previously this appointment was made only on the recommendation of the Prime Minister and his cabinet. Now, because of the innumerable discrepancies that are being seen in the entire electoral process of late, there were a lot of questions and oppositions from the opposition parties, where they said that this appointment of the Chief Election Commissioner is not free and fair. The Chief Election Commissioner is mostly influenced by the members of the majority party, and that is why elections are not being undertaken in a free and fair manner. So, through this particular act, a committee was established, and it is this committee now which undertakes the recommendation to, or gives this recommendation to the President, on the basis of which appointments are now made. Okay, so we have in this committee now we have the Prime Minister, a cabinet minister, one cabinet minister, which could be any cabinet minister, and the leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha. All right. Previously, cabinet minister was not in a part of this committee. It was the Chief Justice of India who was a part of this particular committee. All right. And then it was later changed to a cabinet minister. Okay. So it is this committee now which undertakes appointment, and this committee undertook the appointment of Gyanesh Kumar as the present Chief Election Commissioner of India. Now, the CEC, they have a fixed tenure of 5 years, of 6 years, or up to the age of 65 years, whichever is earlier, and they can be removed in the same manner as that of Judge of a Supreme Court. All right. Then we have the Special Intensive Revision of Electoral Rolls. What you have to keep in mind for this, the full form, it is Special Intensive Revision. All right. The Special Intensive Revision undertaken in Bihar, it has been completed in Bihar. Now it is being undertaken in other states also. What it seeks to do is, it seeks to root out any discrepancies in the electoral rolls in the country. Initially, there were a lot of petitions that were filed by the opposition parties. One of them was that the Election Commission of India is not the actual authority who can undertake special intensive revisions of electoral rolls. The Supreme Court did away with this petition and said that it is only the Election Commission of India which can undertake special intensive revision in the country. And it also cited two bases for this. One was a constitutional base, that is Article 324. Article 324 is the sole article which is responsible, which makes the Election Commission of India responsible to undertake the SIR in any state, and also we have a legal basis to which makes the Election Commission of India the sole authority to undertake SIR, and that is Representation of Peoples Act 1950. Okay, then we have one case also here, which is the Mohinder Singh Gill versus the Chief Election Commissioner case 1977, which also upheld that it is the entire process to undertake the SIR in any particular region is only the sole authority of the Election Commission of India under Article 324. We've had electoral revisions previously in all of these years. In Bihar, the last one was in 2003, and at the national level, the last one was in 2004. Okay. Now, after Bihar happened in 2025, now it is being undertaken nationally also in other states as well. Okay. Okay. Now, related to elections, there are two other topics which are important this year. One is census and one is delimitation. All right. Now, why is census important? Because the census announcement was made this very year. All right. The last census was supposed to take place in 2021, which got delayed because of which reason? Why did the census 2021 get delayed? You all can give in your answers in the comment box. COVID, yes. Because of COVID, it get delayed. Yes. And now the government has released the data, released the new date, and they've said that 1/3 of the total census will be received in 2026, and full-fledged complete census data will get in 2027. And after the census data is available to us, the government is going to undertake delimitation exercise, and after delimitation is going to be undertaken for the next Lok Sabha elections. So what you have to keep in mind that the census data will receive completely in 2027, post which the delimitation exercise will undertake, and for what? For the Lok Sabha elections in 2029. So we'll have the delimitation exercise in 2028, Lok Sabha elections next in 2029. Now, why is this delimitation and Lok Sabha elections significant? Is for another reason, and that is the implementation of the 106th Constitution Amendment Act. All right, the 106th Constitution Amendment Act, which was passed in 2003. What is the 106th Constitution Amendment Act, if anybody? In the comment box, please. What is the 106th Constitution Amendment Act? What is the 106th Constitution Amendment Act? Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. Good. Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, which seeks to provide reservation to women in Lok Sabha and Legislative Assembly elections. So this particular 106th Constitution Amendment Act, although was brought in 2023, but it was not implemented in the 24 elections because they said that this will be effective after we undertake the next delimitation, and this next delimitation will be undertaken after we receive the census data. So all of this becomes relevant with respect to elections in India. Okay, so just a little information on census and delimitation. The first non-synchronous census in India was held under the under Lord Mayo in 1872. The first synchronous census was undertaken by Lord Ripon in 1881, and the then Census Commissioner W.C. Plowden, Who undertakes the census in India? It is Office of the Registrar General and Census Commissioner, which is under the Home Affairs Ministry. What is the constitutional basis for undertaking census? It is Article 246, subject 69 in the 7th schedule, which simply says that the duty to undertake national census is of the central government. Okay, and then we also have a legislative basis for it, which is the Census Act of 1948. The last full caste census in the country was undertaken in 1931. After that, we did make an attempt in 2011 to undertake a caste census, but the data was very, very desperate, due to which we did not publish it. The government did not publish it. Now, the 2021 census data will be given to us in 2020. The speciality of this census is that it is going to be a digital census, digital in the sense that e-forms of census will also be provided to people, and it will also be inclusive of the caste census this year. Okay. Why is the caste, what is the constitutional basis for undertaking caste census? Is Article 340. Article 340 does not explicitly provide for undertaking caste census in the country. Article 340 basically provides for that the government should undertake initiatives to bring about the upliftment of the socially and economically backward classes, castes in the country, which the government naturally will be more effective in doing after undertaking the caste census, so that the government knows which castes are more socially and economically more deprived, and they could be better welfare could be undertaken for these castes through various welfare schemes, reservations, etc. Okay. Then the 106th Constitution Amendment Act, known as the Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam, which seeks to provide 1/3 reservation of seats in Lok Sabha, the legislative assemblies of all states, and the legislative assembly of one union territory, that is Delhi only. How many union territories in the country have legislative assemblies? How many union territories in the country have how many union territories in the country have legislative assemblies? 3. Name them. Please name the 3. Who are the 3? Delhi, Jammu and Kashmir, and Chandigarh. Very good. Good. All right. So, out of these 3 legislative assemblies with union territories with legislative assemblies, this particular act is only introduced in the Legislative Assembly of Delhi and no other. Also, you see that it is providing for 1/3 reservations to the Lok Sabha, the legislative assemblies of the states and Delhi, but not to panchayats and municipalities. Why? Why is this reservation not being provided to the legislative assembly, to municipalities and panchayats in India? Why is this reservation not extended to municipalities and panchayats? Quickly in the comment box. Because they already have a reservation. Yes, women in municipalities and panchayats, as per the 73rd and the 74th Constitution Amendment Acts, already have reservations. Okay. All right. Then, because it is a constitution amendment, so naturally something would be amended in the constitution. This amendment can be changing articles, addition of articles, or deletion of articles. All right. So we have 3 amended articles which have been added. One is Article 330A. Article 330A calls for 1/3 reservation of seats to the Lok Sabha. 332A provides for 1/3 reservation of seats in legislative assemblies, and 239AA provides for 1/3 reservation of seats for women in the Legislative Assembly of Delhi. Okay. Then we have a new article which has been included, which is Article 334A, and this article provides for a sunset clause. Sunset clause meaning that this entire reservation is not being brought in indefinitely. It is being brought in for a total of 15 years. If after 15 years, there are chances that the women in the councils, in the assemblies, etc., they get elected automatically in larger numbers, then the reservation will be done away with. It will be removed after 15 years. Okay. And after this, naturally, delimitation will be held in 2028 and Lok Sabha elections in 2029. Now, looking into delimitation, who conducts the delimitation? A delimitation commission is established for this under an act of the parliament, meaning that the delimitation commission is a statutory body. It is not a constitutional body. It is a high-powered body whose orders cannot be challenged in any court. Please remember that the outlining of territorial constituencies done by the delimitation commission cannot be challenged in any court. Cannot be challenged in any court, meaning that the decision is permanent. It is sacrosanct. Okay. Then the election commission assists in the process. Now, the delimitation commission structure, if we look into it, it is inclusive of a retired Supreme Court judge who is the chairperson. Now, who is currently the head of the delimitation commission? This must be on your fingertips now. Quickly tell me. Who is the current chair? Yes, very good. It is Ranjana Prakash Desai. All right. Ranjana Prakash Desai currently is the head of the Delimitation Commission. She is a retired justice. And not only is she heading the Delimitation Commission, but she also had previously the UCC Draft Committee of Uttarakhand. Then she's presently heading the UCC Draft Committee of Gujarat. She's also heading the Press Council of India. And she's also heading the 8th Pay Commission. Okay. All right. And along with this, the other members of Delimitation Commission are the Chief Election Commissioner of India or an election commissioner nominated by him, and also the state election commissioners of all the respective states where the delimitation is going to be undertaken. Okay. Constitutional provisions for delimitation. Article 82 provides for that after every census, delimitation for parliamentary seats have to be undertaken. 170 is for the state legislative assemblies. 42nd Constitution Amendment Act of 1976 said that the number of Lok Sabha seats for each state at 1971 census levels will be fixed till the 2001 census data is received. Okay. Then the 84th Amendment Act 2001 said that whatever territorial adjustments, in the sense that ST reservation, ye sari cheezein if you have to change, that must be done on the basis of the 1991 census without changing the number of seats. So the number of seats being 550 as per Article 81 has been fixed or has remained the same from 1976 itself. The 1973 Delimitation Commission undertook the delimitation of constituencies till 550, which has been the same till now. Then here also it did not change because it only said that territorial adjustments can be made, the shifting of seats can be undertaken without changing the number. And the 87th Constitution Amendment Act said that delimitation will be undertaken under 2001 census, which also kept the seats total number the same. And they said, the 87th amendment also said that we will undertake the next delimitation in 2026 after the 2021 data is received. But the 2021 data got postponed because of COVID. The new data will receive in 2028 and 2027. The delimitation will now take place in 2028. Okay. How many delimitations so far? 52, 63, 73 and 2002. The first exercise was done by the president with the help of the election commissioner, and the last full delimitation that changed statewide seat composition was in 1976 based on the 71 census. Okay. Then coming to the next important topic, which is Waqf. All right. Okay. Quickly we'll look into the provisions. Before doing the provisions, you need to remember that this entire amendment is based on the recommendation of a particular report, which is known as the Sachar Committee report. All right. This Sachar Committee was established in 2005, submitted its report in 2006. Okay. And as per this report, they said that the socio-economic status of the Muslims in the country is much worse than the socio-economic status of SC and ST in the country, and it suggested significant reforms. All right. Now, why did this form the basis? Is because when we look at the Waqf properties, so Waqf properties are actually charitable donations that are made by Muslims, and it is supposed to be made to bring about socio-economic welfare of all the communities in the country. The donations are made by Muslims, but the nature of the social economic welfare is secular. Okay, that it is supposed to be working for the upliftment of each and every community. And when we look at the percentage share of Waqf properties in the country, so the Waqf properties are the third largest property share, have the third largest property share in the country. The largest is with the army, second largest with not the army, the defense sector. The first largest property share is with the defense sector, second largest property share is with the railways, and the third largest is with the Waqf properties. Now, in spite of having the third largest land allocation in the country, yet it was not undertaking or couldn't bring about any social economic upliftment of the people in the country. Okay, so quickly looking into due to which this particular amendment was brought in, which is known as the UMEED Act. So Waqf Amendment Bill, now renamed as, you need to remember the full form, Unified Waqf Management, Empowerment, Efficiency and Development Act or Bill. Okay, then what is a Waqf? I've already discussed it with you all. Quickly moving ahead, key provisions, separation of trusts from Waqf, meaning that if any Muslim person has created a trust and registered it under the Trust Act, it will not automatically become a Waqf property. It also removed the provision of Waqf by user, that if any particular property has been donated by a Muslim person, has been in use for a Muslim purpose for many years without being registered as a Waqf property, it will by default become a Waqf property. This provision has been removed. Okay, so separation of trusts and Waqf by user was removed as per this act. Then the council, the Central Waqf Council, established under the Waqf Act of 1954, is to now include a union minister, 3 MPs, 3 representatives of Muslim organizations, 3 Muslim law experts, 2 ex-judges for people of national repute, and senior government officials. All right, meaning that inclusion of non-Hindus, non-Muslims has also been made. Then women upliftment, they've said that in case you wish to donate your properties as Waqf properties, you have to first ensure the inheritance of the females are met, then you can donate the property as Waqf. All right, then property donations are to be made by only practicing Muslims of 5 years. Excuse me, previously the Waqf property verification was undertaken by the State Waqf Board, which has now been changed to the district collector, and no property, in case the district collector says that it is a disputed property, it will not be allowed to be donated, and a notice has to be given, which is known as Waqfnama, before you donate or register a property as Waqf. In case there is a dispute, so the case will be taken up by the Waqf tribunal, which consists of 3 members, and if you are dissatisfied with the verdict that has been given by the Waqf tribunal, then you can appeal to the High Court within 90 days. It also calls for diverse representation of now 4 Muslim communities will be represented: Bora, Aga Khani, Shia and Sunni. Previously, only the Sunni Muslims dominated all the state Waqf boards, barring 2, Bihar and UP. The state Waqf boards of Bihar and UP were inclusive of Shia Muslims, but otherwise only the Sunni Muslims dominated. 2 non-Muslim members would be included, 2 women, and regular auditing and digitization would take place. Then we have the UMEED portal that the government launched in June. The purpose of the UMEED portal is to register all Waqf properties within 6 months of the date of launch of the UMEED portal. Okay, all right. Then very quickly moving ahead to a lot of cases were filed with the Supreme Court with respect to the this particular Amendment Act, and there have been total of 4 provisions which have been put a stay on by the Supreme Court. The first one is Waqf by user, which was abolished by this particular act. The Supreme Court has put this particular provision on stay, on hold. Inclusion of non-Muslims in the council and board, which was very contentious amongst the Muslim community. This has also been put on hold by the Supreme Court. Then the act said that only Muslims who've been practicing Islam for 5 years or more can make these donations. But now again, this has also been put a stay on, and also the right given to the district collectors to undertake property verifications has also been put on hold. So these are the 4 provisions which have been put on hold as per the Supreme Court of the new Amendment Act. Okay. Also, one more thing, that the bill was passed by the Parliament, and during the passage of a bill, a joint parliamentary committee is established for all bills. So for this also, a joint parliamentary committee was established, and the head of this joint parliamentary committee was Jagdambika Pal. Okay, keep in mind. Then coming to the next important topic, which is emergency. Why is emergency important? Now there are 3 types of emergencies in the country. One is national emergency, state emergency, and financial emergency. Out of these 3, 2 emergencies are specifically important for your exam this year. We have the national emergency of 1975. Why important? Because this year it has completed 50 years. And then we have state emergency. Why? Because state emergency was implemented in Manipur in February, and it has been given an extension of 6 more months in September. All right. So that is why these 2 emergencies are important. Now, quickly looking into it, 50 years of national emergency of 1975-77. This particular emergency is specifically contentious because it did a lot to the Indian people. One being, took away all the democratic rights. The opposition leaders were arrested. Sorry, not democratic rights were also taken away. Opposition leaders were arrested. Fundamental rights were taken away. Plus, it was implemented on the criteria of internal disturbance. Okay, and this was the 3rd national emergency, mind you. The first one, 1962. The second one, 1971. 62 during India-China War, 71 during India-Pakistan War. Both those emergencies were undertaken on grounds of war or external aggression. This particular emergency was undertaken on internal disturbance, which was actually an incorrect base to implement this emergency. So this particular emergency brought in the 44th Constitution Amendment Act of 1978, which brought in major changes into the emergency provisions of the country. Okay, so due to which this particular emergency is important. So 25th of June every year is observed as Samvidhan Hatya Divas to commemorate the 1975 emergency. This emergency was declared under Article 352 on 25th of June, citing internal disturbance, suspending civil liberties and governmental structures across India. Period, it lasted from 25th of June 1975 to 21st of March 1977 for an entire 21 months. Okay, so please remember the dates. Quickly looking into the events leading to it, growing unrest from students. There were students who were protesting against rising food prices, inflation, and specifically in 2 states, Bihar and Gujarat, where the Congress government was removed. The government fell and new elections were awaited, due to which the central government said that this is major internal disturbance that is being caused in the country, and they called for an implementation of a national emergency. Okay, then major protests were led by Jayaprakash Narayan, and he had this entire revolution that he had brought in, known as Total Revolution, in Hindi known as Sampurna Kranti. All right, then Allahabad High Court in 1975 also convicted the Prime Minister of electoral malpractices, calling for her resignation, which intensified, due to which emergency was proclaimed. Okay, also quickly looking into the events, Article 358 and 359 were invoked. These two articles till today are present and they call for suspension of fundamental rights. Article 358, all fundamental rights under Article 19 is suspended, and under Article 359, all other fundamental rights are suspended. Okay. Now till 1978, this was put, ये होता था country में. It was through the 44th Constitution Amendment Act of 1978. They said that under Article 359, all fundamental rights will be suspended, barring fundamental rights under Article 20 and 21. These two fundamental rights are absolutely permanent. Then a lot of political prisoners were undertaken. Basically, all the opposition leaders were arrested and imprisoned for the entire duration of emergency, that is for 21 months. We had severe media censorship, a forced sterilization campaign was undertaken, and also we had the 46th Constitution Amendment Act 1976, which was brought in during the emergency period, and one of the most contentious things undertaken under it was extension of the Lok Sabha terms from 5 to 6 years. Why? Because elections were due in 75 and the Congress government felt that they are going to lose the elections, which naturally they did not wish to, due to which the entire tenure only of the Lok Sabha was extended by 1 year. Okay. And obviously too much power was given to the executive. Then post-emergency development, emergency ended in March 1977. The Shah Commission was established in 1977, and it was this Shah Commission which called for investigations into all the malpractices that were undertaken during national emergency and sought to bring about an amendment into the emergency provisions. Okay. Then on the recommendations of the Shah Commission, we had the 44th Constitution Amendment Act brought in. What did this do? It replaced internal disturbance with armed rebellion. It also said things like that the grounds on which national emergency is implemented can be undertaken under judicial review by the Supreme Court. It said that the president will proclaim emergency only after written recommendation of the cabinet and the prime minister and not by word of mouth. Then it brought back the 6-year Lok Sabha term to 5-year, and also it said that under Article 359, Articles 20 and 21 will remain permanent. All other fundamental rights can be suspended, but not Article 350, not Article 20 and 21. Okay. And then post this, we also had the Minerva Mills case of 1980, and this Minerva Mills case brought in further strengthened the provision that the grounds on which national emergency is proclaimed is not beyond judicial review. Okay. Then quickly coming to the state emergency. So state emergency was proclaimed in Manipur in February. It was extended in September for another 6 months. And why was this emergency basically proclaimed? Because there was major violent clashes that broke out in Manipur between two tribal communities, the Meiteis and the Kukis. Okay. Due to which there was failure of constitutional machinery in the state of Manipur. Okay, now this failure of constitutional machinery forms one of the grounds for proclamation of state emergency. Okay, this has been provided for under Article 356 of the Constitution. This particular article is also read along with Article 365, which also forms one of the grounds for implementing state emergency. Article 365 simply says that in case any particular state government does not follow the directions given by the central government, it can form a valid ground for implementing state emergency. Another thing to be kept in mind, that the term president's rule has not been mentioned in the Constitution. The term used in the Constitution is state emergency. President's rule is an informal way of calling. Okay. All right. Quickly looking into the provisions for state emergency. Emergency provisions in its totality has been mentioned in Part 18 of the Constitution. Now, the entire constitution is considered as a bag of borrowings. This particular provision has been borrowed from two sources. We generally tend to only remember the Weimar Republic provision that we borrowed, but the entire provision of implementing emergencies that have been mentioned in Article 352, 56, 360 has been borrowed from the Government of India Act 1935. Only the provision of suspending fundamental rights during national emergency has been borrowed from the Weimar Republic of Germany, Weimar Republic Constitution of Germany. Okay, so there are three types of emergencies: national, state, and financial. National emergency, we have had a total of three. The first one was in 1962, then in 1971, and then in 1975. 62 emergency during the Indochina War, 71 emergency during the Indo-Pak War, which is also known as liberation of Bangladesh, and this one during the 1975 internal crisis. The difference between these two and this one is that these two were implemented on grounds of external aggression and war, and this one was implemented on grounds of internal disturbance. Internal disturbance no longer a valid ground anymore after the 44th Amendment of 1978. This particular has been replaced with armed rebellion. Okay. And just one more thing, that in totality, when we look at the state emergency, so the highest number of state emergencies have been proclaimed in Manipur, with this ongoing one being included. 11 state emergencies in Manipur, second highest in UP. First state emergency was proclaimed in Punjab. State emergency for the longest duration proclaimed in Jammu and Kashmir. Two states in the country have not had state emergency ever, being Chhattisgarh and Telangana. Okay, and as for financial emergency, India has never had.
All right, so let's quickly have a look at the 50 years of the emergency topic. We've covered it in some detail already, but just remember the important observance which has been started is the Samvidhan Hatya Divas. What is the date for that? 25th of June 1975. National emergency imposed under which article? 352. On what ground? Internal disturbance. Okay, so that is important to remember. Who was the president who proclaimed it? It was Fakhruddin Ali Ahmad on advice of the then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. On which date was it removed? It was 21st of March 1977. Who was it who proclaimed its removal? It was B.D. Jatti, the acting president, again on advice of Prime Minister Indira Gandhi. Okay, so please don't forget these basic details relating to the internal emergency in 1975 to 1977, whose 50 years is being observed. Okay, so that is important to remember. Now, let's now go ahead and do a little bit of detail on how president's rule works. Okay, so remember the proclamation, once the emergency is proclaimed, okay, it must be approved by both houses of parliament within 2 months and can last 6 months each time. Okay, so once it is approved, it's a lease of life for the emergency for a period of 6 months, after which it has to be approved again by parliament. Okay, now see, it says it may be extended beyond a year only if a national emergency is in force and the election commission certifies that holding an election is extremely difficult. Okay, so please keep this in mind. Now, last thing which is mentioned here, president's rule cannot exceed 3 years in total and obviously can be revoked or varied at any point in time. Okay, so keep these basic facts in mind. So 2 types of emergencies are in the news this year. Number 1, president's rule, especially relating to Manipur. Number 2, 50 years of the national emergency on grounds of internal disturbance. Just keep in mind, internal disturbance is no longer a ground for imposing emergency. it was removed as a ground by the 44th Amendment. Instead, the words armed rebellion were added. Okay, let's now move forward. So, just one point which ma'am wants me to add. Here you see proclamation for president's rule has to be approved within 2 months by both houses of parliament. In case of national emergency, this period instead is 1 month. You would have seen this in one of our recent mocks as well. Okay, let's now move forward to the topic of AFSPA. Okay, now what does AFSPA stand for? It is the Armed Forces Special Powers Act. This is not just one law. There are multiple versions of this law which have been passed for various states and territories in the country. Now, this year there was news relating to extension of AFSPA in Manipur, Nagaland, as well as Arunachal. In all the cases, it may not be that it's been put on the entire state. For some of them, it is particular districts which fall under the protection of AFSPA. Okay. Now remember, what is the objective of AFSPA? The objective of AFSPA is to provide certain special powers and protections to the armed forces when they operate in certain regions, usually called disturbed areas. Okay. Now, let's move on. So let me move to the side so you can see the screen properly. So the news is that the central government has extended the status of disturbed area across Manipur, excluding areas under 13 police stations in 5 districts for a period of 6 months. Okay, so very small areas have been excluded. Other than that, most of the state has been put under AFSPA. It was already under AFSPA. The status has simply been extended. Second, some parts of Nagaland and Arunachal Pradesh were also brought under AFSPA. Okay. Now, I already told you the objective is to give certain special powers and protections to the armed forces of the Union in order to maintain public order in disturbed areas. So you can note this is 1958. There is another law with the same name but a different year, which specifically applied originally to specific areas. Okay, but this is the main act. So just keep this in mind. Now, just remember this. This is the pre-independence history of AFSPA. Originally, the original version of AFSPA with the same provisions was brought in response to the Quit India movement. Okay, so this is the original version of AFSPA from which we have borrowed the provisions. Perhaps we should have let this law die with independence, but alas, successive governments have decided that we supposedly require. Okay, so originally enacted in response to the Quit India movement, and then after independence, various governments in India, including the first government, brought in AFSPA in the form of ordinances and then acts. Okay, now you can see here the previous ordinances from 1947 were repealed and replaced by an act in 1948. Okay, the current law was effective in the Northeast and it was brought forward in 1958 at that time by the then Home Minister Gobind Ballabh Pant. Okay, so the original name was basically Armed Forces Assam and Manipur Special Powers Act of 1958. Okay, now let's move on to the next, handing it back over to ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next important topic this year is the 6th schedule. And with the 6th schedule, children, I also request you all to please be a little well versed with all the schedules of the Constitution. Okay, from schedule 1 to 11, which we've covered otherwise also. Okay, now why the 6th schedule was in news is because the entire protest that took place in Ladakh And why did this protest take place? Is because Ladakh wanted inclusion into the 6th schedule. Now there are two specific schedules, 5th schedule and the 6th schedule. Both of these schedules both of these schedules are concerned with better administration of scheduled areas. Schedule 5 says that the scheduled areas of all states other than Assam, Manipur, Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram and Tripura. Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram and Tripura. Other than these 4 states, all other scheduled areas will be administered as per the provisions of Schedule 5. And Schedule 6 specifically says that the calls for the administration of the scheduled areas of Assam, Meghalaya, Mizoram and Tripura. Now, because we have a separate mentioning of these 4 states in another schedule, that is the 6th schedule, so naturally there must be something very special about this particular schedule. All right, so we'll quickly look into the details. First, coming to the background for the demand for statehood and the 6th schedule. This entire protest and this entire demand has been led by the climate activist, the very famous one, Sonam Wangchuk. Please keep his name in mind. The demand for 6th schedule status is aimed for greater autonomy in the region. When there was abrogation of Article 370, which sought to give special status to Kashmir in 2019, it also called for bifurcation of the state of Jammu and Kashmir into 2 separate union territories, one being Jammu and Kashmir and the other being Ladakh. Back then in 2019, Sonam Wangchuk and the people of Ladakh had actually supported the abrogation of Article 370. And they had put forth 4 demands in front of the central government that eventually please meet these demands for the people of Ladakh, because under the special status, the entire culture, tradition, and also the overall welfare of the people of Ladakh was not being effectively met by the Jammu and Kashmir government. Okay, so they had put in 4 demands. The first one was a separate public service commission for the state of Ladakh, which the central government has already given. They called for 2 separate parliamentary seats for Ladakh in the parliament, which was also met by the government. Then the other 2 demands were demand for a statehood for Ladakh and also with statehood inclusion of Ladakh in the 6th schedule. And both of these demands have not been met. Now, these demands were put in 2019 and now we are in 2025. So, for the past 6 years, they have been vouching, calling for the meeting of these demands, but naturally it has not been done by the central government. This became the basic cause for this entire violent outbreak and protest in Ladakh. Okay. Now coming to what is the 5th schedule and the 6th schedule. The 5th schedule applies to schedule areas of all the states, and around 10-11 states are included in it, other than the states of Assam, Meghalaya, Tripura and Mizoram. All right. What does the 5th schedule do? It spans across 10 states and it enables that whatever districts, regions in these states which has high tribal population has significant number of scheduled tribal populations, they will be considered as scheduled areas, and these scheduled areas will be permitted to establish tribes advisory councils. These advisory councils are merely advisory in nature. They have to work under the direction of the governor, the chief minister, as well as the central government. They do not have greater autonomy to run their own tribal affairs. Okay, and the governors have power to regulate land allotment, marriage, money lending practices, etc. in these areas. All right. As against this, in the 6th schedule, which specifically extends to these 4 states, the states here can form autonomous district councils. These autonomous district councils have been given autonomy to manage their own land, inheritance laws, social customs, etc. They can hold legislative, executive and financial functions and can also collect taxes and manage local resources. Unlike the 5th schedule, where they are mostly dependent on the governor, the chief minister, the central government, the 6th schedule's autonomous district councils are actually free and autonomous to undertake their own policies, programs, etc. with respect to their tribal cultures, traditions, without interfering from the parliament. Okay. All right. Special provisions for northeastern states have been included in Part 21 of the Constitution from Articles 371A to 371H, and these provisions ensure the representation and development of tribal and hill areas of all of these states, and also other states which have higher tribal population densities like Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Maharashtra, etc. Okay, then coming to topic number 8 for today, which is Uniform Civil Code. We will quickly look into it because children, I want to finish this off till 5 and it is already 3:10. Okay, all right. So Uttarakhand government has officially implemented its UCC, and this makes Uttarakhand the first state post independence to have a UCC or a Uniform Civil Code. Before independence, we had Gujarat, which still has and has continued with its Portuguese Civil Code, which was there in Goa since before independence, and after independence we've had Uttarakhand. Uttarakhand established this UCC, the draft commission. The draft UCC commission was headed by Dr. Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai. The Gujarat draft committee is also headed by Justice Ranjana Prakash Desai, and this particular UCC excludes, it includes scheduled areas, tribes, natives who have migrated. It includes them, does not exclude them, but it includes them. And also one more thing, that the UCC is a provision of the Directive Principles of State Policy under Article 44 of the Constitution. Key features, now because it seeks to bring about a uniform civil code, that is, which does not discriminate or is not based on any of the religious practices undertaken, etc. So key features are banned practices, it prohibits halala, iddat, talaq, equal rights for women, ensures equal property and inheritance rights, and also provides for mandatory online registration of marriages as well as live-in relationships. Now quickly looking into the details, all marriages have to be mandatorily registered within 60 days. Polygamy has been prohibited, and a uniform minimum marriageable age has been set for girls without any discrepancies on the basis of religion, because in Islam, the marriageable age for girls is around 15-16. So now they've made it uniform, that is 18 years for each and every girl in the country. So वैसे ही यहाँ पर भी है. Live-in relationships have to be registered within 30 days. Inheritance and succession, equal inheritance rights for sons and daughters, including children born through surrogacy, adoption, assisted reproductive technology. Parent-child custody, silence on guardianship reforms, whatever is at the center, the same thing will be implemented here also. Legitimation of children, that all children born out of live-in relationships will also be considered as legal heirs. Okay, all right. Then coming to the next one, which is India and US relations. All right, a few things have happened. Quickly look into it. One is the Trump tariffs on India. What you have to remember, that Trump imposed a total of 50% tariffs on India in August. Okay, now why has Trump undertaken this? Trump has undertaken this because Trump has this entire vision of making America great again, or Make America Great Again, abbreviated as MAGA. Under Make America Great Again, he has undertaken several initiatives. One of them is to implement reciprocal tariffs. Reciprocal tariffs simply implies that the same tariff rate will be implemented on another country based on whatever that another country has implemented on USA. So if supposedly India has implemented 25% import duty on US goods, US is also going to implement 25% import duty on India. All right. So base rate under the new tax reform set by US is 10%. That is 10% has to be implemented to all countries. Then depending upon whatever the tax rate for that respective country is, US is going to reciprocate the same. So on India, reciprocal tariffs were imposed 25%. And then in August, USA has imposed an additional 25% tariff on India, totaling to 50%, citing the reason that India is importing Russian oil. Also, one more thing which I've forgotten to mention here, please keep in mind that this particular initiative of imposing reciprocal tariffs draws its inspiration from another US initiative known as the Smoot-Hawley Act. Okay, please keep in mind the Smoot-Hawley Act, which was brought in 19 1930, just after the Great Depression hit USA in 1929, and the purpose of this was to impose high import duties on foreign goods. Usse kya hoga that the goods will be charged too much while bringing into USA, so imports will be curbed in US, and the extra production that had taken place in the country in 1929 could be sold off and used effectively in the country. Okay, then coming to the another topic in respect of India US, which is the H-1B visa, which was again in news. Why was it in news? Because in September a fee hike was brought in, the visa fee. Initially the visa fee ranged between 2,000 to 5,000 US dollars, which has been hiked to 1 lakh US dollars. All right, the purpose of this hiking again is back to make America great again. And why? Because too much of labor from outside countries were brought into USA, which resulted in too much of money going out of USA to all those respective countries from where the labor or people were brought into India. So giving this major hike on visa fee, what will happen is that all the countries who are actually based in USA, all the companies who are based in USA who are bringing in sourcing labor from other countries, they will be this, they'll basically be, this hike in fees is going to prevent these countries from, these companies from bringing labor from outside. Okay, prevent kaise karega? When these companies have to pay much higher labor fee to bring them to USA, they might as well recruit people from US itself. All right, so hike up to $1 lakh was done in this. Now, what is the eligibility criteria? There are 3 basic criteria. The first one, a valid job offer from a US employer for a role that requires specialty knowledge that is not available in US itself. Then proof of a bachelor's degree or equivalent experience in that particular field for which the recruiter is calling somebody from outside. You must have that skill in you. And then the US employer must also show a certificate saying that such and such skill set is not available in India, in USA, due to which they wish to bring this particular skill set to US. Okay. Then the features of H-1B visa. One thing, that firstly it was introduced in 1990. Okay, it was introduced in 1990 under the then presidentship of Bill Clinton. And why is this particularly important for India? Because India is the largest recipient of H-1B visas. Approximately 71% of the total visa holders are Indians. Okay, so what are its basic features? First is that it has a total maximum annual cap of 85,000 visas, out of which 65,000 visas are for your jobs, etc., and 20,000 visas are for higher educational degrees that you go and take there. Okay. Then some exceptions are above, they go beyond the 85,000 cap in case you are going to do something exceptional in their research field there. All right. And this entire selection process is through a lottery system. It is not on a first come first serve basis. They randomly pick out 85,000 people for it. Okay. All right. Then the visa is valid for a total of 6 years. After 3 years, you get it renewed for another 3 years, and then for 6 years, and after 6 years, you have to apply for it fresh. There is no limit as to the number of H-1B visas that a person can hold in his entire lifetime. You can keep on getting it renewed. They can also seek green card or lawful permanent residencies for themselves after taking H-1B visa holders. And if this particular visa holder has switched jobs, like it is for 3 years, mid-year, 1 year, 1.5 years, you switch your job, then that other recruiter has to seek another H-1B visa. All right. Okay. Then again in news was the 10-year defense agreement that India has signed with USA. What is this defense agreement? It is simply a pact that India undertakes with USA. And this is, I think, the 3rd or 4th one that we've undertaken. 2005 to 15, we had the first one, then 15 to 25, the second one. This is the 3rd one for the next 10 years. And under this, whatever exchange in logistics, intelligence, and military exercises that we undertake with USA, it is under this particular partnership. Okay, so it was undertaken, known as Framework for India-US Major Defense Partnerships, on the sidelines of 12th ASEAN Defense Ministers Meet Plus in Kuala Lumpur highlights unified policy direction, technology and industrial cooperation between the two countries, information and intelligence sharing, joint military exercises that we undertake with US like Yuddha Abhyas, Malabar, Tiger Triumph, regional security commitments, basically establishing a free, open and rules-based Indo-Pacific. Other areas of India-US defense cooperation, institutional, the Apex Dialogue 2+2 ministerial dialogue, which we undertake with US. 2+2 here meaning that we have the defense minister and the foreign minister of both the countries participating. Foundational pacts, we have LEMOA, Logistics Exchange Memorandum of Agreement signed in 2016, COMCASA, Communications Compatibility and Security Agreement 2018, Industrial Security Agreement ISA, and BECA, Basic Exchange and Cooperation Agreement in 2020. All right, strategic and policy pillars. So status, US has designated India as a major defense partner since 2016. We have trade facilitations undertaken under our entire defense partnerships also with respect to supply, exchange of defense equipments and also defense and technology development. We have defense industrial cooperation roadmap between us. We have INDUS-X, which is Defense Acceleration Ecosystem, and new initiatives, Autonomous Systems Industry Alliance. Okay. Operational interoperability, bilateral exercise that we undertake with USA. We have Yuddha Abhyas, Vajra Prahar, and COP India, and multilateral exercises being Malabar. Malabar is a quad grouping exercise. Okay. All right. Then coming to the next topic for today is India and Pakistan. Now, a lot of things happened between India and Pakistan this year. One is the most major one being the Pahalgam terror attack, due to which a lot of things followed. The Pahalgam terror attack happened in April, post which we launched Operation Sindoor, after which India also unveiled its new security doctrine, and naturally there was significant suspensions and abrogations of certain things between India and Pakistan. All right, so we'll quickly look into it. The first one in news with Operation Pahalgam, with Operation Sindoor, post Pahalgam terror attack was the Indus Water Treaty. All right. Now, what are the things that you have to keep in mind about Indus Water Treaty? That it was brokered or signed on 19th of September 1960 between the then Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, and the President of Pakistan, Ayub Khan, General Ayub Khan. And as per this particular treaty, this brought in a sharing formula between the Indus and 5 of her tributaries. Also, one thing to be kept in mind that this treaty signed in 1960, because naturally India and Pakistan couldn't come to common terms with respect to this particular treaty. So it had to be brokered by an external agency, and the external agency involved here is the World Bank. The World Bank brokered this particular treaty. Now, this calls for sharing of waters of the Indus River. So here you all can see the Indus and its tributaries. We have the Indus River, Jhelum, Chenab, Ravi, Bias, and Satluj as 5 of her tributaries. Out of these 6 rivers, these rivers, Indus, Jhelum, and Chenab, are considered as the western rivers. These rivers are considered as the eastern rivers. For the western rivers, there's a sharing ratio between India and Pakistan, the sharing ratio being 80:20. For the eastern rivers, India has undisputed control, meaning that India can use as many waters of this, as much water of these 3 rivers as they want to. Only 80:20 for these western rivers. Okay, so this I've already told you all, brokered by, signed on 19 September 1960, Jawaharlal Nehru, Ayub Khan, brokered by World Bank, sharing of waters of India and of Indus and its tributaries, 80:20 for western rivers, and for the 3 Indian eastern rivers, India has undisputed control. One speciality of this particular treaty is that this treaty provides for a 3-level graded mechanism. Okay, graded mechanism meaning that you have to first go to level 1, then 2, and then 3. The first level is that the dispute goes to the permanent Indus commissioners. The permanent Indus commissioners that have been, that the permanent Indus commission has been established under the treaty. 1 representative from India is there, 1 representative from Pakistan is there. At the first level, the dispute has to be resolved between the permanent Indus commissioners. यहाँ नहीं हो पाता है, then it goes to a neutral expert along with the permanent interest commissioner. This neutral expert can be somebody who is appointed mutually by India and Pakistan. If not mutually, then somebody by World Bank. After this, it goes to the third, which is the permanent court of arbitration. This permanent court of arbitration was in news recently. वो हम आगे करेंगे, but before that, quickly coming to the Shimla Convention. अच्छा, one more thing, after Operation Sindoor and the Pahalgam terror attack, India put the Indus Water Treaty at abeyance. India suspended the treaty, meaning that we have not ended the treaty, we have just suspended the treaty. Not only did India suspend the treaty, India also undertook closing of the Atari-Wagah border, and India also reduced the number of commissioners in India's High Commission in Islamabad, Pakistan. Okay. In retaliation, Pakistan undertook the suspension of the Shimla Convention. Now, what is the Shimla Convention? It was signed between India and Pakistan after the Third Indo-Pak War, that is the liberation of Bangladesh War in 1971. The convention was signed in 1972 between Prime Minister Indira Gandhi of India and Pakistan President Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. Key highlights, the most important one, bilateral resolution of dispute between the two countries without internationalizing the issue. Line of control or LOC was recognized as the international boundary between the two countries, that is POK and Kashmir, the rest of Kashmir. That particular line was considered as the international boundary, and it also called for normalization of relations between India and Pakistan through bilateral talks. Okay, this was the Shimla Convention. Then what you have to keep in mind is the third level, which is the permanent court of arbitration, which was in news recently. Okay, now why was it in news? That we had two dams previously. One was the Ratle Dam and one was the Kishan Ganga Dam. Both of these dams that we were constructing on the western rivers on Jhelum and Chenab, due to which Pakistan said that Pakistan is falling short of waters. That is short of water in these two particular rivers, and India is breaching the 80:20 sharing ratio. 80% water going to Pakistan, 20% remaining with India. The case was directly taken to Permanent Court of Arbitration. The Permanent Court of Arbitration said that India must stop the construction of these two dams, which are illegal now. All right, India rejected that ruling, saying that it is a 3-level graded mechanism. So first the dispute is supposed to go here, then here, and only then here. So Pakistan has not followed the graded system. That is why India has rejected. Okay, I've already explained it to you all that India has rejected it because of these reasons. Looking at the Permanent Court of Arbitration, it was established in 1999, and it is the first international court that has been established, and it settles disputes between contending parties. Operation Sindoor was undertaken by India in retaliation to the Pahalgam terror attack. Now, Operation Sindoor was undertaken to destroy terrorist bases in Pakistan occupied Kashmir and Pakistan across the border without crossing the LOC in person. Drone attacks and aerial attacks were undertaken, and after this, Pakistan also called for or undertook a retaliatory operation known as Bunyan al-Marsus. Okay, Bunyan al-Marsus was undertaken by Pakistan as a retaliatory operation to Operation Sindoor. Operation Sindoor was India's operation to root out terror bases, and other than that, we also launched two operations, Operation Mahadev and Operation Shiv Shakti, which was to catch hold of terrorists and not terror bases. Okay, and also the Prime Minister unveiled India's new security doctrine, which called for decisive retaliation, no tolerance for nuclear blackmail, and no distinction between terror sponsors and terrorists. Then in news with respect to India and Pakistan was also the Sir Creek issue. Our Vice President Pakistan had undertaken significant developments in this Sir Creek region, which was extending up to India's territorial waters in this particular region. India said that these advances are not are doing away with India's territorial rights, and this brought in the entire dispute to forfeiture, to the forefront. Now, what is the Sir Creek region? It is a 96-kilometer tidal estuary meandering through the run of Kutch, Gujarat. It marks India's Kutch district boundary with Pakistan, and it was originally called Banganga, renamed as Sir Creek after British survey during the colonial period. Okay, so the dispute goes back to the 1914 Bombay Resolution, which said that this particular region should be demarcated between India and Pakistan following the Thalweg Principle. Under the Thalweg Principle, any navigable body, the midline of that navigable body is considered as the international boundary between these two regions. Okay, so India says that you give recognition to the Thalweg Principle. Pakistan does not give recognition to Thalweg Principle, saying that this body is not a navigable body and this entire region belongs to Pakistan. Okay, so here you all can see the Thalweg Principle, which says that in a navigable water body, its deepest channel or the middle channel should be considered as. And also this Thalweg Principle, a Sir Creek dispute, gives recognition to Shimla Convention or Shimla Agreement also, because Shimla Agreement called for bilateral resolution of disputes. Okay. All right. Now, before we move ahead to the next topic, sir would like to add certain pointers to the India-Pakistan dispute.
Okay. Now, just a couple of things that I wanted to add here is that with respect to India and Pakistan, ma'am has covered in depth, so I'm just covering a few pointers that you should know about this particular topic. Number one, as far as the Indus Water Treaty goes, you should know that then the World Bank president was Eugene Black. Okay, just remember with Black or whatever, Eugene Black was a World Bank president. So three people were there: Eugene Black, Jawaharlal Nehru, and General Ayub Khan. Right? Remember this. So 19th of September 1960 was when this was signed. First. Second is that you should know that India. Now this is a very, the question could be asked that with how many states and UPs does India have border with Pakistan? It's a very simple question, but I've seen a lot of mistakes, right? So let's just have a basic idea. You have Rajasthan, you have Gujarat, you have Punjab, right? And you have Jammu and Kashmir, right? So these are the states with which you have the border with Pakistan. Now, the longest border is with Rajasthan. The longest border is with Rajasthan. And it's more than 1,000 kilometers is the border with Rajasthan. I think it's 1065 kilometers something, right? Similarly, if you look at J&K, essentially, we are talking about LOC here, line of control. And LOC became official during the Shimla Agreement, right? And this Shimla Agreement was between Zulfikar Ali Bhutto and Mrs. Indira Gandhi. Okay, and this was on the 2nd of July 1972 was when the Shimla Agreement was signed, and officially LOC was the kind of a official line between India and Pakistan, and this goes through Kashmir. This goes through Kashmir, and through Kashmir we have essentially two areas. One is Azad Kashmir and the other one is Gilgit-Balochistan area. Okay, and approximately the length of the LOC is 740 kilometers. Okay, so these are just a few basic points that you should be aware of. Okay, third thing is when we are looking at the rivers that are flowing into Pakistan, we should also know the source of these rivers. Okay, so we spoke about Indus. Right? Now, in the comment box, I would like to know what is the length of river Indus. What is the length of river Indus? Okay, so nobody has answered here. Absolutely, 3180 kilometers, right? So about 3200 kilometers to length of Indus River. And from where is the Indus River originating? From where is the Indus River originating? So we know about the foothills of Lake Mansarovar, but essentially it is the Bokachu Glacier, right? The Bokachu Glacier is where it originates from, and this is in Tibet. Okay. The next thing that we need to know is that Indus River first enters into which UT? It enters into Ladakh, and then it gets into Azad Kashmir. It gets into the Gilgit-Balochistan area, right? Which we consider that as our part. Okay, and then from the Nanga Parbat, it takes a U-turn, and then it flows to the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, and then into the Punjab area. Okay, and finally, Indus River is draining at a place which is very close to Karachi. Okay, so 3180 kilometers, Indus River, Bokachu Glacier, Lake Mansarovar, originating in Tibet, which is China ka part, enters into India through Ladakh, then enters into the Pakistan-occupied Kashmir area. Okay, so remember this. So the next thing that you need to remember is that we have mentioned about the Chenab River. So in fact, of all the western rivers that we are talking about, the eastern rivers, we should know this, that Chenab is actually the mother of all the rivers, because all the rivers are essentially joining Chenab. And from where is Chenab River originating? So we're looking at Jhelum and we are looking at Chenab. So ma'am has already shown you the map here. We have shown you the map here. Yeah. So if you look at this, Jhelum and Chenab. So Jhelum is starting from Jammu and Kashmir, and the place from where it originates, it's called Verinag. Okay, it's called Verinag. And Jhelum, eventually, if you see, Jhelum joins Chenab, right? Chenab is starting from a place called Baralacha Pass. Okay, and Ravi River and Byas River का जो source है वो रोहतांग पास है. Some of you must have been to this place. It is in Himachal Pradesh. Okay, Baralacha Pass is in Himachal Pradesh, and when we are looking at Verinag, this is in Jammu and Kashmir. Okay, and then we look at Satluj. Satluj starts from Rakas Lake. Satluj starts from Rakas Lake, which is again in Tibet, which is China ka part, and it enters into India through Himachal. And on Satluj only, we have the largest dam of India, which is the Bhakra and Nangal Dam. Remember this. Okay, and that's where you have this Gobind Sagar Dam, right? Okay, so which is in India's biggest reservoir. Okay, so ये तुम्हारा ब्यास रिवर हो गया, और ब्यास में ही अभी जो गंगा डॉल्फिन सर्वे हुआ था, उसमें गंगा ब्रह्मपुत्र डॉल्फिन सर्वे on river Byas, they found three river dolphins, right? And the scientific name of these river dolphins, which are found on the Indus site, is known as Planetista gangetica minor, right? जो गंगा और ब्रह्मपुत्र में पाए जाते हैं, उनको कहते हैं Planetista gangetica major, right? So they found 3. Overall, how many were found? Overall, they found 6, 3, 2, 7. Out of which 3 were in river Byas, and baki 6, 3, 2, 4 were found in Ganga and Brahmaputra. So remember that. Okay? So I have given you the basic bifurcation here. Byas joins Satluj. So Byas is the only river which stays inside India. It doesn't flow into Pakistan. Okay? If you look at Ravi River, it forms a small border with Pakistan. So till last year, around 10% of the water would go into Pakistan, but we have put a barrage here called Shakund Kandi barrage, right, which has now stopped the water going into Pakistan. All right, and therefore now this water flows into Pakistan and then eventually joins Chenab. But now, because of the barrage, we have restricted the flow of this. Okay, so that's Ravi River. Okay, or या रावी को भी देखो, वो चेनाब रिवर को ज्वाइन कर, ठीक है। अच्छा, नाउ द प्लेस वेयर इंडस इज ज्वाइंड बाय ऑल दीज रिवर्स इज नोन एज मिठानपुर, okay, is known as Mithanpur. And where the place where all these 5 tributaries of Indus are joining, right? It is known as Panchna. Okay, it's known as Panchna. And then it travels for 20 more kilometers, and then it is Mithanpur. So this is the basics that you should generally know. Okay, or Indus Water Commission ho gaya, Eugene Black ho gaya. Then we have done Operation Sindoor, we have done Sudarshan Chakra. So defense का हो जाएगा, ठीक है, चलो. और that, yeah, I think we've covered this topic now.
Okay, now moving to the next important one, which is GST. All right, now why GST is important? GST is important because this year we've naturally gotten the GST reforms or GST 2.2. Okay, so फटाफट देख लेते हैं. GST is completed 8 years. It was launched on 1st of July 2017. It was brought in through the 101st Constitution Amendment Act of 2016, which was introduced as the 102nd Constitution Amendment Bill in 2014. GST is a value-added tax levied on the supply of goods and services, meaning that it is a destination-based tax. एकदम end में लगता है, बीच में intermediary levels के सारे taxes को हटा दिया गया है, and it has replaced various other taxes, right? The following: evolution. 2003, we had the KELCA task force that was established on indirect tax. It was this KELCA task force which gave us the recommendation to undertake one nation, one tax. This KELCA task force 2003 was established during the prime ministerialship of Atal Bihari Vajpayee, due to which Atal Bihari Vajpayee is considered as the father of GST in India. After that, it was mentioned in the budget speech for financial year 2006 and 2007, where they said that a national level goods and services tax will be established by 1st of April 2010. Did not happen. Then one nation, one tax system was introduced to the 122nd Constitution Amendment Bill of 2014, which was brought in as the 101st Constitution Amendment Act of 2016. Finally, it was implemented on 1st of July 2017. Now, because it brought in the 101st Constitution Amendment Act, there were certain articles which were included in the Constitution. Article 246A, which said that both the Parliament and the state can make laws with respect to GST, but the Parliament will retain greater powers with respect to making laws for goods and services taxes. 269A simply said that of all the tax that is collected with the central government is going to devolve certain amount of that particular tax to the state also, to the states as well, because every year in the budget, money is devolved to the state governments as well. Then Article 279A basically talks about establishment of GST Council. Okay. Main features: it is a supply based taxation, end में लगता है. Same destination based taxation, it is applicable only at the end of it. Then it had multiple tax slabs जो previously introduced हुए थे, 5 different: 0, 5, 12, 8 and 18 and 28. This 5 tax slab has been replaced now with a 3 tax slab rate, which is 0%, 5% and 18%. So now we have a total of 3 tax slabs: 0%, 5% and 18%. So 12% and 28% GST tax slabs have been removed, and also we have an additional 40% tax slab that has been introduced, which is for luxury goods or sin goods. So this is actually the reform that has been brought in through GST reforms or through GST 2.0. Okay. All right, then coming to the next one, a dual structure. Okay, this particular GST has a dual structure in the sense that whenever you see a bill of any restaurant or anything, you'll always see that whatever the tax rate may be, if it is 5%, so 2.5% of the entire tax will go to the central government as CGST, and 2.5% will go to the state governments as SGST. Okay, so it has a dual structure, that is, it is implemented at two levels, half of it to the center, half of it to the state. Whatever the center collects under Article 269A, the center gives it to the states as well. All right. Acha. Now, this particular dual structure of implementation in India has been borrowed from the Canadian model. Okay, from the Canadian model of collecting taxes in two parts, and otherwise the entire GST tax system we borrowed from France. Please keep in mind the GST tax system has been borrowed from France, and the dual structure of dividing the entire tax rate into two parts, center and state, has been borrowed from Canada. Okay, and governance will be undertaken by GST and network. Then coming to the most important history topic for this year is the Hindustan Republican Association. Why is this important? Because this particular incident here has completed 100 years this year. 9th of August 1925, the Kakori train action or the Kakori Kand took place. What you have to remember is that it involved robbery of number 8 downtown train traveling from Shahjahanpur to Lucknow of its official cash to be used for revolutionary activities. Key personalities: Prasad Bismil, Ashfaqullah Khan, Chandrasekhar Azad, Manmat Gupta, Rajendra Lahiri, who were part of the Hindustan Republican Association. All right. Other than that, many others were also involved. What did the Britishers do? What did the British government do? The British government arrested a large number of revolutionary Association and Hindustan Socialist Republic. So HRA was formed in Kanpur in 1924, founded by personalities like Ram Prasad Bismil, Ashfaqullah Khan, Sachindranath Bakshi, Sachindranath Sanyal, Jogesh Chand Chatterjee. Basic principle: establishment of a Federal Republic of United States. So, which was introduced by the then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. The then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. Third Education Policy 2020. अब देखो फिर से चल रहा है. आ गया? Okay. So, quickly coming back, I think some of us missed connections. So, the new education policy launched in 2020, first education policy of 21st century. The first education policy that was launched was in 1968, and it was brought in on the recommendation of the Kothari Commission. The second education policy brought in 1986 under the prime ministerialship of Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi. Third one is the 2020 NEP. So after 1986 to 2020, it has been brought in after a span of 34 years. All right, on the recommendation of K. Kasturi Rangan Committee. Now, quickly looking into the reforms, this is all that you have to keep in mind. At the school level, it has introduced a new curriculum structure which has shifted from 10+2 to 5+3+3+4 system for the ages group of 3 to 18 years. Foundational stage 3 years of preschooling, and then preschooling includes your preschool, then nursery, then KG, then classes 1 and 2, preparatory classes 3 to 5, middle stage 6 to 8, secondary classes 9 and 12. It also provides for early childhood care and education at Anganwadis and preschools. Mother language or regional languages have to be the medium of instruction till class 5 and preferably also till class 8. Okay. One more thing, that this entire provision has been draws inspiration from Mahatma Gandhi's Vardha scheme of education of 1937, which was introduced as his program of Nai Talim. Okay. Then introduction of vocational education from classes 6 with internships. Higher education में their key reforms being a 50% gross enrollment ratio by 2035, also sought to introduce multidisciplinary approach, multiple entry and exit options with academic bank of credits, 4-year undergraduate degree with research option. Regulatory and administrative changes, HECI was established, Higher Education Commission of India for Higher Education, and PARAK. Okay. Now, this particular policy, also the 2020 policy, also reiterated the 1968 3-language formula. That is, 3 languages have to be taught in all states in the country. The 1968 formula brought in through the Kothari Commission was a little more rigid in its outlook, meaning that it made teaching of Hindi compulsory in South Indian states, which naturally saw a lot of resistance from the South Indian states. All right. So the 3-language formula, as per the Kothari Commission, was that Hindi-speaking states were to teach Hindi, English, and a modern language, preferably a South Indian language. Non-Hindi-speaking states were expected to teach any local language, that is the regional language, Hindi and English. So no compulsion on northern states to teach a South Indian language, but in southern states to teach Hindi. NEP 2020 brought on the recommendation of K. Kasturi Rangan, made the formula a little more flexible, that you had to teach 3 languages, which could be any language of your choice. Okay. Then constitutional provisions for education.
All right. So let's give ma'am a little bit of a break. And let's move on to the constitutional provisions to do with education. Right? We have done this before, but keep in mind, it is the 86th Amendment which added the provisions relating to the Constitution relating to education. Okay, so the 86th Amendment of the year 2002. Just keep in mind that even before this amendment, there were Supreme Court judgments which had said right to education is interpreted as part of the right to life in Article 21. Okay, but the first concrete formal change in the Constitution on this issue was made by the 86th Amendment. Now remember, the 86th Amendment changed some things in Part 3, fundamental rights, changed things in Part 4, the directive principles, and changed things in Part 4A, that is fundamental duty. So we'll just take a look at each of these in turn. Okay, so 86th Amendment, number 1, what did it do? It added Article 21A. Okay, Article 21A, and provided that the right to education is now an explicitly recognized fundamental right in Part 3. What did it say? The state shall provide free and compulsory education to all children. Remember, this does not demarcate here, at least, between citizens and non-citizens. State shall provide free and compulsory education to all children between the ages of 6 to 14. And the details on this were to be given by the Right to Free and Compulsory Education Act later. Okay, so the act came much later than the amendment. Okay, we'll get to it in a moment. You can see here, Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act 2009. Okay, So that's the first change made in part 3. The next change was made to part 4, which is the directive principles of state policy. So what did it do? It amended Article 45, not added, but amended Article 45 of the Constitution and said the state shall endeavor to provide early childhood care and education till the age of 6 years. So basically the point was, now between the ages of 6 and 14, it has been made a fundamental right, but below the age of 6 years is now an aspiration mentioned in the directive principles of state policy in part 4. The final change was made in part 4A. What is part 4A? Fundamental duties, added by which amendment to the Constitution? 42nd Amendment. And on the recommendations of which committee? The Sardar Swaran Singh Committee. Okay, so just keep this in mind. So the final change made by the 86th Amendment was the addition of clause K in Article 51A, saying that it is the duty of a citizen of India who is a parent or guardian to provide opportunities for education to his child, or as the case may be, ward, between the age of 6 and 14 years. So conceptualize it like this: Article 21A, part of part 3, age 6 to 14, and the state has the duty to provide. Then Article 45 is amended in part 4, which provides an aspiration, or says that the state shall endeavor to provide early childhood care and education for children below 6 years of age. And finally, Article 51A clause K again says that it is the duty of parents also to send their children between 6 and 14 for education. Okay, so that's how you should conceptualize it. Those are the constitutional provisions to do with education. Okay, I hope this is absolutely clear. Let's now come to the ULLAS scheme. Okay, now this is a very important scheme of the government of India, and here you can see the logo of the scheme. Now, what was the news? The 5th fully literate state under the ULLAS scheme is the state of Himachal Pradesh. No, just a second.
The 5th state in the sense that the state and UP, okay? The UP also inclusive in it, total to 5. So the 5th one has been Himachal Pradesh, but previously we've had Goa, Mizoram, Tripura, Ladakh, the UT, and then Himachal Pradesh. All right. So long as we are on the topic of education, this is all that you have to keep in mind. Himachal Pradesh has been the 5th one. What is ULLAS? You have to keep the full form in mind. Understanding of lifelong learning for all in the society, New India Literacy Program. Hindi mein it is known as Naya Bharat Saksharta Karyakram. All right, and this entire, in its entirety, it is the full name of the scheme only. NILP is not another scheme; it is a part of ULLAS only. All right, some of you raised this question. I'm clarifying it here. Then naturally launched under Ministry of Education. It is part of NEP 2020, and NEP 2020 is a part of SDG 15 to 30. 2020-15 to 2030 greater agendas. All right. So under SDG, that is SDG 4, quality education, NEP has been launched in 2020. Under NEP, we have ULLAS from 2020 to ULLAS has been launched in 2022 till 2027. Okay, and ULLAS is for adult population age 15 years and above, for providing functional literacy and numeracy to the people who, due to any XYZ reason, missed on to educational opportunities previously. All right. For the same purpose, that is providing functional literacy and numeracy, the government also has a scheme for school-going children, basically for classes 3 to 5. and that scheme is known as Nipun Bharat, launched in 2021 till 2026. Okay? So keep the age group in mind. Here it is for 5 years, 2022 to 2027, 5 crore people in 5 years with 1 crore people per year. Okay, it has the target group of 15 years and above. It is a centrally sponsored scheme, meaning shared between the central government and the state government, and it has these 5 basic components. Okay, then coming to the next topic, which is cooperatives.
Just to wrap up the previous topic, ma'am mentioned the Nipun scheme. You should know the full form of Nipun as well. It's fully called Nipun Bharat. Okay, so the full form of Nipun is National Initiative for Proficiency in Reading with Understanding and Numeracy. Okay, so just know the full forms of both the ULLAS scheme and the Nipun Bharat scheme. Okay, we showed you the full form of ULLAS on the previous slide. Understanding of lifelong learning for all in society, New India Literacy Program. And for Nipun Bharat, it is National Initiative for Proficiency in Reading with Understanding and Numeracy. Okay, last thing, you have asked some questions over the last few months about the PM Shri scheme. Okay, so just keep in mind, I just wanted to relate this to the topic of New Education Policy or NEP as well. So remember, PM Shri schools are supposed to serve as model schools in order to show the progress on implementation of the new education policy. Okay, so just keep in mind, and homework for you is to find out the full form of PM Shri. Okay, all right. Now let's come to the very important, vital topic of cooperatives. Now, as you know, this is a topic which has come in the news quite a few number of times this year because of the International Year of Cooperatives, the International Day of Cooperatives, the Tribhuvan Sahakari University, India's first national cooperative university, and several other reasons. Okay, so let's go through all of them together. So first, let's begin with a bit of background. Okay, let's begin with a bit of background. Now, the World Cooperative Monitor 2025, this is a publication which is made by the International Cooperative Alliance. Okay, now this body, the International Cooperative Alliance, is a very significant organization. It's extremely old, established in the late 1800s. Okay, 1895 as far as I remember. Okay, so the International Cooperative Alliance, so very old organization set up in order to allow for cooperatives to coordinate with each other regarding their programs of action. Okay, so this is absolutely important. Remember, this International Cooperative Alliance is also one of the organizations anchoring the celebration of International Year of Cooperatives this year, okay, along with the UN. Okay, so this is why this body is significant. Not just that, this body has also released a list of cooperative World Heritage. So this is not part of the UNESCO World Heritage Sites, but this is the first time they have released a list of World Heritage Sites to do with cooperatives. Okay, and India has also seen 2 listings in that 25 item list. Okay, so now in the World Cooperative Monitor 2025 has ranked Amul and IFFCO as the world's top 2 cooperatives. Okay, remember, Amul is particularly linked with a city in Gujarat. What is that? That is the city of Anand. Okay, so you have to keep this in mind as well. Okay, the proper name of this is Gujarat Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation, right? Why federation? Because it is a bunch of separate cooperatives which have come together to establish this Cooperative Milk Marketing Federation. And the name of this mega cooperative, let us say, is Amul. Okay, located in Anand. Yes, now Tribhuwan Das Patel. Okay, very significant person. Why? Because there has been a university established in his name this year, and it is something whose foundation stone was laid. What is the name of this university? It's being called India's first national cooperative university. It's called the Tribhuwan Sahakari University. Okay, Sahakari, Sahakary, the Tribhuwan Sahakari University. Where is it being established? Once again in Anand, Gujarat. Okay, now there is some dispute on this topic on who is the father of the cooperative movement or who is the father of the cooperative movement in India. Different sources say different things. Some name Tribhuwan Kishibhai Patel as well. We'll look at it more in the next slide. Okay, so we've done the full form of Amul. The full form of IFCO is the Indian Farmers Fertilizer Cooperative Limited. Okay, so just keep these two in mind. They have been ranked as the 2 best cooperatives in the world by the World Cooperative Monitor, released by the International Cooperative Alliance. Okay, I hope this is absolutely clear. Now, cooperatives, as you know, companies are one type of entity in which people can come together and take collective action in the economic sphere, right? In companies, somebody puts up the money to establish the factory or whatever work is done. There are employees who are paid salaries or wages, right? Workers and employees are paid salaries or wages. Once the company earns the profit, nothing extra goes to the employees or nothing extra goes to the workers. The profit goes to the person who put in the initial money for the company to function. Cooperatives turns this idea on the head. The idea, and remember, in companies, who are the members of a company? They are the shareholders of the company. They may simply have given money for a company to set up its operations, but the people who do the actual work, the workers and the employees, are not members of the company usually. When it comes to cooperatives, this idea is reversed, and the members of a cooperative are the people who are actually putting in the work. Okay, so let's just see. That's to give you a broad idea. Let's just see like a formal definition. It says it is an autonomous association of persons united voluntarily to meet their common economic, social, cultural needs through a jointly owned and democratically member-controlled enterprise. So the idea is that the fruits of somebody's labor should go most to the people who have put in that labor, rather than a third party who has merely put up the capital. Okay, so that's just about the concept of cooperatives. Now in India, these topics are very important. This is all of the stuff on cooperatives from this year, as well as the background thing. Now, relating to cooperatives, we have the 97th Amendment to the Constitution. Okay, so the 97th Amendment was brought in 2011, and it added which part to the Constitution? It added Part 9B. Okay, so it added one whole part to the Constitution, that is Part 9B. It is titled Cooperatives and provides various details on how a cooperative should function. Okay, it also added certain other things. It added the right to form a cooperative as a fundamental right under Article 19 for all citizens, and made several other additions and edits to the Constitution. Okay, now, so this is the amendment. Now remember, a few years ago, some people had challenged this amendment in the Supreme Court, saying that the proper procedure was not followed. Why is that? Because technically, cooperatives are found in which list of the 7th schedule? Cooperatives are part of the state list, okay, or list 2, okay. Since cooperatives are part of the 7th schedule in list 2, which is the state list, amending that required additional ratification by the states as provided in Article 368 of the Constitution. However, since this was not done, the Supreme Court held that the entire amendment was invalidly enacted when it comes to its applicability to the states. Therefore, the court held that Part 9b will only apply to multi-state cooperative society. Okay, so cooperatives which function only inside one state, Part 9b does not apply to them. Part 9b only applies to multi-state cooperative societies. This is what the Supreme Court held a few years back. Okay, now till date, 2 times national cooperative policies have been framed. The first one originally in 2002, and now the second and current national cooperative policy has been announced in 2025. So this is important. Under this, a national steering committee on cooperatives is proposed to be formed, which will also be headed by the Minister of Cooperation, Amit Shah. This separate ministry, the Ministry of Cooperation, was created in 2021, and Amit Shah, the Minister of Home Affairs, has also been named as Minister of Cooperation. Okay. Again, remember, since cooperatives are part of the state list, a Union Minister of Cooperation can only regulate and govern multi-state cooperative society. Okay. Now, as you know, the government is very good at coming up with slogans. So, related to cooperatives, there's a slogan as well. It's called Sahkar Se Samriddhi, which basically means prosperity through cooperation. Okay. Now, 2025, as I said, is very important for cooperatives. That's because for the second time in the history of the UN, the International Year of Cooperatives is being observed. The first time this happened, it was 2012, and now for the second time, the UN is observing the International Year of Cooperatives. Okay. Finally, I already mentioned the Tribhuwan Kishibhai Patel, after whom the Tribhuwan Sehakari University has been established in the city of Anand in Gujarat. With reference to him, just keep in mind, some refer to him as the father of the cooperative movement in India, while others refer to a different person, a British man, as the father of the cooperative movement in India. Okay, so this can sometimes vary due to the perspective through which one is writing history. But so first, let me tell you the contribution of Tribhuwan Kishibhai Patel. When it comes to Amul, one of the earliest milk cooperatives called the Kera Milk Producers Cooperative was established by Mr. Tribhuwan Kishibhai Patel. Okay, so that is why he is very famous, and he sort of laid the groundwork for the creation of Amul later. Related to this, I also want you to remember that I also want you to keep in mind that the father of the White Revolution in India is Dr. Varghese Kurian, whose birth anniversary is the same day as Samvidhan Divas or Constitution Day, that is 26th of November, which is why we also observe the National Milk Day on this date. Okay, so while some refer to Tribhuwan Kishibhai Patel as the father of the cooperative movement. Others regard Mr. Frederick Nicholson as the father of the cooperative movement. Sadly, you will have to rely on the framing of the question to answer this question. Okay, so I hope this is absolutely clear. My question to you is, when do we observe the International Day of Cooperatives? Can any one of you answer? When do we observe the International Day of Cooperatives? Yes, I'm waiting for an answer. Come on. So remember, we discussed the International Cooperative Alliance earlier. The International Cooperative Alliance has been observing the International Day of Cooperatives since long before the UN, since 1923. And it is always in July. And which day of July? So remember, this is not one of those which is a fixed date. It is always observed on the first Saturday in July. So this year, it was observed on the 4th of July. But the principle is the first Saturday of July. Okay, so that is about the International Day of Cooperatives. Okay, I hope this is crystal clear. Let's now move on and come to BRICS.
All right. So now we are coming to some important organizations, right? The first one is BRICS. And so what we'll just do here is I'll give you a basic outline for this year's BRICS, and also when it started, so a little bit on the static bit of it. So we know that the 17th BRICS Summit this year took place at Rio de Janeiro, right? And we must also know the theme for this year. The theme has one key word here that you have to watch in the option, and that is Global South. Okay, it should be mentioned somewhere. It should, yes, it's a Global South cooperation, Global South cooperation and inclusive and sustainable growth. So governance. So you don't have to remember everything. You just remember one key word here, and that will help you locating the option. So Global South. I hope you understand what is Global South. So Global South is basically a line that was an imaginary line which was created by the former German Chancellor Willy Brandt in the early 1980s. And this basically divides the developed country and the developing country. So basically, the line is something like this. So basically, you have USA and Canada, you have Europe, you have Japan, and you have Australia and New Zealand, right? So the other countries in South America, even Central America and Africa, India, China, they all belong to the developing countries part. So that's a Brent line. So that's where this Global South is coming from. Okay, the first part of it. The second part of it is that we have been mentioned here 17 BRICS Summit. So what we should know is the chronology. The 16th BRICS Summit, the 16th BRICS Summit, this took place in Russia at a place called Kazan. Now Kazan is about 600 kilometers from Moscow. So this is where the 16th BRICS Summit took place, right? So this was in Russia. The 17th has taken place in Rio, right? So the chairmanship was with Brazil. The president of Brazil is Lula da Silva. Lula da Silva, okay? And you see, Brazil has also hosted the COP Summit this year, the COP 30, the Belém Summit, all right? So 17th is Brazil, and the next summit is going to be in India. The next summit is going to be in India. My quick question is that how many times has India hosted the BRICS Summit? How many times and which year has India hosted the BRICS Summit? Okay. And India is going to be hosting it the next year also, right? So 2026 BRICS Summit is going to be in India next year, right? So the 18th BRICS Summit will be in India. Okay. Now, yeah, okay. I would like to know which all years India has hosted the BRICS Summit. One hint here is that India hosted the 4th summit, right? The 4th summit was in India, and this was in 2012. Then India hosted once more, and then during the COVID, which was virtually. So India has hosted it 3 times. So tell me the second time India hosted. The first time was 2012. The first time was 2012. And then after that, okay, I would like to know the years, because since India is hosting next year, I would also like to know the years. 2012 के बाद कब किया इंडिया ने? 2021 हो गया, उसके पहले कब किया बीच में? बहुत बढ़िया. 2020, 2016. Okay, so that's the answer. So we have 2012, 2016 and 2021. And now India is going to be hosting in 2026. Remember this. Now India is going to be hosting for the 4th time. अभी तक कितने बार किया है? 3 times किया है. Okay. Now, just a little bit about BRICS here, that the first BRICS Summit took place in 2009, and then it was called BRIC, Brazil, Russia, India, and China. So this meeting took place in Russia, and the name of the place was Yekaterinburg. So you have Yekaterinburg. Okay, Yekaterinburg is where this meeting took place. The second year, the meeting was in Brazil. Okay, the second year, the second BRICS Summit, which was in 2010, the meeting was in Brazil, and these 4 countries participated, and then they invited South Africa to join. South Africa joined for the first time in 2011. This time the BRICS Summit was held in China. And 2012, the BRICS Summit was held for the first time in India, right? The most critical BRICS Summit was the year 2014. And this was at a place called Fortaleza, right, which is in Brazil. And 2 very important decisions took place in this meeting. What were these decisions? The setup of the New Development Bank, which is also called as the BRICS Bank. Okay, BRICS Bank or the New Development Bank. The first thing is the New Development Bank or the BRICS Bank. The headquarters of the New Development Bank is in Shanghai. Dilma Rousseff is heading the New Development Bank. We'll come to this later. And the second one is the Contingency Reserve Fund. So the New Development Bank is basically, a counter to the World Bank. And similarly, the Contingency Reserve Fund is a counter to the International Monetary Fund, right? So in the Contingency Reserve Fund, there is a corpus amount of $100 billion, out of which India has put some 18%, which is $18 billion. Russia has put $18 billion. Brazil has put $18 billion. About $5 billion has been put by South Africa, and the rest is China. So basically, if there is a balance of payment problem crisis, then a country can get double of the funds to ward off the crisis. All right, so that you should understand here. Okay, the next thing, that what happened during this year's meeting, I would request Ananya ma'am to take you through it. Yeah.
Now, the things that have happened in this year's summit. The first initiative launched was BRICS Leaders Framework Declaration on Climate Finance, This climate finance has been reiterated multiple number of times, and this year also the UNFCCC COP that was held in Belgium, they also talked about this climate finance, where they streamlined $1.3 trillion cumulative money pooling for the next 10 years till 2035. All right. And one point that I missed there in UNFCCC, that the next summit, the next COP that is going to be held, their places have been declared. All right. So COP 31 will be held in 2026 in Turkey, Antilla in Turkey. And the 32nd COP in 2027 will be held in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia. Okay, here also the BRICS next summit is in India 2026. Then this and COP UNFCCC COP 33 will be held in India. Then statement on global governance of artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence has been a major topic this year. So BRICS also took up an initiative on artificial intelligence, and then launch of BRICS partnership for elimination of socially determined diseases. Fourth initiative undertaken here, BRICS leaders reviewed the progress of BRICS economic partnership strategy and welcomed the formulation of the upcoming strategy for 2030, which will basically focus on trade, investment, digital economy, financial cooperation, and sustainable development. Quickly looking into other provisions, climate action and sustainable goals, where they've again called for a strong affirmation towards the Paris Agreement principles of UNFCCC, especially on common but differentiated responsibilities. Common but differentiated responsibilities very quickly simply implies that everybody has to streamline their nationally determined contributions. Everybody has to set a net zero carbon emission target, but it will be different for different countries. Why? Because developed countries can afford to quickly transition from dependence on non-renewable sources to renewable sources, whereas the developing countries must be given more time to do so. Okay, so that implies differentiated responsibilities. Then it endorsed COP 30 in Belém, Brazil, and extended full support to India's bid to host the COP 33 in 2028. Then BRICS pay and national currency settlement frameworks were undertaken here. Also undertook the launch of BRICS multilateral guarantee mechanism. Okay, all the static information about BRICS, sir has already provided you with. Jim O'Neill coined the term in 2001, representing the 4 countries as BRIC. Then BRICS began functioning as a formal group during the G8 Outreach Summit in 2006, first summit in Russia and Yekaterinburg in 2009, and formal inclusion for the first time in 2010, which was formally implemented through 2011. Okay, the name also changing to BRICS in 2011.
Just one point here, that if you look at the G8 Outreach Summit, this was in St. Petersburg in Russia, where this was for the first time that the foreign ministers met and discussed, right? But formally, they are meeting for the first time in 2009. So if they ask you when was the first meeting, it will be officially in 2009 and not in 2006. And the term was coined in 2001 by Jim O'Neill. Okay, all right. So now, if you just look at the members of BRICS, let's have a quick snapshot on the members now. So first is you have Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Okay, then South Africa joined. Then at the 15th BRICS Summit, which was in South Africa, this decision was taken that they will send invites to 6 countries. Okay, out of which 1 country rejected it, and that was because there was a new government there, and Millers, right, the president of Argentina. All right, so Argentina rejected, and the countries that accepted were as follows: 1 was Egypt, 1 was Ethiopia, 1 was UAE, right? 1 was UAE, 1 was no, Indonesia came later, missing 1. सऊदी के अलावा एक और था, मिस हो रहा है नाम एक. UAE, 1 was UAE, 1 was Saudi, 1 was Egypt, 1 was Ethiopia. Oh God. Okay, now as far as Saudi is concerned, we are going to take Saudi as one of the members. Okay, so BRICS, and then we have Then we have Egypt, we have Ethiopia, we have UAE, we have Iran. I forgot Iran. We have Iran and then Saudi. All right. So Saudi has not said a yes or no, but we are including that as a member, right? So if there is a question that whether Saudi is there or not, Saudi is there, right? On the BRICS site, it is mentioned that Saudi is a member. It is not rejected. And now what happened in the last year's meeting, which took place in Kazan, they invited, Indonesia. And Indonesia joined for the first time this year. So now there are 11 members in BRICS. So remember that the answer to this question, how many members of BRICS? The answer will be 11. Okay, the answer will be 11. All right. Also know this, that the new development bank, I was mentioning about it, Dilma Rousseff is the person who heads it. One. Second is that new development bank also was in news because there are some borrowing countries or which are members of new development bank. They're not essentially members of BRICS. Okay. And what are the countries? Bangladesh is there, Algeria is there, Uzbekistan is there, Uruguay is there, right? So these are some of the members of the new development bank which are not the members of BRICS, right? So remember that. Okay. Yeah.
So just remember, BRICS and New Development Bank both have 11 members, but all these 11 are not the same. In BRICS, remember, 11 members. Latest to formally sort of join and integrate is Indonesia in 2025. Saudi Arabia, though it is a bit dicey, but the Brazil presidency website of BRICS describes it as a member. So 11 members. Latest to join this year is Indonesia. When it comes to New Development Bank, 11 members. Latest 2 countries to join. Which are they? I'm looking for an answer in the chat. Which are those countries? Uzbekistan and Colombia. Okay, Uzbekistan and Colombia. Okay, so that's on the membership of BRICS. Now we've been going for quite a while, so we just thought we should all take a rest, us and you both. So we'll have a short 10-minute tea break, let's call it, so that we can all freshen up and then resume. Okay, we don't want that you should get so tired that we are unable to continue. Once we come back, we have space, defense, we have the other important international summits, ASEAN, sports, all of these. Okay, so stay tuned, take a short break, let's space it out a bit, and we'll resume in 10 minutes.
All right.
No Pacific at best.
Okay. So the next topic that we are doing is that this year we had the ASEAN Summit, right? So we are just going to have a little discussion about the ASEAN Summit. Now, first thing, the edition was the 46th and the 47th edition this year. 46th and 47th edition. Where was it held? It was held in the capital of Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. It was held in the capital of Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur. Right? What is the full form of ASEAN? What is the full form of ASEAN? It is the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Right? Association of Southeast Asian Nations. When was it formed? It was in 1967. Right? And this was the Bangkok Declaration. So similar to BIMSTEC, it was the Bangkok Declaration which led to the formation of ASEAN. So 1967 Bangkok Declaration. Okay, edition 46th and 47th, which is Kuala Lumpur, and this is Malaysia. Where was the last year's summit held? It was the 44th and 45th. It was the capital of Laos, Vientiane. Okay, it was the capital of Laos, Vientiane. So 44th and 45th last year was Laos. 46th and 47th is going to be in Kuala Lumpur, and the next edition, which is the 48th and 49th edition, will be with Philippines. The next year's presidency is now with Philippines. Okay, Kuala Lumpur, who presided the Prime Minister of Malaysia, what's his name? Anwar Ibrahim, right? The Prime Minister of Malaysia is Anwar Ibrahim. Who is the President of Philippines? Next year's presidency is Marcos Jr. Okay, Marcos Jr. Right. Now, if you look at the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, it is not just an economic group, it is also a political group, a political and economic group. Okay, and it's something very similar to the European Union, and there is free trade amongst these countries. Okay, now what we are going to look at is who are the members of ASEAN. So you need to know few key things here. One, the founding members. Okay, and this is my quick question. How many founding members of ASEAN? When it was formed in the year 1967, how many founding members? Please name them in the comment box. Right? Next is that this year there was the addition of the 11th member. There was the addition of the 11th member, and that is Timor-Leste, which is also called as East Timor. Right? 11th member is Timor-Leste. And the next question is that who was the 10th member of ASEAN? The 10th member of ASEAN. So what we need to know here is founding members. If somebody knows it, please answer. I want your answers, guys. I'm waiting. Yes, you're right here. The 10th member was Cambodia. And but the founding members you should know was Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, Philippines, right? And Indonesia. So these were the 5 founding members of ASEAN. I've already mentioned the headquarters of ASEAN is in Jakarta. Now, how is India related to this whole topic? India is related to 2 particular policy initiatives. So one was the Look East. One was the Look East policy, which was in 1991 when Narasimha Rao government had come, Congress government. It was a Look East policy, right? And why did we imbibe this particular policy, because that's when India's all-time friend USSR disintegrated, and that's the reason we took up Look East policy. And the second one is the Act East policy. And in the Act East policy, this was in 2014 when the Modi government came into power, right? So first was Look East 1991 when PV Narasimha Rao government came and when USSR disintegrated, and the second one is the Act East policy. So as part of the Look East and Act East policies, we are not just looking at the ASEAN countries, we are also looking at Japan, we are also looking at South Korea, we are also looking at Australia, and we are looking at New Zealand. All right. So these are some of the key points that you should know about ASEAN, right? Okay.
Okay. Now quickly looking into the summit of this year, and you don't have to get so much into details of the ASEAN summit, but you have to get into the details of the India ASEAN summit. Okay. All right. So this particular summit between India and ASEAN was the 22nd summit, and the ASEAN summit that was held, that was the 47th ASEAN summit. Okay. So we have the 22nd India ASEAN summit, and this was attended by our Prime Minister virtually. He did not go in person. Naturally held in Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur, hosted by the Prime Minister of Malaysia, Anwar Ibrahim. Then the two, India and ASEAN, had elevated their ties to comprehensive strategic partnership. Key highlights, this is everything that you have to keep in mind with respect to this particular India-ASEAN summit. Okay, so ASEAN-India Plan of Action is supposed to be implemented, ASEAN-India Comprehensive Strategic Partnership for the next 5 years, 2026 included till 2030. So it's a 5-year partnership. Then adoption of ASEAN-India Joint Leaders Statement on Sustainable Tourism has been undertaken here. Then our Prime Minister has designated 2026 as the ASEAN-India Year of Maritime Cooperation. Also has proposed establishment of a Center for Southeast Asian Studies at the Nalanda University in Bihar. Also for holding of East Asia Summit Maritime Heritage Festival at Lothal in Gujarat. Okay. Quickly looking into the key initiatives a little in detail. ASEAN-India Plan of Action 2026 to 2030. It builds on a 10-point agenda which was announced in the previous ASEAN-India Summit in Vientiane, that was in Vietnam in 2014, and the 2026 ASEAN-India initiatives translate these commitments through timeline deliverables. Then regional connectivity, India is working on enhancing connectivity with ASEAN countries through India-Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway, Kaladan multi-modal transit transport project. Defense and security, we are undertaking joint military exercises as the ASEAN-India Maritime Exercise and ASEAN Defense Ministers meeting plus ADM plus. Here it was in this particular meeting only that India has signed a 10-year defense pact with US. Okay. Then here you all can see this Sagar vision, which was again undertaken by our Prime Minister in 2015, known as Security and Growth for All in the region, which is specifically to strengthen the security of countries in the Indo-Pacific region and mostly India's neighbors, Indian Ocean region and mostly India's neighbors. 10 years later in 2025 in Mauritius, the Prime Minister expanded this vision as Mahasagar. Okay. Then economic integration and development pathways have been undertaken through modernization of ETIGA. This was the 6th meeting. Now, what is ETIGA? ETIGA entered into force on 1st of January 2010, and ETIGA simply seeks to foster free trade areas between India and South and Southeast Asia. So members, India and all ASEAN countries, that is Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand and Vietnam. India as a group, ASEAN as a group is one of the most important trade partners of India. Another significant aspect of the 47th ASEAN meeting this year that you have to keep in mind that Timor-Leste has been admitted as the 11th member of ASEAN. Okay. Then a little static of ASEAN that sir has already given. So I can quickly look into it through this. Established on 8th of August 1967 through the Bangkok Declaration of Thailand. Founding members were Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand. Motto, one vision, one identity, one community. Present members are total of 11. Secretariat is located in Jakarta. Then coming to the next international topic, which is important for this year, is SCO. So we'll quickly look into the SCO meeting. This was the 25th Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit, which was held in Tianjin, China, attended by the leaders of all the 10 member nations: China, India, Russia, Iran, Pakistan, Belarus, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. What initiatives were undertaken here? Security cooperation, basically to combat terrorism. This was naturally put forth or vouched for by India itself post the Pahalgam terror attacks, because India and Pakistan, both of them are parts of SCO. The Tianjin Declaration condemned terrorist attacks across member states and emphasized the inadmissibility of double standards in counter-terrorism efforts. Technological cooperation again talked for cooperation basically in the AI field. Then economic integration called for trade expansion. Also, India gave a three-pronged vision for this. One is development strategy until 2035. Okay, so 10-year development strategy has been put in. Then SCO Development Bank, where China has specifically pledged Beijing will provide 2 billion yuan, roughly $280 million of free aid to member states this year, and a further 10 billion yuan of loans to an SCO banking consortium. Okay, the bank aims to reduce member states' reliance on dollar transaction. This is further under the vision of the SCO member countries to bring about de-dollarization of trade, meaning that they are not in support of bringing about trade along using dollars. Okay, in the sense that they were previously calling for a combined SCO currency. वो नहीं हो पाया, but they basically called for undertaking trade among themselves, at least with their own currencies, not using dollars. All right, and also they've called for energy cooperation platform, which will be undertaken until 2030. Okay, then India's strategic plans, security pillar, naturally to undertake concerted efforts to combat terrorism post the Pahalgam attack. Connectivity pillar, work on things like projects that have been previously taken, like Chabahar Port, North-South International Transport Corridors. Opportunity pillar, where more emphasis should be given on opportunities in sectors like startups, innovation, youth empowerment, etc. Okay, history of SCO quickly. The Shanghai Cooperative Organization emerged in 1996 as Shanghai 5, which comprised of China, Russia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Then Uzbekistan became a member in 2000, and in 2001, after the inclusion of Uzbekistan, it was formally named as SCO, which was Shanghai Cooperation Organization, in June 2001. Then originally it was only security and counter-terrorism. Now it has expanded to include economic cooperation, cultural exchanges, and energy security. India and Pakistan joined as full members in 2017. Iran joined it in 2023, Belarus in 2024. So Iran and Belarus are two member countries which have joined after India, and Belarus is the latest one. Headquarters in Beijing, China. Please remember, the name is Shanghai Cooperation Organization, but it is not headquartered in Shanghai. Okay, quickly moving to the next one is the BIMSTEC. This year we had the 6th BIMSTEC Summit, which was held and hosted in Thailand. Okay, so hosted in Thailand. The 6th one, the theme was BIMSTEC, prosperous, resilient, and open, focusing on enhancing regional cooperation and addressing key challenges. Okay. Quickly, the things that have been undertaken in this particular summit and what you have to keep in mind. Iske baad, because there are basics wala slide. Okay, Vision 2030 document was undertaken. What this particular document seeks to bring about is it outlines a roadmap for regional prosperity with a focus on economic integration, resilience to global challenges, and collaboration in infrastructure and technology. Then it seeks to establish BIMSTEC centers of excellence. India announced establishment of BIMSTEC Center for Excellence in India. So ये याद रखना that BIMSTEC Center of Excellence is to be established in India, focusing on all these areas. Also, initiatives has been undertaken by India itself to link India's UPI with BIMSTEC payment systems and operationalizing the BIMSTEC Energy Center in Bengaluru. With respect to this, we have a current affair that the first African country to link its payment system with UPI is Namibia. Okay, so Namibia has been in news for this. Please keep in mind, India has otherwise also promoted its unified payment interface systems with a lot of other countries, has been promoted here also in BIMSTEC. And also remember that BIMSTEC Energy Center will be established in Bengaluru. Okay. Then it also proposed a pilot study on digital public infrastructure. Bodhi program, very, very important, launched this year. Full form important. BIMSTEC for organized development of human resource infrastructure. And under this, around 300 students will be exchanged amongst the BIMSTEC countries, and more specifically, they will be brought to India for further human resource development. Okay. Then cancer care capacity building has also been called for and will be undertaken in India. Also calls for establishment of Chamber of Commerce and Business Summit. Okay. Then a little static information about BIMSTEC that you have to keep in mind, that BIMSTEC, first thing, the full form is very, very important. Your exam tends to focus on asking the correct full forms. Okay, so don't get confused. The full form is Bay of Bengal Initiative for Multi-Sectoral Technical and Economic Cooperation. Okay, now the static information for BIMSTEC, Satyam sir will give it to you.
Okay. So again, now we have come back to the Bangkok Declaration. The setup was in year 1997, and it started off as BIST, Economic Cooperation. This is an economic cooperation, right? And so when we are looking at BIMSTEC, this was Bangkok Declaration, and this is Bangladesh, India, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, right? The same year, now the first meeting happened in the mid of 1997, and the same year in December, Myanmar joined in, right? And that's why it became BIMSTEC, but still the name actually came in the year 2004 when the first BIMSTEC Summit took place. The question is, where did the first BIMSTEC Summit take place? So you can just write that in the comment box. So first BIMSTEC Summit took place where? Okay. And if you just look at it, now BIMSTEC is not just an economic group, it is also a legal entity. So this time, at the fifth BIMSTEC Summit, which happened in Colombo, right? There's something called as BIMSTEC Charter, and all the countries which are part of BIMSTEC, now the Nepal being the last country to sign it, right? They signed this charter, and now BIMSTEC has become a legal entity. So one of the other countries that joined besides, so everything is along the Bay of Bengal. So we have, starting from Thailand, we have Bangladesh, and then we have Myanmar, we have Bangladesh, and then we have India, and then we have Sri Lanka, and two landlocked countries we have, which is Nepal and Bhutan. So these are the countries which are part of BIMSTEC. So we have total 7 countries which are part of it, right? The 5th BIMSTEC Summit took place in Sri Lanka. The 6th BIMSTEC Summit took place in Bangkok, Thailand, right? And the 7th BIMSTEC Summit now will take place in Dhaka, right? The Secretary General of BIMSTEC is Indramani Pandey. The Secretary General of BIMSTEC is Indramani Pandey. Okay? All right. So one of the partner group at the Surajkund festival was BIMSTEC, right? At the Surajkund festival, which happens in Faridabad, it was BIMSTEC was one of the partner groups in that. Okay, so basically showcasing the traditional items of these countries which are part of it. Okay, and yeah, so one more thing that we need to know about is that PM Modi spoke about the Bodhi scheme this time. Ma'am has already mentioned about it. Okay, BIMSTEC for organized development of human resource infrastructure. All right, and towards the skill development, 2 institutes in India have been earmarked. And what are these institutes? We're looking at the Nalanda University, which is in Rajgir, and the second one is the Forest Research Institute. उसी का ही Forest Survey Report आता है, ठीक है, वो हमने किया हुआ है, दिसंबर का न्यूज़ है. So one is Nalanda University and the other one is the Forest Research Institute, which is based at Dehradun. So remember these key points about it. All right. So what are the organizations? A quick snapshot that we have just done. We have done ASEAN, right? Important. Ma'am has spoken about the 22nd India ASEAN meet. The 46th and 47th I have discussed. Look East and Act East policies. Then we have discussed about Shanghai Cooperation Organization, right? And the third thing that we discussed is the BIMSTEC, right? Then we have discussed about BRICS. So these are very important organizations for this year, and especially BRICS because India is a member, SCO because India is a member, and BIMSTEC because India is a member of, right? So remember all these things. All right. Next, we are coming to the United Nations. So, इसमें आ जाते हैं. What about UN? Okay, so let's just look at a few things as far as UN is concerned. Number one, there are 193 members of UN. Second, UN was formed on the 24th of October, 1945, right? And there was this UN Charter, and the UN Charter was signed on the 26th of June, 1945, right? And a 1-month window was given to sign this particular charter, and 50 countries had signed this charter, and Poland became the last country to sign this charter, and Poland signed this on the 15th of October, 1945. India is one of the founding members of UN, and we signed this charter when we were part of British India. Now here we see the picture of the UNGA, and she is the new UNGA president. In fact, she is the 80th president of UNGA. She is the 80th president of UNGA. What is her name? Her name is Annalena Baerbock. She is from Germany. Whom has she replaced? Whom has she replaced? Can you tell me? She has replaced Phil Moon Yang. So the president of the 79th UNGA was Phil Moon Yang. 78th was Dennis Francis, then Phil Moon Yang, and now Annalena Baerbock. Phil Moon Yang was from Cameroon, right? And Annalena Baerbock is from Germany. The first UNGA meeting took place in the year 1946, where this was in London. Okay, where is UNGA? We all know UNGA is in New York. So UN has got 6 principal organs. What are these principal organs? One is the Secretariat. That's where the Secretary General of UN, Antonio Guterres, operates from, right? The Secretariat, right? One. The second one is the first one is the Secretariat. The second one is the Security Council, where you have the P5, right? And who are the P5s? You have Russia, you have China, you have India. I'm sorry, you have USA, you have France, and you have UK. So these are the P5 members that you have, and then you have a non-permanent members of the Security Council, which is 10, right? So you have 5 plus 10. Okay, so Security Council. Then you have the UNGA, which is what we were just discussing, right? The fourth one is the Trusteeship Council, which is now defunct. Palau was the last country to to join the UN in 1993. So these countries which were damaged after the World War, and because they were former colonies of Britain or France, and they got disturbed. So these are the countries which now it's actually, so basically this council was made to help these ravaged economies and countries. So Palau is, okay. Then we have we are looking at ECOSOC, Economic and Social Council, right? So Secretariat, UNGA, then we have the Security Council, and then we have the Economic and Social Council. right? And ma'am has already mentioned, sir has mentioned, Waklu sir, that Thapa, Lok Bahadur Thapa from Nepal, he has become the new Director General of ECOSOC. Whom has he replaced? He has replaced Bob Bray from Canada. Okay, and there is one organization of UN, principal organ, which is not in USA or which is not in New York, and that is the International Court of Justice, and which is where? Which is at the Hague, the Peace Palace, Hague in Netherlands, right? So these are some of the basic things. The Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, is a 9th Secretary General of UN. Okay, now talking about women UNGA President, she has become the 5th UNGA President. The first UNGA woman President was from India, Vijay Lakshmi Pandit. Okay, and this was the 8th UNGA session in which she was the President of the UNGA. And Annalena Baerbock is the 9th one, right? Also, you should know that the first UN Secretary General was Stig Alai from Norway, right? And the second one was the most, I mean, he's supposed to be the most promising and successful UNGA Secretary General. और उन्हीं के नाम पे एक अवार्ड होता है जिसको हम कहते हैं डैग हैमरशोल्ड अवार्ड, हैमर गोल्ड, ठीक है, हैमरशोल्ड award is given, and this time it went to 2 Indians, and it is only given to the UN peacekeeping force guys who have died, or it's given posthumously. Okay, so
now this year we had the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly, and since its formation, every year in September, the United Nations General Assembly has its annual session. Sir gave you all the briefings, so I will not get into the details of the other bodies of the other organs of the United Nations organization. Just keep in mind the special facts, that is, out of all the 6 principal organs, 5 are headquartered in New York, barring one. The last one, the 6th organ, which is the International Court of Justice, is headquartered in the Hague, Netherlands. In the Hague, Netherlands, sorry. And another fact, another speciality is, out of all the 6 organs, the Trusteeship Council is no longer an active organ. Okay. All right. The 80th session held in New York, and the basic agenda was focus on Gaza and Ukraine. Now it is a tradition that the opening session, the session is always opened with Brazil being the first country to speak, and then obviously followed by the United States. Since 1995, key issues, there were 2 major issues. One was the Israel's military campaign in Gaza, and the other was Russia's war in Ukraine. Theme this year, better together, 80 years and more for peace, development and human rights. 80 years, due to which United Nations organizations is significantly important this year. 24th of October 1945, the United Nations organization came into existence. This year, we are celebrating its 80th anniversary. Given its 80th anniversary, the United Nations launched the UN 80 initiative in January, which called for bringing in reforms to the entire structure of the United Nations, specifically focusing on the structure of the United Nations Security Council. Okay, then we had the change of the president in this particular session, another added current affair, and also one thing that you need to keep in mind, that the United Nations organization came into existence, replacing the erstwhile organization responsible for international peace and security, being the League of Nations. Okay. Another thing, that the United Nations organization has been established following the Atlantic Charter, signed in 1941, and also following the San Francisco Conference of 1945. Okay. Now, quickly, this year the session took up the New York Declaration, which talked about peaceful settlement of Palestine and Israel, implementing the 2-state theory, which was iterated for the first time by the 1936-37 Peel Commission, or the Palestine Royal Commission. Okay, and also called for unification of Gaza Strip with the West Bank. Then United Nations Security Council and General Assembly, both of them are principal organs, and both of them are the main decision-making bodies of the United Nations of the United Nations organization. And Security Council looks into the compulsory maintenance of international peace and security, whereas General Assembly undertakes all the other major decisions. Okay, it is the main international peace and security ensuring body. It has a role of 15 members, 5 known as the permanent 5 and 10 are temporary, who are nominated for chosen, basically elected for a 2-year term. Okay, and all the permanent 5, they have a special power known as veto, and one veto can block the entire council action. Okay, now because this particular year, in this session, they had talked for a peaceful resolution of Israel and Palestine, and also the Israel-Palestine war as well as the Iran-Israel war is important this year. So I'll quickly give you certain timeline, a proper timeline of it. Although Vaklu sir and I, we have covered it in detail in another YouTube video on Israel and Palestine. Please make sure you watch that for more information. Quickly into the timeline of it. 1897, the World Zionist Organization was established by Theodore Herzl. 1916, the Sykes-Picot Agreement took place between the British and the French, where they had agreed to establish an Arab state in the region. 1917, under the Balfour Declaration, the British agreed to establish a Jewish state also. 1919, the League of Nations was formed, which placed the entire Palestine region under the British mandate. 1933, Hitler rose to power. The Nuremberg laws came into existence in Germany, and massive persecution of the Jews took place not only in Germany but other parts of Europe as well, which resulted in massive exodus of Jews from Europe to this particular region here. 1936, Peel Commission was set up, which submitted its report in 1937 and called for separation of this particular region into 2 states, one a Palestinian, an Arab state, Palestine, and another a Jewish state, Israel. November 1947, 29th of November 1947, the UN voted to divide Palestine into 2 countries. And because this took place on 29th of November, every year on 29th of November, we celebrate Solidarity with Palestine Day. Okay? Yaad rakhna bachcho. Then 1948, the first Arab-Israel war took place, where the combined armies of Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Iraq, and Lebanon attacked Israel. Israel had an upper hand here. The next war took place in 1956, known as the Suez War Crisis. 1964, the establishment of Palestine Liberation Organization took place. 1967, the third war in the Arab-Israel series, the 6-day war took place. Here, Israel attacked Syria and Jordan and Egypt, captured Sinai Peninsula, Gaza Strip from Egypt, Golan Heights from Syria, and West Bank from Jordan. 1973, the Yom Kippur War took place. In the Yom Kippur War, Egypt as well as Syria, they attacked Israel. All right, and Syria took back its Golan Heights, whereas Israel took back its Sinai Peninsula. 1978, the Camp David Accords were brokered, which established peace between Israel and Egypt became the first Arab country to give formal recognition to Israel. 1982, we had the siege on Lebanon by Israel. 1987, establishment of Hamas took place. 93, 95, the Oslo Accords 1 and 2 took place, brokered by US President Bill Clinton to establish peace between Israel and also to bring about transfer of power from Israel to Palestine or Palestine Liberation Organization. 2020, the Abraham Accords were brokered between Israel and 4 other Arab countries, UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan, by US President Donald Trump. And this year, Trump has announced that Kazakhstan has given its affirmations to join the Abraham Accords. 2023, the 5th war in the Arab-Israel war series took place, and 2025, we had the Gaza Peace Agreement. A brief timeline of the 12-day war or the Israel-Iran war. 1952-54, the consortium agreement took place between US and the Shah of Iran, where US was given permission to extract oil from Iran and sell that oil wherever US felt like it. In return, US was to give a little bit of royalty fee to Iran. This brought in a lot of corruption in Iran, a lot of unemployment, poverty, people were suffering, and they united under Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini and led the Iranian Revolution, which ousted the Shah of Iran from Iran, converted Iran from a monarchy to the Islamic Republic of Iran, converted the state from a westernized secularized state to a theocratic state in 1979, resulted in the establishment of Iranian Revolutionary Guard, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and this organization provides protection to the supreme leader and commander-in-chief of Iran, Ayatollah, and presently the Ayatollah is Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Since 1989 till today, the president is Masoud Pezeshkian, and together this structure of government is known as a diarchial government. Okay. Then 1957 we had the International Atomic Energy Agency was established. 1968 the NPT was signed. JCPO was brought into existence in 2015. USA withdrew it from it in 2018. Okay. The details of it I am not getting into because it has been covered in detail in the Israel-Palestine war. Okay, now coming to wildlife, significantly important this year. A full-fledged video on this is already there on YouTube, which is taken by me. Please get into it for further details. Quickly, we'll cover it. July 29th, every year we celebrate or observe International Tiger Day. Along with tiger, we also have lion important this year. We have dolphin important this year. And in tiger itself, we have certain things that has to be covered this year, which has to be kept in mind this year. First, MP got its 9th Tiger Reserve and India got its 58th Tiger Reserve. The second thing that you have to keep in mind is that IBCA, International Big Cat Alliance, IBCA got its president-elect this year, which is, who is Bhupendra Yadav, our very own Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Also, this year that you have to keep in mind is Sundarbans Tiger Reserve being upgraded to the second largest tiger reserve in India. Okay, so quickly observed on 29th each year. Why do we observe the Tiger Day, International Tiger Day on 29th July? Because it was not on this day basically, but in 1 week preceding 29th of July and 1 week after succeeding 29th of July, this entire 2 weeks in 2010 in St. Petersburg, we had the first Tiger Summit that was held. And it was then in 2010 that the T+2 agenda was outlined. T+2, that is doubling tiger population by 2022 in the 13 tiger range countries who also attended this particular summit. Okay. Theme this year was securing the future of tigers with indigenous peoples and local communities at heart. Summit brought 13 tiger range countries, adopted the goal T+2. India's initiatives is Undertaking Wildlife Protection Act 1972, Project Tiger 73, the 42nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 76, which introduced Article 48A in Directive Principles of State Policy, and also 42nd brought in the fundamental duties into the Indian Constitution, and fundamental duty part 4A, 51A, G, that is the G article calls for protection of wildlife. Okay. Then India is a part of IUCN, also a part of CITES since 1976. We have the Central Zoo Authority, the National Tiger Conservation Authority established in 2006, and IBCA established in 2023 to protect tigers. Wildlife Protection Act launched in 1972, enforced in 1973, seeks to ensure protection of wildlife in the country, establish protected areas like national park, wildlife sanctuaries, reserves, establishment of wildlife advisory board, constituted at state levels to advise selection, management of sanctuaries and national parks, conservation policies for wildlife and plants, harmonizing tribal needs with conservation. Then schedules, there are a total of 6 schedules in the Wildlife Protection Act. Schedules 1 to 5 are in decreasing order of the amount of protection that has to be provided to animals. So all those animals included in Schedule 1, 2, they need higher protection. As you go to Schedule 5, the level of protection needed keeps on reducing. And Schedule 6 is specifically for regulation of specific plant species. Then we also have wildlife sanctuaries and national parks that are declared in the country to undertake better conservation and protection of wildlife. Wildlife sanctuaries designated, declared by state governments. So are national parks. Wildlife sanctuaries, certain activities can be permitted here, whereas in national parks, all activities are absolutely prohibited. Okay. Then Central Zoo Authority has been established to undertake further protection of animals in the country. It is a statutory body under Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, supervises all zoos across India, established in 1990. headquartered in Delhi and chaired by the Environment Ministry. Okay, then National Board for Wildlife. It is also a statutory body established in 2003 after amendment to the Wildlife Protection Act of 1972 in 2002. Okay, Genesis through 1952 had constituted an advisory body. Shri Jai Chamaraj Vadiyar Maharaj of Mysore was its first chairman. Okay, all right. Then members of this particular body, Prime Minister is the chairperson, Vice Chairperson, Minister of Forest, member secretaries. It has 5 persons to represent non-governmental organizations and other 10 persons to be nominated. Okay, Prime Minister of India declared the 7th National Board for Wildlife meeting at Gir National Park in Gujarat, and recent meeting took after 10 years. You all can get into the details of it. Not so relevant. Then Project Tiger, a centrally sponsored project launched in 1973, initially launched in 9 tiger reserves in different states. Implementing agencies NTCA. NTCA, full form National Tiger Conservation Authority, launched in 2005, given a statutory status by 2006. Fosters a core buffer strategy to manage tigers. Matlab, one is a core zone where you can't enter. It is absolutely devoid of human interference, where only tigers are permitted to live, and surrounding it we have the buffer zone where human activity can be permitted. Okay, then NTCA conducts assessment through an application known as M-Stripes, assessment of counting of tigers, headed by Environment Minister. Composition: Environment Minister, Minister of State of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, 3 members of Parliament, and Secretary and other members. Okay, chalo. Tiger status, Wildlife Protection Act mein it is Schedule 1. IUCN status is endangered, and IUCN was established 1948, headquartered in Gland, Switzerland. CITES status is Appendix 1. We had the 5th Tiger Census, which was undertaken in 2002. Tiger Census held after 4 years. Total tigers 3167. India is home to more than 70% of the wildlife tiger population. Achha, 3167 is the data as per the 2022 census. 2 years later, our Prime Minister gave us another data which said that the total number of tigers in India range between 3,682 to 3,925. Okay, this particular number has been stated as the minimum number of tiger population, or the minimum number of tigers that we have in the country. Okay, and our actual number of tiger population ranges somewhere in between. Then the highest tiger or the largest tiger population is in MP, followed by Karnataka, followed by UK. Highest tiger population in Jim Corbett, followed by Bandipur. Then quickly coming to the World Wildlife Day, 3rd of March. Why? Because 3rd of March 1973, CITES was adopted and formally implemented in 1975 on 1st of July. So 1st of July 1975 say 1st of July 2025, we are celebrating 50 years of CITES, due to which CITES is important. It was for the first time proposed by Thailand, the World Wildlife Day. Okay. Theme this year: wildlife conservation finance, investing in people and planet. Quickly looking into CITES, conceived by IUCN in 1963, 3rd of March 1973, first meeting where it was adopted, formally implemented 1st of July 1975. 75 se is that 2025 tak 50 years. Secretariat in Geneva, Switzerland, administered by UNEP. Scientific and technical services are provided by IUCN. Total parties 185. India ratified it in 1976, just 1 year later. And in 1981, India also hosted a conference of parties for CITES, which is the 3rd one. Then Madhya Pradesh mein the Madhav Tiger Reserve has been adopted as the Madhav Tiger Reserve has become the 9th Tiger Reserve of Madhya Pradesh and the 58th Tiger Reserve from India. All right. So location, you can go through it. This we've already covered. This also in detail. Process of declaring, they are notified by the state government as per Section 38B of Wildlife Protection Act on the advice of NTCA. First proposed by the state, then approval from NTCA. NTCA recommends it to the state and the state makes this announcement. The 2nd largest tiger reserve in the country has now been made the Sundarbans Tiger Reserves, And this was also notified under Section 38B of the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, first proposed by the state government, undertaken under the provisions of the 72 Wildlife Protection Act, then given formal recognition by NTCA, told to the state government, and the state government makes its announcement. Then Nepal has become the 6th country to formally ratify and become a part of IPCA. So what is IPCA? IPCA is a India-led global multi-country coalition of 95 big countries conserving 7 big cat species, officially announced by the Prime Minister in 2019, formalized in 2023, celebrating 50 years of Project Tiger. Founding members have been 60, focus species are 16, focus species are 7, out of which 5 are found in India. Puma and jaguar are not found in India. Objectives to curb illegal wildlife, modeled along the same ISA structure. Then membership of IPCA, all UN members can become members of IPCA. 24 countries and 9 international organizations have consented to become members, out of which 6 countries have become ratified members of IPCA: India, Nicaragua, Eswatini, Somalia, Liberia, and Nepal. India's commitments. IPCA has its headquarters in India, and India has also pledged a one-time budgetary support of 150 crores for a period of 5 years from 23-24 to 27-28. The process is naturally for Tiger Reserve the same. Then coming to the next annual in news, which was dolphin census. So this was the first dolphin census that was brought in. There were a total of 327 river dolphins in India along the stretches of Brahmaputra, Ganga, and also the Bias river there of the Indus River. 5, 6, 8, 9 dolphins have been in Ganga, 365 in Brahmaputra, and 3 in Bias River, highest in UP, second highest Bihar, third highest in West Bengal, published by Wildlife Institute of India. IUCN status endangered. IUCN headquarters lands within and CITES Appendix 1, headquartered in Geneva. CITES ka headquarters in Geneva. India's Wildlife Protection Act Schedule 1, declared as National Aquatic Animal of India 2010, State Aquatic Animal UP, Bihar, Assam. Okay. About Gangetic dolphins, it is also known as tiger of the Ganges. Planetista gangetica is its full scientific name. It is the only riverine dolphin in India, first discovered in 1801. National Ganga River Dolphin Day, 5th of October. National Dolphin Research Center, 2021. India's and Asia's first in Patna University, Bihar. Dolphin Sanctuary kahan hai? Vikramshila Sanctuary in Bihar. This is the only one. We have a second proposed one, which is in Hastinapur Wildlife Sanctuary of Meerut. Assam was the first state to geotag dolphins. Project Dolphin was launched in 2020, and habitat is freshwater. In India, they are found in 7 states. Then quickly coming to Asiatic lion. What happened? Asiatic lion. So this year we've also had the 16th lion census, which said that the lion population increased from 674 to 891 in the last 5 years. Now, this particular lion census not conducted by NTCA, not conducted by Wildlife Institute of India, but undertaken by the Gir Forest Reserve. Okay, so they've obviously found that the number of lions have increased. One more thing, this occurs every 5 years. The tiger census occurs every 4 years. So, ye yaad rakhna. Okay. Project Lion was launched in 2020. Project Dolphin was also launched in 2020. Their habitats are grasslands. Barda Wildlife Sanctuary has been called for, or is set to be established as the second home for lions, listed in Schedule 1 and 4 of Wildlife Protection Act, Appendix 1 of CITES. Then India, Botswana has recently announced a memorandum of understanding to exchange 8 cheetahs under Project Cheetah, and Botswana is the 3rd country after Namibia and South Africa. So quickly looking into Project Cheetah, launched in 2022, aims to translocate African cheetahs to India, world's first intercontinental large wild carnivore translocation initiative. 2022, 8 cheetahs from Namibia were brought to Kuno National Park, followed by 12 from South Africa in 2023. So Kuno National Park was the first park. Second one has been Gandhi Sagar National Park, and a third has also been proposed, which is, you all can tell me in the comment box, the third proposed place where they can be transferred, or Noradehi National Park in West Bengal, Madhya Pradesh. Okay. Bata diya. Okay. Implementing agency is also NTCA. Then Cheetah Project Steering Committee was established in 2023. Gandhi Sagar second wala hai, nor other he is going to be the third one. Okay. Then Cheetah is vulnerable. India se extinct ho gaye the 1952 mein. Okay. And since then we don't have Asiatic cheetahs in India anymore. But cheetahs केवल Africa हैं और Asia हैं. Asia में ईरान में भी नहीं है. बाकी इंडिया वाले खत्म हो गए थे because we killed them. All right. Then Wildlife Week, 2nd to 8th October इस साल हुआ है. Mosquitoes 1st to 7th of October. Theme human wildlife coexistence. These have been the various bodies which are. The first name of the first cheetah baby is Mukhi. ओके ये इम्पोर्टेंट है कि इस साल वर्ल्ड वाइल्ड लाइफ नेशनल वाइल्ड लाइफ वीक में वी लॉन्च 5 न्यू प्रोजेक्ट्स. प्रोजेक्ट के नाम याद रखना. वन इज प्रोजेक्ट डॉल्फिन फेज 2, वन इज प्रोजेक्ट स्लॉथ बेयर, प्रोजेक्ट घड़ियाल. We also have a project crocodile launched in 1975, again completing 50 years. ये दूसरा है project घड़ियाल. Also tigers outside tiger reserve has been launched this year and center of excellence for human wildlife conflict. ठीक है, ये 5 हमने लॉन्च किया है. नाउ वी आर कमिंग टू स्पेस एंड दिस सेक्शन विल बी ओवरटेकन बाय सत्यम सर एंड वाकफ सर. व्हिच इज डन.
वाकफ को बुला लो. Okay, now let's look at a little bit of statics here. The formation of a lot of important events have happened this year actually. So let me just give you a brief idea about what we are going to be covering as far as space is concerned. One is the PSLV launch. We are talking about PSLV C59, then PSLV C60, the SpadeX mission, Proba 3. Now we are on the PSLV C61. Also, we are looking at the largest satellite that we have recently sent by LVM Mark III M5, and this is a Navy satellite which weighs about 4,400 kilos. So LVM 3M5. We're looking at Navik 2, which is the 100th launch of ISRO, 100th launch by ISRO, and this is Navik 2. So we should generally know what is the full form of Navik, navigation with the Indian constellation. Navik 1 was launched in 2023 in May, right? And now it is Navik 2, though this mission was a failure. Then we are looking at Sunita Williams, right? We're looking at Sunita Williams, and we are also looking at AXIM 4 mission, right? Then we are looking at LUPEX or the Chandrayaan 5 mission slated for 2029. Then we are also looking at Bharatiya Antariksh Station in 2035, right? And India going to moon in 2040. So a lot of events have happened across space for this year. And I think the biggest news for this year is Subhanshu Shukla being the first astronaut from India, Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla, who who went to the International Space Station, right? So our topic is going to be covering mostly this, and then we are going to cover the static bit of it. Okay. So let's just start with little basics here. ISRO, you want to take it up?
Yeah, sure. So let's quickly revise. ISRO, as you all know, the precursor is known as INCOSPAR, the Indian National Committee for Space Research. This was established in 1962, headed by Dr. Vikram Sarabhai. Right? Then on 15 August 69, ISRO gets established. It is headquartered in Bengaluru. Again, Vikram Sarabhai becomes the chair. As the leader of INCOSPAR and then later first chairman of ISRO, we call Dr. Sarabhai the father of the Indian space program, right? And after him is named the Space Center in Kerala, the Vikram Sarabhai Space Center. Now, this year began with the news in January of the new ISRO chairman, the chair of the Space Commission, the secretary of the Department of Space, that is V. Narayan. Okay, so this is important. The longest serving chair was Mr. Satish Dhawan, and the Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota is named after him. Okay, so please keep that in mind. The Department of Space functions under the Prime Minister, and the secretary of that department is the ISRO chairman and the chair of the Space Commission. So that's the basics. Let's move on. We've done this before. Please refer to the space video, but I'll do a quick summary. VSSC in Thiruvananthapuram, SDSC in Sriharikota, Andhra Pradesh, and the new news was this year that the third launch pad at Satish Dhawan Space Center is going to be established. Okay, then the Space Application Center is in Ahmedabad. Also, InSpace is in Ahmedabad. What is InSpace? The Indian National Space Promotion and Authorization Center. Right now, it is chaired by Mr. Pawan Goyang. Next, important for Gaganyaan is the HSFC, the Human Space Flight Center. Okay, this and the UR Rao Satellite Center are both located in Bangalore. Okay, finally, there are these two companies. Of these, NSIL is most important. This is a company of the government of India whose job it is to promote and market space applications developed by public money to private industry, corporations, and other countries. Okay, so that sets the background. Important this year was 50 years of Aryabhatta, which was the first successful satellite of India launched on board Cosmos 3M of the USSR. The date of this is 19th of April 1975. Okay, so remember, this is India's first satellite. It has completed 50 years in 2025. Okay, other than that, the first indigenously built and launched satellite was Rohini 1. India's first rocket ever was 1963, the Nike Apache sounding rocket, which was launched from Turles at VSSC, Kerala. Okay, we have had the satellite launch vehicle. SLV was our first satellite launch vehicle. After that, we have had PSLV, GSLV, LVM3, and so on. Last year, the cabinet gave approval for development of the NGLV, the next generation launch vehicle, though this is not in operation as of now. Okay, the various missions we have already seen. Chandrayaan 3 you have to keep in mind, right, because of which we observe National Space Day. We will cover that in one of the next videos. Okay, the other missions you all know about. MOM Mars Orbiter mission is Mangalyaan. Mangalyaan 2 is in the planning stage. That will be the Mars lander mission. Okay, now Gaganyaan again planned. Various tests of Gaganyaan have taken place this year. Please remember, the Human Space Flight Center is located in Bangalore. Okay, Shukrayaan is of course proposed. Bharatiya Antariksh stations proposed to be put in orbit around 2035. Okay, moving on, basics of Gaganyaan. Okay, so this is most important. The selected Vyomnauts or Gagannauts: Group Captain Prashant Balakrishnan Nair, Group Captain Ajit Krishnan, Group Captain Angad Pratap, and Wing Commander Shubhanshu Shukla. So only 3 out of 4 of these will actually be sent on the Gaganyaan mission. So that has not been decided as of now. What is planned for this year is G1 or Gaganyaan 1, which will send the half humanoid gynoid robot Vyoma Mitra. Then later we are supposed to have G2 and G3 uncrewed, G4 and G5 crewed. Okay, so that is the background of the Gaganyaan mission. Just keep that in mind. Okay, moving on, this year of course we had Axiom 4, through which Shubhanshu Shukla became the second Indian to go into space after Rakesh Sharma, and became the first Indian to go on the International Space Station. Okay, So this is of course important. Now, it was launched from where? The Kennedy Space Center in Florida. What is the name of the rocket? SpaceX Falcon 9 Block 5, and the craft is called Crew Dragon Grace. These were the people on the mission. The commander was Peggy Whitson. The pilot was Shubhanshu Shukla. Rakesh Sharma had gone into space on board the Soyuz T-11. He was the first Indian in space. Linked to this, you must always remember, first person in space ever, Yuri Gagarin. First woman in space ever, Valentina Tereshkova. First person on the moon, Neil Armstrong. Okay, moving on, the whole saga or ordeal of Sunita Williams and Butch Wilmore. They were stuck at the International Space Station. Just remember, they came back aboard the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft. They spent 286 days in space. So this number is important and significant. And through all of this, Sunita Williams has ended up making several records. Number one, the most spacewalk time by a female astronaut, the first female commander of the International Space Station, and the longest unscheduled stay in space. Okay, so these are the important records which ended up being made by Sunita Williams because of her ordeal. Moving forward, very important, the SPADEX mission, the Space Docking Experiment mission. This was launched aboard PSLV C-60. Within it, you had SDX-01 Chaser and SDX-02 the target. Through this, the POEM-4 mission was also undertaken, the PSLV Orbital Experimental Module 4. Now, docking is something very significant. Till date, only 4 countries have developed docking technology of their own. India has become the 4th after US, Russia, and China. Okay. What is this being called? It is called the Bharatiya Docking System, right? So why was this in the news this year? Because docking was achieved bang at the beginning of the year in January. Okay, so that's the SPADEX mission. Next, we had the space analog experiments and Anugami and HOPE. You have to know the full form of HOPE, Human Outpost for Planetary Exploration. Okay, this was conducted in 2025. There was an Anugami isolation study, which is also popularly called GANEX-1. Okay, so Gaganyaan Analog Experiments Part 1. Okay, last year at the end of the year, the Ladakh Human Analog Mission had also been conducted. The idea of analog experiments, the objective is to simulate space-like conditions to enable the potential astronauts to gain experience in those settings. Okay, so just keep this in mind. Anugami and HOPE are the most important. Next, we have the BAS, the Bharatiya Antariksh Station. This is still being planned. It's still being worked upon. Remember, the target is important. Target is 2035. Similarly, Russia has a proposed station, ROS, Russian Orbital Service Station. Through this, you should keep in mind Chinese space station Tiangong. Right now, only 2 are in orbit. Okay, Tiangong and ISS. ISS also, you must remember, it is set to retire in 2030. Okay, so right now in space, ISS and Tiangong. Russia is planning ROS, India is planning BAS, Bharatiya Antariksh Station. Okay, basics of ISS you should do and cover because Shubhanshu Shukla became the first Indian to go into the International Space Station. Observances we have done in the past, but quickly to take you through them. National Space Day was 23rd of August, right? The theme this year was from Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan. Okay, that is the most important part of the theme, from Aryabhatta to Gaganyaan. Okay, that was the theme. So Aryabhatta, 50 years of Aryabhatta this year. Gaganyaan is the future, of course. So history and future as well. Okay, so 23rd of August, due to the soft landing achieved at Shiv Shakti point on the moon by Vikram lander of Chandrayaan 3. Okay, so keep this in mind. At the international level, we have the International Day of Human Spaceflight, which happens on the 12th of April. Why? Because Yuri Gagarin became the first person or first human being in the world to go into space. He was from USSR. Please note, the first female to go into space was Valentina Tereshkova of USSR. Finally, we have World Space Week from 4th of October to the 10th of October. Why 4th? Because on 4th October 57, Sputnik 1, the first artificial satellite of the world, was successfully launched by USSR. By 10th October, because the Magna Carta of Space, the Outer Space Treaty, was came into force on this particular date. Okay, so these are the important space observances. Moving forward, we had the Proba 3 mission this year. You need to know the full form. Project for On-Board Autonomy 3. Whose mission? European Space Agency. Who launched it? ISRO. PSLV C59 XL. Okay. What is the objective? To study the corona, which is the outermost layer of the sun. What should you link to this? The Aditya L1 mission of India and also the Parker Solar Probe of NASA. So these two were the missions not launched this year, but which remain in the news from time to time. Related to this, also launched this year, NASA Punch, the polarimeter to unify the corona and the heliosphere. Okay, so these details are covered. What is significant about Proba 3? It's created the artificial solar eclipse by basically the occulter spacecraft is going to obscure it, and the coronagraph spacecraft is going to observe the corona during that time. Okay, so these missions are important. Okay, finally coming to NASA ISRO Synthetic Aperture Radar or NISAR. This is by ISRO and by NASA. So NASA is giving the L-band space synthetic aperture radar. ISRO is giving the S-band synthetic aperture radar. It was launched by ISRO on the GSLV F-16. It's an Earth observation satellite, and it's going to orbit the Earth and map the Earth's surface. Okay, it's going to be significant for environmental Earth observation as well. Okay, I hope this is clear. So NISAR is extremely significant. Then this year, India's heaviest communication satellite was also launched. This is the GSAT 7R or CMS-03. Now, this was launched by LVM-3M5. It's a multi-band communication satellite. Important is to remember who is it for. It's for the Indian Navy. Okay. You don't need to know too much more. Know the record, know the name of the craft, who was it launched for, and on which way. Okay, that's the core of this particular topic. Now coming to the next, India's 100th launch was near the beginning of the year. This was NVS-02 launched on board GSLV F-15. Okay, so 100th launch. So 50 years of Aryabhatta, 100th Indian launch. Okay, this is part of IRNSS. You have to know the full form, which operationalizes NAVIC. You have to know the full form. Okay, let's finally do the miscellany. Vikram 3201. Why is this in space news? Because this is India's first fully indigenous 32-bit space grade microprocessor. Okay, unveiled at Semicon 2025. So this is important. This is one of those classic standalone questions for AILET, or it's one question in a passage in Clat. Okay. Then we have the Escapade mission. Okay, relating to Mars. Okay, it has two crafts, blue and gold. This is a NASA mission. We have Tianwen-2 by the Chinese Space Agency. This was also launched. What is it going to observe and explore? The Kamoa-Lewa near Earth asteroid. Okay, point is to return samples to Earth. We have the NASA IMAP mission, Interstellar Mapping and Acceleration Probe, again launched this year. What is it going to study? The boundary of the heliosphere. What's the heliosphere? The sphere of influence of our sun in our solar system. Okay. We had the NASA Tracers mission. Please, what you have to keep in mind about these, I know I'm rattling off all of the names. You have to know which agency launched them. You have to know the full form. And in 3 or 4 words, what is the object? Like, are they going to a planet? What are they observing? Are they observing a star or an asteroid? Okay. Finally, I mean, NASA Lucy I have mentioned here because it came in the news. It wasn't launched this year. It's not too important. Just keep in mind, it did a flyby of this asteroid, Donald Johanson, and its ultimate target is to study the Trojan asteroid. Okay, so that's all that is relevant. That is a super fast Vande Bharat Express speed summary of space news. Let's now come to reports and.
All right, now I've already put a full-fledged video on reports and indices. I'm going to cover this everything in 10 minutes. All right, so फटाफट देखते हैं. The first one that we'll be taking is the Global Hunger Index. क्या याद रखना है? That it is published by Concerned Worldwide, World Hunger Life, and the Institute for Peace Research and Security Policy, Germany. It has 4 basic indicators: undernourishment, child wasting, child stunting, and child mortality. Gives you a score on the range of 0 to 100. 0 means best, no hunger, and 100 means worse, that is countries which have severe levels of hunger. All right, key highlights of the report is the global hunger level has only slightly improved with a score of 19 in 2016 to 18.3 in 2025. That is 10 years, only a change of 0.7. Okay, the report warns at the current pace, the UN Sustainable Development Goals of zero hunger by 2030 is unlikely to be met. 42 countries are suffering from serious or alarming hunger levels, and the conflict remains the primary driver of hunger. Okay, India's ranking. Now looking at India specific this thing. So India's ranking is 102 out of 123 countries, which has declined from 105. India's score is 25.8, which is categorized as serious hunger level. Child wasting is 18.7. Child stunting, highly prevalent. Undernourishment has seen marginal improvements. Now this table here gives you a very good comparison. Our global hunger score as well as the global average. So global average is 18.3, which is in moderate levels, whereas India's is 25.8, where we are under serious category of hunger levels. Hunger severity hai. Global rank to kuch nahi. India is ranked at 102nd. Then child wasting, global average is 7.3%. India's average is 18.7%. Then child stunting rate in India is high. Globally, it is variable. Conflict impact, major contributor globally hai. In India, it is a regional cause, that is certain marked areas only. Okay. Last rank is Somalia. The last rank in global hunger index is Somalia. Okay. And second last is Yemen. All right. Now coming to the next one, global multidimensional poverty index. This year, no ranks were given in it. They had only given certain classifications itself. So quickly looking into how was it, who has released it. So UNDP and Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative has published this report, and it has been published since 2010. The index is based on 3 dimensions with 10 indicators, which is very much similar to the Human Development Index. Okay. Now, like the Human Development Index, which is also published by UNDP, the MPI is also published by UNDP. Human Development Index co-incepted by Mehboob Haq and Amartya Sen, and they are the founding fathers also of MPI. Okay. So this here gives you a division. So it is based on 3 equally weighted indicators or dimensions. Health, education, and living standards. Health further has 2 indicators: nutrition and child mortality. Education has 2 indicators: years of schooling and school attendance. Living standards has a total of 6 indicators: cooking, sanitation, drinking water, electricity, housing, and assets. Parameters, you don't need to get into the details of it. Global headcount. So out of of 6.3 billion people across 109 countries, 1.1 billion live in acute multidimensional poverty, 43.6 face severe poverty, 83.2 live in sub-Saharan African and South Asian regions. Poverty in India has fallen to 16.4% from 55.1%, lifting approximately 414 million people out of poverty. Okay, so these are your basic common deprivations. Along lines, एक चीज ये याद रखना that South Asia has the highest number of poor in climate hazard regions, and small island developing states, their cumulative or collective poverty rate is higher than the global world average. Okay. Then countries like Belize, Comoros, and Samoa pose a critical and escalating threat. Now, climate risk index of 2025. This is the latest index. तो ये याद रखना है. इसमें the most affected countries in through the long range criteria. Dominica, Myanmar, Honduras are the first one and first three, and India ranks 9th in the long-term category. This is also published by German Watch, and countries based on human and economic toll of weather-related extreme events. It was introduced for the first time in 2006. It gives you rankings in two basic criteria. One is long-term and one is short-term. So long-term is 1995 to 2004, and India is ranked 15 in 2024. That is the short-term, and long-term mein India's rank is 9th. Long-term mein the first rank is Dominica, Myanmar, Honduras. Okay. Okay. Then Global Innovation Index was released this very year, and it is released by WIPO, World Intellectual Property. And this year, India's rank was 38. 5 years before, in 2025, India's rank was 48. And Baki, first in the lower income group. Then top ranked economies you have to keep in mind: Switzerland first, Sweden second, US third, South Korea fourth, Singapore fifth. China is ranked in the top 10 for the first time. Then Fiscal Health Index launched by Niti Aayog, and this is the first time that it has been launched. It gives you data on 18. It has provided us data working on the data collected from 18 major states. So 18 major states have been the data states. Base year 2022 to 23 is the base year, और इसके बाद हमने data calculate किया है. There are 5 basic sub indices: quality of expenditure, revenue mobilization, fiscal prudence, debt index, and debt sustainability. And in the last 10 years, Odisha has ranked number 1 with an approximate score of 67.8. Second is Chhattisgarh, and Goa is third. Then coming to the Swachh Sarvekshan awards that were given this year. This was for urban areas. So naturally, it was given by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. This was its 9th edition. In total, 78 awards were presented this year. And this year, Swachh Sarvekshan introduced a simplified and inclusive assessment framework, enabling smaller cities to compete on equal footing with larger countries under the principle of larger counterparts under the principle of one city, one award. As a result, 34 cities from various states and union territories were declared promising Swachh Shahars for the notable progress. Revamped format and Super Swachh League has been introduced this year, and cities like Indore, Surat, etc., who have been ranked 1, 2, 3 consecutively for the past 7-8 years, they have been categorized into the Super Swachh League. All right, and a special award this year was conferred on the government of Uttar Pradesh and Prayagraj Mela Adhikari, specifically for the wonderful efforts that they had put in during the Kumbh Mela. City classification is based on population, on the basis of which we have cities in 5 categories: very small cities with population less than 20,000, small cities between 20,000 to 50,000, medium 50 to 3 lakh, big cities 3 to 10 lakhs, and million plus is more than 10 lakh cities. So when we look at the actual rankings, you mostly have to focus only on the cities with more than 10 lakh population. So about Swachh Sarvekshan Awards conducted by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Iske minister kaun hai? If anybody, who's the minister of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs? जल्दी बताओ, बताओ. Quickly, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, Ministry of Housing Affairs, कौन है बच्चों? It is Manohar Lal Khattar. Okay. He, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs has been publishing this since 2016. इस बार का theme was reduce, reuse and recycle. Okay. Swachh Bharat Mission launched on 2nd of October 2015 has been divided into Grameen, which is under Ministry of Jal Shakti, Urban under Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Objective is to make India open defecation free by 2019. लेकिन वो अभी तक चलता ही चला जा रहा है. Okay, then quickly looking into this, Super Swachh League cities में केवल more than 10 lakh categories you have to remember. So first rank is Indore, second Surat, Navi Mumbai, and then Vijayawada, and then the Swachh Shahars 5 population category में भी also you have to keep in mind more than 10 lakh. That is Ahmedabad, Bhopal, and Lucknow. The Super Swachh League is this year's न्यू इंक्लूजन. ठीक है, चलो 10th सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट रिपोर्ट में आ जाओ. ये वाली इंपॉर्टेंट इसलिए है क्योंकि इस बार पहली बार इन दिस इयर्स रिपोर्ट इंडिया हैज रैंक बिलो 100. तो इंडिया का रैंक जो है वो 99th आया है इस बार. ऑलराइट, so it is published by UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. India has for the first time secured a place among the top 100 out of 193 countries. जिसमें से Finland naturally has the first rank, followed by Sweden, followed by Denmark. Okay, East and South Asia have outperformed all their criteria. ये सब नहीं important है, मतलब you don't need to keep in mind all of this. That is all. You only need to remember that the first is in this is Finland, followed by Sweden and Denmark. India पहली बार 99th rank आई है, under 100 आई है. And what else you have to keep in mind is all of these SDGs. ठीक है, चलो next is the World Population Report. तो उसके लिए World Population Day is important on 11th of July. This year we had the State of Population Report launched, published. The title was The Real Fertility Crisis. It is published by United Nations Population Fund. This states that India's population has reached 146.39 crore in April 2025. And with this, India has become the country with the largest population in the world. Also, the report says that India's total fertility rate has dropped down to 1.9 below the replacement level. ठीक है, बाकी the details you all can see. Total fertility rate याद रखना है is now 1.9. Replacement level of fertility rate is 2.1. And India is the country with the largest population in the world. ठीक है, इसमें हाँ, इसमें falling fertility in developed countries में you need to remember that Japan, Italy and South Korea, they are actually suffering from things like aging population. ठीक है, कि उनकी population जो है very less number of children are being born in this thing. Very less number of children are being born and much more and more people are turning old. All right, then high fertility in fragile states, sub-Saharan African countries are those countries जहाँ पर fertility rate बहुत high है. Then coming to the next important report that you have to keep in mind is the CIPRI yearbook, which was mostly on nuclear warheads. The total warheads in India are 180 stored nuclear warheads. Modernization, that India continues to develop new nuclear delivery systems. Also, India has undertaken triad development. Triad मतलब कि land based missiles भी हैं, aircraft based भी हैं और sea based missiles भी हैं. Also, comparison with Pakistan's nuclear capability, India की 180 है, इनकी 170 है. इसमें से चाइना का सबसे ज्यादा expand होता है, which is China has 600 nuclear warheads, which is growing at a speed of 100 per year since 2023. Okay, top powers Russia, followed by US. Deployment and all you don't need to keep in mind. 9 nuclear countries हैं, ये हम NPT में भी बहुत बार cover कर चुके हैं. Arms control, New START treaty expires in 2026, जिसके बाद कोई और treaty आने का there is no other chance that is being seen. Then we have the CIPRI report, which follows a 4-year trend on the imports and exports. तो ये भी is launched by Stockholm International Peace Research Institute, CIPRI, और इसमें ये बोला है कि India, a decline in India's arms report from imports from Russia is seen, whereas France से हमने ज्यादा करना शुरू करा है. Ukraine has emerged as the largest arms importer in the world. India is the second largest arms importer despite a 9.3% decline. China has exited the top 10 arms importers list for the first time and now is actually entered the top 5 exporting countries. Okay, Pakistan's arms importer में सबसे ज़्यादा supply is from China. ठीक है? India's defense imports, Russia is our top supplier, followed by France. Top 5 arm exporters में 4th पर we have China. China has exited the arms importing list and has entered the top 5 exporting list. Okay, highest importers, rank 1, US, then France, Russia, China, and Germany. SIPRI क्या है? Is an independent international institute which undertakes this publishing of reports, founded in 1966, headquartered in Stockholm, Sweden. Then coming to the next one is World Happiness Report, again published by whom? Published by Wellbeing Research Center at the University of Oxford in partnership with Gallup and UNFCCC, and 20th of March every year we celebrate as World Happiness Day. Key highlights: Finland 8 consecutive year के लिए rank 1 रहा है, India की rank is 118. Okay, and the last rank is Afghanistan, and Afghanistan has been the last rank for the last 4 years. Okay, 6 key indicators हैं: GDP per capita, social support, healthy life expectancy, freedom, generosity, and perceptions of corruption. बाकी it has a it ranges from, the score ranges from 0 to 10. Determinants हैं: trust, social connection, shared meals, communal kindness play a crucial role in happiness. बाकी वर्ल्ड हैप्पीनेस डे का इनिशिएटिव किसने स्टार्ट किया था? भूटान ने किया था, which said that it will calculate its total development, prioritizing gross national happiness over gross domestic product. Since 1970s, UN recognition adopted by UN General Assembly July 2012 designated 20th March as World Happiness Day. Theme is caring is sharing. Then quickly coming to topic number 23, those were all the reports and indices that you mostly have to keep in mind. The others have also been comprehensively covered through the one full-fledged video that I have taken. Then reports, then the next is awards and prizes. So all of them which are important for you to keep in mind. The first is water prize. Why have I taken this up? Because the entire topic of water glacier is important this year. Okay. So Stockholm Water Prize, given by, established in 1991 and presented by Stockholm Water Foundation in collaboration with Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences, and it is presented annually by the King of Sweden. The first one to win this prize was David W. Schlinder. इनका नाम याद रखना. इस बार का प्राइज गुंटर बॉश को दिया गया है. Then quickly looking into water, World Day of Glacier celebrated on 21st March. इस बार पहली बार सेलिब्रेट किया गया है. Why? Because this year the United Nations has also established 2025 as the International Year for Glacier Preservation. Okay, so it was announced on 21st of March. When it was announced that every year on 21st of March we celebrate International Day for Glacier Preservation, co-facilitated by UNESCO and World Meteorological Organization. And significance of glaciers क्या है? There are more than 275,000 glaciers in the world, accounting for total 70% of the total water reserves. Then 22nd of March we celebrate a World Water Day. अच्छा, World Glacier और World Water Day दोनों का theme is glacier preservation only. So 23rd or 22nd of March, UN designated it in 1992, first observed in 1993. This year's theme was glacier preservation. SDG 6 calls for glacier conservation. Also, with respect to water, you must remember the World Oceans Day on 8th of June. This year, 9th and 10th of June, we had the United Nations Ocean Conference also, which was co-hosted by France and Costa Rica. SDG 14, life below water, is associated with conservation of oceans and everything associated with oceans. In this particular conference, NICE Ocean Action Plan was undertaken, which gave basically 3 priorities. Also, major financial commitments were outlined by various countries, like the various countries and organizations. The European Commission pledging 1 billion euros, Germany 100 billion, New Zealand 52, etc. Expansion of marine protected areas was also undertaken in the same conference, and also new global coalitions and initiatives were promoted. Then quickly coming to the Nobel Prizes, which are very, very important. Again, a full-fledged session has been taken on it. We'll quickly just revise. through what you have to keep in mind. So recipients of the prize are called laureates, established by the will of Swedish inventor Alfred Nobel, the inventor of dynamite. They were established in 1985, first awarded in 1901. They were not awarded during the First World War as well as the Second World War. It is formally presented every year on 10th of December, which is the death anniversary of Alfred Nobel, and it is given in 6 fields: physics, chemistry, physiology, medicine, literature, peace, and economic sciences. Prize in economic sciences was introduced in 1968 by Sveriges Riksbank or Sweden Central Bank. A Nobel Prize can be shared by up to 3 individuals. Nobel Peace Prize can also be given to an organization. Self-nomination is not allowed. It cannot be awarded posthumously. However, if you die after the announcement of the award has been made, then you can still receive it by the 10th of on the 10th of December. First Indian Nobel laureate was Rabindranath Tagore for literature. First Indian woman Nobel laureate was Mother Teresa. Okay.
All right. So Nobel Prize is my favorite topic. Not really, but okay. So chemistry. I hope you remember all the acronyms. Let's quickly revise. What is it for chemistry? ORS. Omar, Richard, and Susumu. Okay. Omar, Richard, and Susumu for MOFs, metal organic frameworks. Okay, so that's for chemistry. We'll just keep this quick. Omar, Richard, Susumu for MOF, metal organic frameworks. Physics, what did we have? We had, tell me. Yes. John, Michel. Okay, John Clark, Michel Devoret. Okay, MJJ or JMJ, whatever you want to say it as. So Michel, John. Okay, so ORS for chemistry, MJJ for physics. Michel, John. Let's move on to the next. Physiology, we had BRS. Apologies, actually. Let's go back. For physics, what was it? MQMT. Macroscopic, quantum, mechanical, tunneling, and energy quantization in electrical circuits. Okay. Next, we have medicine or physiology, which is BRS. Right? What is BRS? We have Brankow, Ramsdell, and Sakaguchi. Okay, Brankow, Ramsdell, and Sakaguchi. For what? For PIT, peripheral immune tolerance. Right? Basically, why our body's immune system doesn't attack our own cells. Right? Key for cancer research as well. Okay, so BRS for physiology, ORS for chemistry, MJJ for physics. Next, we have economics. Here we have JPP, Joel Peter Philippe. Okay, so this is significant. Overall, what is it for? For having explained innovation-driven economic growth. There is an important phrase here. You should know the meaning for English or for GK. What is that phrase? Please Google it. What is creative destruction? Okay. All right. So JPP for economics. Joel Peter Philippe. Next, we have Nobel Prize in Literature, Laszlo Krasznahor-Kai. What are his important books? Satan Tango, War and War, The Melancholy of Resistance, and Saibo There Below, SEIBO. Okay, so where is he from? He is from Hungary. What does he do? Writes novels. What has it been given for? There's a whole long thing which basically is his body of work. It says compelling and visionary oeuvre. Oeuvre means the entire body of work. It's, I believe, a French word. So for his compelling and visionary oeuvre, which emphasizes the importance of art in the midst of apocalyptic terror. Okay, so that is what the Nobel citation says. Finally, we have the Peace Prize from Venezuela, Maria Corina Machado. I am sure you are not going to forget her surname. Okay, she's an opposition leader, mainly for advocating for democracy and human rights in Venezuela, whose capital is Caracas, who is the leader right now, Maduro. Okay, that's what you should know. Link this, of course, to she was the winner of last year's Sakharov Prize. You should know this year's winners as well from Georgia and Belarus. Okay, basically Pogzubut and Amaglovel. Okay, those are the names I remember. Okay, let's come to Rashtriya Vigyan Puraskar. You all know you have to remember only two. One is Vigyan Ratna, right? Late Professor Jayant Vishnu Narlikar for physics. Posthumous, remember. This is, I think, only the second Vigyan Ratna. The first time these awards were given was last. Other than this, you of course have Vigyan Shri, you have a Vigyan team. This year was CSIR team Aroma for development and research into aromatic cash crops. Okay, I hope this is absolutely clear. Last category is Vigyan Yuva, also known as Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize. Okay, why Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar? Because he was one of the leading lights behind establishment of CSIR, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, whose president is always the Prime Minister. Okay, so right now the president of CSIR is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Okay, so we have seen the basics, team, all of the details. Moving on, the Kenton R. Miller Award, significant. We did it with IUCN, Field Director of Kaziranga National Park. Dr. Sonali Ghosh is the winner this year. She is the first Indian to win this particular award. Who exactly gives this award? The World Commission on Protected Areas under IUCN or affiliated with IUCN. Okay, so significant. Link it to the IUCN World Conservation Congress as well. Where did it take place? It took place in the city of Abu Dhabi in the United Arab Emirates. Okay, so important. IUCN is the one which does the red list of threatened species. India has also announced that it's going to begin. It presented the vision for the first national red list assessment. Okay, so that is the significant news relating to IUCN, and very important environmental topic. It has its tendrils in awards as well. So very, very significant. Okay, Booker Prize, you all know, Flesh, David Zale or Chalet. Okay, for pronunciation, I usually say Zale. Okay, so the book is called Flesh. Remember, for Booker, you have to write it directly in English. For Booker International, you write it in some other language and it should be translated to English, and the author and the translator together receive the prize. Okay, so important. Booker first winner. I know you guys have asked this question, God only knows how many times. The first winner Indian of the Booker Prize, Arundhati Roy for God of Small Things. First winner Indian for International Booker Prize, Geetanjali Shri, along with Daisy Rockwell for Ret Samadhi or Tomb of Sand, written in Hindi. Okay, so this year the International Booker was won by Banu Mushtaq along with Deepa Bhasti for Heart Lamp, written in Kannada. First collection of short stories to receive the Booker International. Okay, so she is the second Indian to win the prize. Controversy about her was her invitation to the Mysuru Dasara festival, which was ultimately dismissed by the courts, and she went on to be the chief guest. Okay, so keep that in mind. So latest Booker, David Chalet. Latest International Booker, Banu Mushtaq with Deepa Bhasti. Okay, you have to know the names of the books. Next, we have the Jnanapeeth. Latest is Vinod Kumar Shukla. He is the first from Chhattisgarh. Which language did he win it for? Hindi. Who is the first winner? The first winner is G. Sankara Kurup. Okay, and this is considered the highest literary honor in India. This is important. Okay, please keep this in mind. What all is it given for? It's given to one person or max shared by two, but you have to be an author in which languages? The languages of the 8th schedule, which is 22 plus English. Okay, so these are the things you have to remember. Just a quick revision. Let's now, so this is the 59. By the way, the prize ceremony for last year's winners also took place in 2025. So who are they? Shared Gulzar for Urdu and Swami Ram Bhadracharya for Sanskrit. Okay, so their prize ceremony took place. They are the 58th winner, 59th winner, Vinod Kumar Shukla for Hindi. Okay, I hope this is absolutely clear. Next, we have the Oscars. Don't get into it too much, but first of all, know that Oscars, the official name is Academy Awards. Yes, first, the proper name is Academy Awards. What is this Academy? The Academy is the Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences. Okay, this is primarily based in the US, of course. In this, the important category for us is the best international feature film. Okay, so not for these are the award ceremonies held in 2025. You would have seen the news that Homebound has been nominated as India's entry to the Oscars. That is for the Oscar award ceremony to be held next. Okay, Homebound, made by Neeraj Ghaiwa. Okay, when it comes to this year's Oscars, the ones announced, broadly remember, Anora is the most important. Anora received it for Best Picture, and the director is Sean Baker. Okay. Okay, so Best Picture, Anora. Best Director, Sean Baker for Anora. Best Actor in a Female Role, Mikey Madison, again for Anora. Okay, I think Best Original Screenplay is also something Best Original Screenplay you should also keep in mind. It is also Anora. And finally, Film Editing. So 5 different Oscars for the same film. Best Picture, Best Director Sean Baker, Best Actress Mikey Madison, Best Original Screenplay, again Anora, and Best Film Editing, again Anora. Okay, so that's all. No Indian winners here. So Anora is the one to remember. Who gives the prize? Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences. Linked to the Oscars, keep in mind there is an award called the Oscars of Science. This is the popular name. Which prize am I talking about? I'm talking about the Breakthrough Prize. Okay, all right. So that is that, and you should know first Indian to win any Oscar was Bhanu Athaiya. Okay. Yes. So here we have the first Indian winner is Bhanu Athaiya for costume design in 1983. The latest one went to Natu Natu for Best Original Song. Okay, this is from the movie RRR. Several others have won the prize. Okay, and the first time an honorary Oscar was given to an Indian, it was Mr. Satyajit Ray. By the way, he is the one who is also the designer of the Sahitya Academy Trophy. Okay, all right. So I think that covers it broadly. Let's now move on to the Equator Prize. Remember, this is the one related to work for the indigenous peoples of the world. Rather, it is for environmental work done by indigenous communities and indigenous peoples organizations. Okay. For this, please remember the International Day for Indigenous Peoples. Okay. Now, 10 people received this prize, but only one Indian organization rather. So here, which is that organization? It is the Bibi Fatima Self-Help Group. Bibi Fatima Swasahaya Sangha. Okay. This is the theme of this year's Equator Prize, and the prize went to Bibi Fatima Swasahaya Sangha or self-help group. So only one from India this year, 9 others from various other countries, given by the UN Development Program, which is headquartered in New York. Okay, I hope that is clear. Okay, let's now move on to the next. Next, we have the 100th anniversary of Professor M.S. Swaminathan, first winner of the World Food Prize, father of the Green Revolution in India. Okay, that is important. Simply, if you are asked father of Green Revolution, you have to answer Norman Borlaug. Due to his 100th birth anniversary, there was a centenary conference in his honor, and a new prize was launched called the M.S. Swaminathan Prize for Food and Peace, whose inaugural winner is Ademola Adenle. Okay, whose winner is Ademola Adenle from Nigeria. Okay, so keep this in mind. M.S. Swaminathan Award for Food and Peace. Okay, this is important to remember. He is also one of the 5 latest winners of the Bharat Ratna. Okay, so that is also to be kept in mind. Father of the Green Revolution, obviously, 100th centenary. First winner of the World Food Prize. And who won the World Food Prize this year? Maria Angela Hungria from Brazil. Okay, I hope this is crystal clear. On the revolutions, you absolutely have to know father of Green Revolution, Norman Borlaug, father of Green Revolution in India, M.S. Swaminathan, father of the White Revolution, which is milk, that is Dr. Varghese Kurian. Okay, these are absolutely significant and unmissable. Okay, let's now proceed forward to the film awards. There are a lot of these. What is actually significant? The highest award in cinema, the Dada Saheb Phalke Lifetime Achievement Award. Dada Saheb Phalke was the creator of India's first full-length feature film, Raja Harishchandra. It first went to Devika Rani, the first lady of Indian cinema. The latest award has gone to a Mollywood actor, Mr. Mohan Lal. Okay, that is the most important bit of it. We have done the Oscars, we have done Dada Saheb Phalke, we have done India's entry to the Oscars. Next, okay, who is the head of the Central Board for Film Certification or the Censor Board? It is Prasoon Joshi. All right, let's now move forward to defense, and I invite Satyam sir to take up this particular topic.
So, if you look at defense, I think the basic that we need to follow. Also, what we need to follow that those resources that the first right? Then we have the CES. The first CES was with our guide of the act. Then we have the Army Chief. The Army Chief is Upendra Dwivedi, right? Upendra Dwivedi. Then we have the Air Force Chief, who is Amanpreet Singh, Air Chief Marshal Amanpreet Singh. And we have the Naval Chief, that is Dinesh Tripathi. Okay, so remember this. Recently, we had the Navy Day, which is on the 4th of December. Which month are we on? We're in December right now. So 4th of December is the Navy Day. The Air Force Day is on the 8th of October is the Air Force Day. And then we have Army Day, which is on the 15th of January. On this particular day, General Butcher, who became the first Commander-in-Chief of India, he took over from General Butcher, right? Remember this now. Okay. Now, what we are also going to do is the important defense exercises. So we should generally know that with which country, which exercise we are doing. So we have generally mentioned everything here. We have the exercises. Okay. So everything is mentioned. General Upendra Dwivedi, Air Marshal Aman, you made a very nice PPT. Yeah, congratulations. So Dinesh Tripathi. And Acha, also remember that in we've had only 3 5-star in the armed forces, 2 5-star generals. The first one was Sam Manekshaw, right? And the second one was General Karyappa. He got it posthumously. And in the Air Force, it was Arjun Singh. Those who are from Delhi, there is a place called as Arjun Vihar, right? So Arjun Singh is mentioned here. So Chief Marshal of the Air Forces, right? So that was Arjun Singh, right? Nobody from the Navy has become a 5-star general. Okay. Then you want to mention something about this once? You want to just do it right now? Just 2 minutes, just cover this.
All right, quickly looking into the NSA. First one was Brijesh Mishra. The current one is Ajit Doval. The chair of strategic policy group of NSC again is Ajit Doval. Chair of National Security Advisor Board Alok Joshi has been appointed this year only. All the 2025s that you see, they've been appointed this year, due to which they are part of your current affairs. All right. National Maritime Security Coordinator Biswajit Das Gupta. National Cyber Security Coordinator Naveen Kumar Singh. Nuclear Command Authority Strategic Forces Command. Chair of Political Council. Political Council is the Prime Minister. Executive Council is the National Security Advisor. Director of RAW Parag Jain. Director of IBS Tapan Dekar. All appointed this year. Okay. Then DRDO. I think we've taken it. Achha, we've not done it. Okay. DRDO, quickly. This year again, we've had a new appointee as the chairman and secretary of DRDO, Sameer V. Kamath. First Director General was Daulat Singh Kothari, the same one as the first education policy in 1968. DRDO was formed in 1958, merging these 3 bodies, the Technical Development Establishment, Directorate of Technical Development and Production with Defense Science Organization. Motto is Balasya Moolam Vigyanam, that is strength lies in science. This year, 1st of January, 67th Foundation Day. Missile Woman of India, Tessie Thomas, because of her work in the Agni Missile series, and Missile Man of India, APJ Abdul Kalam, for Integrated Missile Development Program of 1983. Okay, the DRDO missile systems quickly. Air-to-air missile, Astra, which has now been named this year only as Gandhi. Then surface-to-air missiles, Trishul and Akash. Surface-to-surface, we have Agni, Prithvi, Dhanush, Shaurya. Agni, still we are continuing. We have Agni Prime, Dhanush and Shaurya, not so important. Prithvi, important because Prithvi is the first missile that we've developed. All right. Then light combat aircraft, we have a program, LCA program. The fighter jet is Tejas, the same fighter jets that collapsed in Dubai air show. Okay. Rocket system, Pinaka, multi-barrel rocket launch. Then main battle tank is Arjun, which has succeeded Bhishma. And anti-tank missile, again tested this year, Nag Mk2. Then certain terminologies that you all can go through. Submarine launched ballistic missiles, intercontinental ballistic missile, rail launch, this is Agni Prime that we tested. Then Sagar 2015, security and growth for all in the region under Modi ji. Mahasagar, this is just an addition or a promotion of the Sagar initiative undertaken from Mauritius this year. Full form, mutual and holistic advancement for security and growth across regions. Then ballistic missiles and cruise missiles, you all can see the meanings of it. Then the operations which were in news this year in 2025. For Pahalgam terror attack, we had Operation Sindoor launched by India to target the terrorist bases in POK and Pakistan. Mahadev and Shiv Shakti post Operation Sindoor to catch hold of terrorists. Okay. Operation Bunyan Marsoos, which was Pakistan's retaliatory operation against Operation Sindoor. Then Pakistan had its 27th amendment, leading to Asim Munir being declared as the CDS, Chief of Defense Forces, CDF. Okay. India's new security doctrine was launched this year, just post Operation Sindoor, where we called for decisive retaliation, no tolerance for nuclear blackmail, and no distinction between terror sponsors and terrorists. Then also this year, we have 60 years of Indo-Pak War of 1965, post which we had the Tashkent Agreement in 1966, where our former Prime Minister Lal Bahadur Shastri passed away. We have had 4 wars in total with Pakistan, 1948, 65, 71, and 99, which is Kargil War. Indus Water Treaty I've already taken up, 1960, and Shimla Convention of 1972. Certain other operations in news for 2025. Sindhu, launched by India to bring back Indians from Iran after the 12-day war, during the 12-day war. Midnight Hammer, launched by USA on Israel Israel together on Iran. Rising Lion by Israel on Iran. True Promise 3 has a retaliatory attack by Iran on Israel. Bashrat al-Fateh, or Glad Tidings of Victory, which was basically announced by Iran after successfully destroying US base in Qatar. Operation Brahma, launched by India as a humanitarian help to Myanmar after the earthquake. Sankalp, launched by Indian Home Ministry to root out Naxalism by 2026. Black Forest, Operation Black Forest, Operation Kagar, Operation Karigutta, they've all been launched under Mission Sankalp to root out Naxalism from Telangana and Chhattisgarh. Operation Ajay, launched in 2023 by India to bring back citizens from Palestine and Israel. And Operation Make Rahat, it was just a small mission which was of flood relief in Northeast India. Then the missile tests that were undertaken this very year: Pralay missile, integrated air defense weapon system, unmanned aerial vehicle launch precision guided missiles. Then Saksham initiative has been launched to undertake trapping of drones and exterminating them. Rail-based mobile launching system with Agni Prime and Bhargavastra, first indigenous micro missile system. Also anti-submarine warfare, Arnala class submarines. Arnala class submarines mein we have INS Arnala, INS Anjadeep, INS Ajay, INS Androth that were tested this year, commissioned this year. Mahe class, INS Mahe, INS Magdala, Project 17A for stealth frigates. Old reduction, that is retirement of MiG-21 aircrafts took place, and Sanjay has been tested, launched this year, which is advanced battlefield surveillance system named after the same Sanjay of Mahabharat, was actually giving all the insights of the Mahabharat live to Dhritarashtra. Then Mission Sudarshan Chakra, this was launched this year only by India on Independence Day, 15th of August, through which we seek to develop an integrated missile development program, missile interception system by 2035, along the same lines as Russia has its S-400 Triumph, Israel has its Iron Dome David Sling arrow system, and US has its THAAD system. Now, Russia has announced S-500 Triumph as the new system. US has also proposed Golden Dome, and India uses currently S-400 Triumph from Russia, which also India calls as Sudarshan Chakra.
In fact, the visit of Vladimir Putin is going on, and there have been some preliminary agreements reached for providing S-500s to India as well. Okay.
All right. Then nuclear sector, things that you have to keep in mind, that India is a founding member of International Atomic Energy Agency. 1957 it was established, currently has 180 members. The head of International Atomic Energy Agency is Michael Raffaello Grossi. Okay. And this is that same agency which keeps a tab on all the nuclear facilities, arsenals of different countries.
One India connection to keep in mind on this. Before the formation of IAEA, there was a famous Atoms for Peace conference, which was actually headed by the chair of India's Atomic Energy Commission at that time, Homi J. Bhabha.
All right. Then after that, India became a nuclear power on 18th of May 1974 with the launch of our first nuclear weapon through Operation Smiling Buddha. Then we had Operation Shakti from 11th to 13th of May 1998, known as Pokhran 2 nuclear. And 11th of May, we celebrate as Technology Day, commemorating Pokhran 2. Okay. Then Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty brought into existence in 1968. India is not a signatory. Along with India, 4 other countries are non-signatories: Pakistan, Israel, North Korea, and South Sudan. Out of all these 5 countries, 4 countries are nuclear weapon states: India, Pakistan, Israel, and North Korea. South Sudan does not have nuclear weapons. Other non-proliferation systems: Wassenaar Agreement, India is a member; Australia Group, India is a member; Missile Technology Control Regime, India is a member; Nuclear Supply Group, India is not a member, although is trying to become a member. Okay. We have an NSG waiver. India's nuclear doctrine: first, no first use, meaning that we will always use it as a retaliation. We are never going to use it on civilians, and also it will always be used as last resort, meaning that when all sources of peaceful conciliation are done away with.
On nuclear doctrine, there are 2 other words and phrases to keep in mind. One is called MAD, as our nuclear weapons. What is this? This is mutually assured destruction. This is a classic tenet or classic principle behind even the development of nuclear weapons. The idea being that nuclear weapons should be a deterrent, not an offensive weapon. That is, all countries will know that once we use it, if our adversary also has nuclear weapons, it will lead to complete annihilation for both countries. Okay, so that's kind of the core principle behind nuclear weapons: mutually assured destruction. The other word which you have to keep in mind is nuclear triad. Okay, the idea of nuclear triad simply is that a country has a nuclear triad if it is able to launch nuclear weapons in multiple different ways: from land, from air, and from submarine. Okay, so that's the idea of a nuclear triad. Okay, so these 2 words and phrases are significant.
Now, total nuclear power plants of India, there are a total of 7. Please keep in mind the names and the locations. Uttar Pradesh, we have Narora; Rajasthan, Rawatbhatta. Then coming to Gujarat, we have Kakrapar; Maharashtra, we have Tarapur. Then 2 in Tamil Nadu, Kalpakkam and Kundankulam, and 1 in Karnataka, that is Kaiga. So total of 7 full-fledged nuclear power plants. And then this year, India also launched National Nuclear Mission, which is announced in the budget. Then it was formally launched in March 2025. And under this, we have a budgetary outlay of 20,000 crores of rupees. And under this program, we are going to set up at least 5 indigenously developed small modular reactors which can generate nuclear energies ranging from 20 megawatt to 300 megawatts. All right, by 2035. And why are we undertaking this? Because naturally we have 2 visions. One is to become a Viksit Bharat by 2047 and to become a net zero emission country by 2070. All right. Then coming to the miscellaneous part of it, Combined Commanders Conference was held in Kolkata, and it was here only that what had happened. The name of Fort Williams was changed to Vijayadurg. Then Ministry of Defense has declared 2025 as the year of reforms. This year, Yad Rakhna, this I've already covered in today's class. India-US Major Defense Partnership Framework has now been renewed for the 3rd time from 2025 to 2035. And we've also had the UNFCCC Chief Conclave 2025, which is UN troop contributing countries, and India is one of the largest contributors to UN peacekeeping forces. And Eurodrome, which is European medium altitude long range endurance remotely piloted aircraft systems, or Male RPS program. India has also asked to become part of this. Okay, defense exercises in news. These are everything that we've done in this. Okay, we have more.
So it's very concise. If you look at it, Surya Karan, we do this with Nepal, and this year it was hosted in Nepal. Then this particular exercise, La Perosi, as the name suggests, we are doing this exercise with France. With France, we do more exercises, and that's mentioned here. We are doing Varuna with them, and we are also doing Garuda with them, right? So France ke saath 3 exercise ho gaye, Le Perose, then Varuna, which is important, and then we are doing Garuda. Remember, Garuda Shakti we do with Indonesia. Then with Japan, we are doing Gymex, and we are doing Dharma Guardian. So remember this, Dharma Guardian and Gymex. Equivalent is an exercise which we are doing with Maldives, and Equivalent means friends. So last year, we had bad relations with Maldives, and then we were talking about this exercise. So friends we're actually not friends in true sense. So that was the irony. Cyclone, we do this exercise with Egypt, but desert cyclone, we do with India, UAE, and France again. Then this is an exercise that we do with in India, with Russia, and this is again a naval exercise. Okay, it's important for you to also have a look at the addition for each one of them. Bongo Solver is an exercise that we are doing with um, Bangladesh. Khanjar is an exercise that we are doing with Kyrgyzstan. Okay, then we do an exercise with Uzbekistan that is known as dust lick. Then we do an exercise with, it's there. Then we do an exercise. Okay, I'll just come to this. Okay, so this is basically an internal exercise, not very important. This is a multi-nation exercise which was conducted in Greece. Desert flag is an exercise that we are doing with UAE. So if you watch the defense video on the YouTube, everything would be there in detail. We have also mentioned the addition in that. The dust lake is India and Uzbekistan is mentioned. Tiger tramp is an exercise that we're doing with USA. We are also doing Yudh Abhyas with USA, right? And nomadic elephant we are doing with Mongolia. We do one more exercise with Mongolia where a lot of other countries are participating, and that is known as Khan Quest. Okay, and this exercise we are doing with UK. We are also doing an exercise by the name of Konkan with UK, and we do Ajay Warrior with UK. All right, which was okay. That's there again. Okay, Bol the Kurukshetra is with Singapore, and we look at more exercises here. Simbex is with Singapore, so Singapore, India, maritime bilateral exercise. So that's the full form of it. Jamata is with Japan, Slynex, Sly SL is Sri Lanka, and India is participating. Then we are looking at ZAPAD, which is Russia and Belarus exercise. Now India participated in this edition. So remember this ZAPAD thing. Yudh Abhyas we are doing with USA, Konkan with UK. Ostra Hind, this was the 4th edition this year. We have done this with Australia. Okay. Samudra Shakti is an exercise that we're doing with Indonesia. I mentioned that we also do Garuda Shakti with them. Jamex I've already mentioned with Japan. And this time, India participated in this NATO exercise as a non-NATO member. And that's called Exercise Open Sky, which was in Spain. Okay. So,
all right, now we come to the last topic of our top 25 list, and this is the sports topic. All right, so sports, we already have 2 full-fledged videos on everything that is important with respect to the various sports events that have happened in India. So quickly, I'm just going to discuss with you the sports policy, which was launched this year, and the Sports Governance Act, due to which sports can become a probable question with including questions from the sports policy as well. All right. So quickly moving on to the National Sports Day, celebrated every year on 29th of August to commemorate the legacy of Major Dhyan Chand. Theme this year was Sport to Promote Peaceful and Inclusive Society. About Major Dhyan Chand, known as the Hockey Wizard, and undertook various Olympic goals in 1948, 52, 56, 64, and a silver in 1960. Also retired as a major in 1956. Awarded the Padma Bhushan. Then the awards for the Khel Ratna, which were announced in January, were given on his birthday. So they were conferred on Manu Bhakar, D. Gukesh, Harmanpreet Singh, and Praveen Kumar for outstanding performances over the last 4 years. This is India's highest sporting honor, instituted in 1991-92, earlier known as Rajiv Gandhi Khel Ratna Award, and renamed in 2021 to honor hockey legend Major Dhyan Chand. All right. Other awards given in the sports categories at the national level: Arjun Award, which is the 2nd highest sporting honor; Dronacharya Award, highest honor of coaches; Rashtra Khel Protsahan Puraskar for organizations promoting sports in the last 3 years; Maulana Abul Kalam Azad Trophy for university games. All right. The National Sports Policy, which was passed this year, and this is the 3rd sports policy. All right. The first sports policy announced in 1984, second one in 2001, and this year again it has been launched, which is the 3rd one, and it works along these 5 pillars: excellence on the global stage, sports for economic development, sports for social development as people's movement and integration with education. Then along with the National Sports Policy, also the National Sports Governance Act 2025 was launched, which sought to revolutionize India's sporting administration comprehensively. And under the Governance Act, there were certain bodies which have been established, like the National Olympic Committee as the sole governing body for Olympic sports, the National Paralympic Committee for Paralympic sports, along with National Sports Federation and regional sports federations. And also, all of these bodies, they have been given the status of national authorities so as to permit RTIs within them. All right. Then the Act enhances accountability by classifying national sports bodies as public authorities under the Right to Information Act, establishes welfare protections through safe sports policies, frameworks designed to protect women, minor athletes, and persons from harassment and abuse. A national sports tribunal has also been formed under it, headed by judicial officers, which will provide resolution for sports related disputes. All right. Also, along the same thing, we have the National Sports Governance. It has been repeated. Sorry. Then key sports initiatives that you have to keep in mind is the Khelo India program, which was launched in 2016-17, and the first one I think took place in 2018, extended for 5, and it was for 5 years from 2016 to 2021, and it was extended for another 5 years in 2021, this time till 26. These are the various key achievements under this particular program. Then another initiative that has been launched is Kirti, Khelo India Rising Talent Identification, which is specifically for identifying excellent children in the sports category between 9 to 18 years of age, and seeks to help India become a top 10 sporting nation by 2036 and top 5 by 2047. Then target Olympic podium scheme, also known as the TOPS scheme, where funding to athletes have been for training for 174 individual athletes and 2 hockey teams have been undertaken, and the core group athletes receive around 50,000 monthly allowance, while development group junior receives 25,000. Okay. TOPS contributed significantly to India's success in Tokyo as well as Paris Olympics. Then Road to 36, India has bid to host the Olympics in 2036. Also, we've been selected to host the Commonwealth Games in 2030 as the in Ahmedabad. All right, just quickly the online gaming bill.
Right. So before I hand it over to Sir for recapping all of the sports news quickly, let's have a very quick look at the promotion and regulation of Online Gaming Act 2025. One of my closest friends, he works in the legal tech space. Apparently, the industry is calling this act PAROGA. Okay, Promotion and Regulation of Online Gaming Act 2025 or PAROGA. Okay, all right. So in this act, remember, it's for promotion and regulation of online games, esports, online social games, online educational games. But what it also does is to prohibit the offering or helping in the offering of online money games, the advertising or being engaged in the offering of online money games, and facilitation of financial transactions for online money games. Those are the 3 things that are prohibited. We have covered these in detail in our mocks and in other videos as well. So please do revise that. What is important here is in the definition of online money game, it does not matter whether the game is a game of skill or chance. It can be either just a game of skill or just a game of chance or a mixed game of skill or skill and chance. In any case, if it is an online money game, it is prohibited. Its offering is prohibited, its advertising is prohibited, and financial transactions related to it are also prohibited. But remember, esports are excluded from the definition of online money games. Okay, so this is what is significant. That's a quick summary of the Promotion and Regulation of Online Gaming Act or Parog. Now over to Sir for a final look at the sports news of the evening.
Okay, now just as far as the recap of sports is concerned, now let us have look at what all has happened. What all has happened this year and what we are going to be tracking. Number one is cricket, right? Now in cricket, if you look at the uh, the wins by India, we have won the Asia Cup, right? Also, we have won the Women's World Cup. We have also won the Women's Under 19 World Cup, which was held at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and the blind cricket women, right? So these are some of the important events that have happened this year. Then, if you look at tennis, we are going to look at all the 4 Grand Slams, right? And the winners of these Grand Slam in men and women. Third, we are going to be looking at the Khelo India Games. Okay, we are going to be looking at Khelo India Games. So Khelo India, again, we are going to look at Khelo India Youth Games. We are going to look at Khelo India Winter Games. We look at Khelo India Beach Games. We look at Khelo India University Games that are just concluded, right? So these are some of the things that we will be covering. Okay, so I'll just give you a quick snapshot of क्या हो गया तुम करते रहो तो क्या हो गया तुम्हारी शक्ल बहुत अच्छी है करो तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है अच्छा चलो बंद करो just 2 minutes break guys and we'll just I continue okay so now let's look at Khelo India Youth Games. Number one, where was the Khelo India Youth Games conducted? The Khelo India Youth Games was conducted in Bihar, right? Some part of the game was also played in Delhi. What was the mascot for this game? It was Gaja Simha, right? So it's a combination of lion and elephant. Okay. Who won the Khelo India Youth Games? It was won by Maharashtra. In fact, last year when the game was played in Tamil Nadu, it was also won by Maharashtra, right? What was so one first was won by Maharashtra, right? What are the places where it was played? Essentially, it was played at 4 places. What are these places? One was Begusarai, one was Bhagalpur, one was Rajgir, which is where you have the Nalanda University, and then was Patna. And some part of the game was played in Delhi. Okay, so essentially 4 places plus Delhi was also used as one of the venues. Then we are going to look at Khelo India. So I'm just quickly going to run through the PPT, though we have covered this in the sports YouTube video, but it is going to help you make your points. Okay. So the second one is yeah. So these are the events that we're going to look at it. Now, Khelo India was launched in 2016-17, and initially this was called as Khelo India School Games. Remember that it was earlier called as Khelo India School Games, and then Khelo India Winter Games. This was launched in 2020. Para Games was launched in 2023. This was the second edition of Khelo India Para Games, and Khelo India Water Sports Games was the first event this time in 2025, and University Games have just concluded. Okay. So let's look at Khelo India. I've already told you about it. Now, what you need to know is that when we are talking about the youth games, it is under 21 years. Now, this time there were 28 sports. This could be asked, and there was one demonstration sport, which was nothing but esports, right? And also remember that this was the 7th edition of Khelo India. So this is the mascot, and the next year they have not decided on the host, but most probably it is going to be Telangana. Okay? The theme for this year was Khel Se Desh, Khel Se Vikas, right? And Bihar also had a theme for this, which was Khel Ke Rang, Bihar Ke Sang. So that's your Khelo India Youth Games, and so you know the winner is Maharashtra. So this is Shineshi. This is the mascot for Khelo India Water Games, and this was the 5th edition. It was played at 2 places in 2 phases. Phase 1 was in Leh and phase 2 was in Ulmat, right? The winner was services and 6 sports it was played, and I've already told you the mascot for this Khelo India Winter Games. Okay, the 5th edition. So remember, here it was the 7th edition. Here it is the 5th edition. Then coming to Khelo India Para Games. For Khelo India Para Games, this was a 2nd edition. Ujwala, which is the house sparrow, is the mascot for this. The anthem for this, I've already mentioned this. And Devinder Jhajaria, I mentioned, is the president of the Indian Paralympic Committee. Okay, so this time the winner was Haryana. In fact, the 1st edition also, the winner was Haryana. Khelo India Para Games is played in 6 sports. Okay, just connect here. Praveen Kumar is one of the Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratan Award winner this year. So he comes from the para category, right? So when we are looking at awards, we should also know about Major Dhyan Chand Award, which are the biggest sporting awards in the country. 25 lakh rupees is given, and 4 people were given Major Dhyan Chand Khel Ratan Award. One was Harmanpreet, hockey, Praveen Kumar, para sports, he's a high jumper, and we had Gukesh, the youngest world champion last year, and then we had Manu Baka, who has won 2 bronze at the Olympics last year in Paris. Okay. Now the 4th one is the water sports. The water sports was played for the first time, and this was played at Dal Lake. And who was the champion this time? The champion of this year's Khelo India water sports was Madhya Pradesh. Okay, was Madhya Pradesh. And what was the mascot? The mascot was Kingfisher. Okay. Okay. Now the next one is the Khelo India Beach Games. So Pearl was the mascot. Pearl is nothing but the dolphin, and this was the 1st edition, and this was played in Diu. Okay, and the winner, very interestingly, is Manipur. In fact, 2 northeast states have done so well. Manipur, and 3rd one is Nagaland. The 2nd was Maharashtra. Okay, and total 8 games. Here we have the mascot is, the theme is Khel ke Sitare, Diu ke Kinare, right? So that's the beach games. And northeast games have, they were supposed to be held this year, but they have not been held. So most probably it is going to be held next year, right? So 8 northeast states are going to be participating in this, right? Okay. So what are the northeast states? You all know that, so I don't have to mention that. But 8 northeast states are going to be participating in this. University games have just concluded, and Ananda, can you just check the theme for, not theme, the mascot? So one mascot is, it is camel. It is called Ghanni or something, and one is Khammi, something on those lines. So one is camel, and the other one is the Rajasthan way for hospitality and something. So Khammi and Ghammi, that's what it is. And also check which who has won the Khelo India University Games that have just concluded. Okay, so this is the last in the series of Khelo India University Games. Khamba and Ghani, right? So that Khamba is a camel and Ghani is hospitality, right? And who won the Khelo India University Games this time? No, not Chandigarh. Chandigarh is 4th this time. Okay, so we'll just get back on that. So this is the last in the series of Khelo India University Games. Okay, last year's winner was Chandigarh University. So the person who gets the Khelo India University Games first prize gets a MAKA award, MAKA award, right? So did you find it? 2nd I know is Jain University. 4th is Chandigarh University. Yes. Guru Nanak Amritsar. Yes, Guru Nanak Dev University Amritsar is the winner of Khelo India University Games. Okay. Now I mentioned Asian hockey winners because India has won the Asian hockey championship, which was held again in Rajgir. See, a lot of action is happening in Rajgir. We have had the Khelo India Youth Games. We have also had the Asian Hockey Championship. And if you look at it, India has defeated South Korea and has now qualified for the World Championship. Now, the World Championship is going to be held in Netherlands and Belgium next year. So by being the winner of the Asia Hockey, India now qualifies for the World Championship by the International Hockey Federation, which is based out at Lausanne. Their organization is based at Lausanne. So this event happened in Rajgir, and India is going to be now participating in the World Championship in Netherlands and Belgium next year. Okay. All right. In the women's Asian hockey, we lost to China. Okay. In the women's, we lost to China. Okay. Then we are looking at national games. Now, this was a 38th national games, and this was played in Uttarakhand, essentially in Dehradun, Haldwani, and Rishikesh. And there were 32 sports. So this figure is important: 32 plus 3 demonstration sports. All right. And Molly, which is a state bird, is Monal, is a state bird. Usi ka naam Molly hai. So Molly was the mascot for the 38th national games. All right. The first national games was played in 1924, and this was in Lahore, and it was then called the Indian National Games. Okay. And the 37th edition, last time it was played in Goa. It's played every year. It was played in Goa. And next year, it is going to be played, that is the 39th National Games, is going to be played in Meghalaya. Remember this. Okay. And the theme for this year was Green Games. The theme was Green Games. Okay. I think this was again a feather on a cap, ICC T20 World Cup, in which team under Rohit Sharma won. And I've not mentioned this T20 World Cup. Okay, I think it should be coming. So one day Women's World Cup, we have won it, and India defeated South Africa. So I think there should be some slides. Test Championship also, India has defeated South Africa, defeated Australia. So they are the Test champions. So now if you look at ICC Test Championship, Australia has won it twice, and New Zealand has won once, and now is South Africa. Okay, RCB has won the Premier League title, and in women's it was Mumbai Indians. Okay, India has successfully bid for the Commonwealth 2030 Games, and this game is going to be held in Ahmedabad. All right, 2030 games is going to be held in Ahmedabad. 2026, the games are going to be played in Glasgow. Okay, 2026, the games are going to be played in Glasgow. All right, Winter Olympics is going to be happening next year, and this is 2026 is going to be in Milan in Italy, right? So we should know the sequence of this. 2026 is going to be in Milan. 2030 is going to be in the French Alps in France, and then it is going to be in Utah in 2034. That's Winter Olympics. Summer Olympics, 2028 is going to be in Los Angeles. 2032 is going to be in Brisbane, Australia, and then 2036, India is going to be bidding for it, right? Even Qatar is bidding for it. So for the first time, Olympics is going to come to either Middle East or it comes to India. Okay, so that's your Winter Olympics. This Winter Olympics started along with the Summer Olympics in 1924, and 1992 se wo split ho gaya.
All right. Thank you all very much for attending. It's been a pleasure to have all of you around with us. You must have, we were following your comments. It was interesting to follow all of your comments through the video. So that was fun for us as well. We are just glad to be here, to be able to do this for all of you. And I hope it comes in handy for you when you give your exam day after tomorrow. Okay, so that's it from us, and best of luck to all of you, and see you all very, very soon at the center or elsewhere after the exam. Thanks everyone. See you all. Bye-bye.